Chapter 31. Ma Yu grinned at Lan Wenyan and the others. If you don't want to go down the waterfall, then so be it. You can still play other things. Even if you don't play these few days, you can play in a few days. He glanced at junior apprentice brother Fei, who lowered his head. Ma Yu smiled at Sikong Ching and Lan Wenyan. You can go back to the mountain and snitch on me. But what are you going to complain about? That I'm too harsh in urging junior apprentice brothers to cultivate? Lan Wenyan glared at him, his eyes almost spitting fire. Ma, you didn't even look at Lan Wenyan. His gaze fell on Sikong Ching's face, and he said with a mischievous smile, What, you want to hit me? They can't beat me. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so I won't provoke you. If you hit me, you'll be breaking the sex rules. Ma Yu grinned and retreated. See, junior apprentice sister Sikong, I don't dare to provoke you. Whatever you say goes. If you don't let junior apprentice brother Fei follow me to the waterfall, I definitely won't force him. I'll listen to you. Not just today, but whenever you're here, I'll listen to you. As for after you leave, Ma Yu was retreating when he suddenly bumped into someone. Shocked, he turned around and was immediately scared out of his wits. Appearing in front of him was Su Chuan's face. Su Chuan looked at Ma Yu calmly. Not a trace of anger on his face, but it made Ma Yu even more frightened. What will happen after junior apprentice nephew Sikong leaves? Ma Yu forced himself to stay alert. Elder Su, when did you arrive? Su Chuan said indifferently. Anyway, I know everything I need to know. Ma Yu's vision immediately turned black. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Su Chuan shook his head and waved his hand. His attendants came out from behind him and carried Ma Yu away. Elder Su, my grandfather. Ma Yu wanted to speak, but found that he had already been restrained, unable to utter a single sound. There was only one thought left in his mind. It's over. From now on, he will never appear in overlooking Abyss City again, nor will he be able to use my name to intimidate others. Su Chuan nodded slightly to Sikong Ching and the others, then turned and left. No one knew that this Elder Su, who held the position of overlooking Abyss City's and Spirit Wind Valley's deacon's back, was still drenched in cold sweat. It's all thanks to young Master Yan's reminder. Otherwise, there would definitely be great trouble in the future. Lan Wenyan and the others looked at each other, unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. It might be senior apprentice brother Yan, Sikong Ching said softly as she watched Su Chuan's departing figure. Everyone came to a sudden realization as they gazed about, only now discovering Yan Zhaoga in the distance. The group hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Looking at their hesitant expressions, Yan Zhaoga smiled as he shook his head. Looking at that youth surnamed Fei, he will no longer make things difficult for you in the future. However, do your best and cultivate diligently. You should persist at all times and push yourself more. In the end, you will still be the one to benefit. For example, if you have the same cultivation and status as junior sister Sikong, then he wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you, even if others didn't show up. Junior apprentice brother Fei's lips trembled as he bowed towards Yan Zhaoga in fear and trepidation. Yes, I will definitely remember senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. He was so excited that he wanted to express his thanks that he didn't even know how to put it into words. Lan Wenyan pulled on his sleeve and said in a low voice, Just remember it in your heart. How could senior apprentice brother Yan have the patience to lower himself to the level of Ma Yu and the others? That's right. Junior apprentice brother Fei nodded his head repeatedly, only that the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoga was filled with gratitude and longing. Lan Wenyan and the others were the same. After saying this, Yan Zhaoga no longer brought up the matter from earlier. He only smiled mildly. Looking at your attire, you seem to be heading out. Where are you planning to go? Sikong Ching replied calmly, I'm bringing my junior apprentice brothers and sisters to the Luliao Mountains. Yen Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "And you have the experience of going there before. Be careful of them." Sikong Qing replied, "I understand." Since it was indeed Yen Zhaoga who was going to make a move, the crowd naturally didn't have to worry about Su Chuan saying one thing and doing another. The unhappiness that had arisen because of Ma Yu immediately dissipated, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. A disciple suddenly asked Yen Zhaoga curiously, "Senior apprentice brother Yen, the Mr. Dong mentioned by those storytellers and puppeteers, is he our clan's exalted Hantian ancestor?" Because overlooking Abyss City was close to the sealing dragon abyss, most of the people who were active here were martial practitioners. There weren't many ordinary citizens, but there were also people who braved great risks to come here to make a living. Because of the marketplace, the city was actually quite lively. At this moment, a large number of children had gathered by the roadside, watching the puppeteer with infatuation. The puppeteer was controlling two puppets, currently fighting back and forth in front of the stage. He himself was hiding behind the stage, spittle flying everywhere as he said. As Mr. Dong chopped down with his saber, the heavens and the earth instantly split apart. The great sea split in two, directly chopping off the great flame devil king's head. That flame devil dared to enter our 8 extremities world, wreaking havoc and committing atrocious acts. But having met Mr. Dong, he also won't be able to come and go. In the puppeteer by the roadside, the two puppets both looked a little old, but their craftsmanship was rather exquisite. One of the puppets was that of a middle-aged man, holding a long saber in his hands. His face looked rather mighty and domineering. The other puppet, on the other hand, was completely fiery red. Although it looked like a human, it had a green face and sharp fangs, looking extremely fierce and ferocious, resembling a demon. The hair on its head was also shaped to look like flames. Following the puppeteer's manipulation, the middle-aged man's saber landed on the flame devil's neck, and the flame devil puppet instantly flew backwards. Not only were the children in high spirits, the surrounding crowd also cheered loudly. Seeing this scene, Yen Zhaoga said, "That's right, this so-called Mr. Dong is precisely the founder of our clan's Donga. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga, the #1 expert in Broad Creed Mountain's history. It was precisely when he had assumed the position of clan chief that Broad Creed Mountain had reached its peak in history. At that peak, Zhan Donga had been the #1 expert of the 8 extremities world, looking down on all heroes. Under his rule, Broad Creed Mountain had also been the undisputed #1 sacred ground of the 8 extremities world, overlooking everything under the heavens. Unfortunately, just when Zhan Donga and Broad Creed Mountain were at their peak, the world changed greatly. Above the boundless ocean to the east of the 8 extremities world, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A passageway connected another flame devil world to the 8 extremities world. The life forms that ruled over the flame devil world were not humans, but the flame devils. They were innately powerful and possessed violent temperaments. When the flame devils invaded, Zhan Donga and Broad Creed Mountain led the heroes of the world to resist them. The flame devils had more experts, and the battle situation was disadvantageous to the 8 extremities world. In the end, it was Zhan Donga who fought 1 against 5, slaying the #1 expert of the flame devils, the great flame devil king, while simultaneously slaying 2 other flame devil kings, heavily injuring 2 of them. Only then was the battle situation reversed. In the end, the flame devil race was forced to retreat to the flame devil world, and the human experts of the 8 extremities world also suffered heavy losses. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga single-handedly held the pass, achieving glorious results in battle. However, in the end, he was completely exhausted, dying from his injuries. More than half of Broad Creed Mountain's experts had also perished. It was also after that, while the other sacred grounds had also suffered heavy losses, they had the chance to catch up to Broad Creed Mountain, who had suffered the heaviest losses. Afterwards, the Sacred Sun clan gradually rose to prominence, becoming the new #1 sacred ground. All these years, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had not been harmonious, with the old and new kings not seeing eye to eye with each other. The passageway between the two worlds still existed. While the Flame Devils had been repelled that year, the threat they posed still existed. In recent years, the two sides had still been embroiled in endless battles. It was also precisely because of the existence of the Flame Devils and the checks and balances between the sacred grounds that the internal situation of the Eight Extremities world could still be considered peaceful. Storytellers, opera artists, and the like didn't dare to directly call Jean Donga by his full name, instead referring to him as Mr. Donga. Their knowledge of what had happened that year was naturally limited. Their various interpretations now were all extremely bizarre, like supernatural beings. Of course, to ordinary citizens, Jean Donga was indeed like a mythical figure. Everything that had happened that year also seemed like a mythical tale, because it was beneficial to strengthening the clan's reputation and gathering the hearts of the people. Broad Creed Mountain did not prohibit this, just turning a blind eye to it. Recalling the clan's records and the narratives of their seniors, the Broad Creed Mountain disciples all sighed. "That year, our clan, sigh." Standing beside Yen Zhaoga, whose expression suddenly changed slightly as he gazed in another direction. Following his gaze, Yen Zhaoga saw a white-clothed man with a full beard appear. Chapter 32. Seeing the attire of the Sun Saint clan disciple and hearing his words, the group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all revealed expressions of anger. The bearded man in white walked up to them, but his gaze was directed elsewhere. People should still live in the present. In that direction there was another stage. The sacred Sun Saint in broad daylight transformed into a rainbow and ascended, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Behind the stage, a voice spoke in cadence. Broad Creed Mountain was not the only power in overlooking Abyss City. The Sun Saint clan also had a stronghold here, possessing considerable influence. As a result, there were naturally storytellers and entertainers who sang the legends of the Sun Saint clan. These people were mostly just trying to make a living, not having any particular inclinations or thoughts. Whatever story the commoners liked to see, they would perform it. The most widespread legend of the Sun Saint clan was that of their previous clan chief, who was also a legendary figure. It was said that this person had ascended into the heavens, and in the world of martial practitioners, there were even more legends about him. Some said that he had ascended to a higher realm, treading the heavens. Others said that he was still cultivating in a mysterious forbidden ground within the Sun Saint clan. There were also rumors that he had actually died long ago in seclusion. Anyway, having not seen him for a long time, there were all sorts of legends. It was under this person's leadership that the Sun Saint clan began to rise after Jean Donga's death, finally ascending to the position of the new generation's #1 sacred ground. The white-clothed man gazed at the stage, the meaning of his words self-evident. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples all felt stifled. "Shao Shen, how did you become a bearded man?" Yen Zhaoga, however, was a little surprised as he looked at the other party, a little amused. Shao Shen did not reply, but his ears twitched, as if listening to something. At the same time, he stared closely at Yen Zhaoga. "The sound of your blood pulse is almost inaudible, heavy yet smooth, your blood like mercury. You've reached the outer aura martial scholar realm, and you've completed the second cleansing of your marrows so quickly, but it doesn't matter." Shao Shen did not comment, instead appraising Yen Zhaoga. "Yen Zhaoga, you beat up my Sun Saint clan's people in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. You wouldn't think that it was for nothing, would you?" Yen Zhaoga laughed. "You want to stand up for Chao Yuanlong and the others?" Shao Shen strode forward, coming before Yen Zhaoga. "What else did you think?" At first, the people of Broad Creed Mountain did not recognize the other party, but upon hearing Shao Shen's name, they instantly realized who the person before them was. The grandson of the Sacred Sun clan's Grand Elder, known alongside Chow Yuanlong as one of the Sacred Sun clan's 4 rising suns. But having cultivated for a longer period of time, his cultivation base was also higher. Late outer aura martial scholar. Sikong Qing knit her brows slightly as she looked at Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shen. Just like Chow Yuanlong, who was in the late inner aura stage, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. On the road of martial arts, Xiao Sheng was also a well-known figure among those of the same stage, and his battle records are even more glorious than Chow Yuanlong's. As compared to Chow Yuanlong, who walked the unorthodox path and cultivated in unpopular martial arts, Xiao Shen had instead followed the prescribed path and cultivated in the various orthodox martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. But even so, he had still been able to distinguish himself amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Sacred Sun clan. In the past, when he was at the early stage of outer invulnerability, he had defeated an opponent at the middle stage of outer invulnerability, causing his name to resound throughout the world. Although the crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples had confidence in Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Shen's cultivation base and combat experience were all much higher than theirs, inevitably causing their hearts to beat wildly. Xiao Shen's voice was rough, but his tone was slow and unhurried. How you beat up Chow Yuanlong and the others back then, I will return it in full today. Other than Chow Yuanlong, you also beat up my other junior apprentice brothers. Today, other than you, I will also pick out some of the people behind you to accompany you. With Xiao Shen using his cultivation base to suppress others like this, the crowd could not help but feel dissatisfied. Do you think that our Broad Creed Mountain doesn't have any late outer aura martial scholars or something? Yan Zhaoge's expression, however, was as per usual. Martial practitioners below the age of 40 are usually separated into different age groups by 3 to 5 years. The age gap between you and me is a little big, but I don't mind it. For the time being, we can be considered to be of the same age. Ahu, you don't need to interfere. Ahu stared at Xiao Shen with an unfriendly expression on his face. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's instructions, he nodded his head and retreated. Xiao Shen stared at Yan Zhaoge. Let's not talk about your abilities first, but you do have some guts. I also won't use my cultivation base to bully you. You broke through Chow Yuanlong's golden sun needle art and the heaven-striking palm with your sword. I believe that the variations in your techniques must have its own unique aspects. I will compete with you in terms of variations in techniques. Saying thus, Xiao Shen made a grabbing motion with his hands. In the distance, the puppeteers who were performing the 2 plays of Mr. Dong slaying the Flame Devil King and Sacred Sun Saint soaring in daylight felt their hands suddenly become lighter. Then they discovered that the puppets representing Mr. Dong and the Sacred Sun Saint had both disappeared from their hands. The audience was also in an uproar as they looked around in all directions, but none of them knew where the puppets had gone or how they had disappeared. The 2 puppets were now in Xiao Shen's hands. In his hands was the cross-shaped board used to control the puppets, and beneath the cross-shaped board was a puppet held by a string. I heard that you use bamboo as a sword, controlling it with ease. I believe that you also have some ability in controlling Orochi and are qualified to play this game with me. Xiao Shen laughed. Although this little thing is more flexible than bamboo, it is also very fragile. If too much Orochi is infused into it, it will first explode. So you don't have to worry about me using my cultivation base to bully you. This toy is equivalent to limiting the maximum amount of Orochi that we can wield. The amount of Orochi that we wield is the same. If we want to win, let's see whose variations in the martial Tao are more exquisite and whose control over Orochi is more subtle. Saying thus, Xiao Shen threw the Mr. Dong puppet towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge caught the puppet, then suddenly laughed. If I remember correctly, this founder of your family was chased into the mouth of a volcano by our clan's exalted Hantian, not daring to come out for the rest of his life. Only when the flame devils invaded, and with the permission of the exalted Hantian, did he crawl out of the volcano. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Shen said coldly, The people of Broad Creed Mountain only know how to talk about the past. Those who like to live in the past just turn into dust like history itself. Saying thus, with a shake of his palm, his entire body's aura chi surged. The strings of the puppet broke one by one, but the puppet hovered in midair, not falling to the ground. A faint metallic luster suddenly appeared on its body. Under the stimulation of the aura chi, the crude puppet suddenly glowed with a brilliant luster, as though it had a life of its own. The four limbs of the puppet moved, directly striking towards Yen Zhaoge's Mr. Dong puppet with a palm. Under the palm of the small, slender puppet, a piercingly cold wind blew. An explosive sound even resounded in the air, as though it had exploded. Seeing this, the hearts of the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all shivered. No wonder he still dared to challenge senior apprentice brother Yen in such a manner, even after knowing how he defeated Chao Yuanlong. Yen Zhaoge laughed, and with a twist of his palm, the strings of the puppet in his hand also broke. Under the influence of his aura chi, the eyes of the Mr. Dong puppet seemed to flicker with light. At this moment, Mr. Dong had transformed into the exalted Han Tian, his imposing aura surging. The wooden saber in the puppet's hand shook, and as it streaked through the air, it actually left behind a mark that could be seen clearly by the naked eye. Perform well, Yen Zhaoge. At least let me have some fun. At this moment, Xiao Shun's gaze was as dark as a snake's. Chapter 33. Under Xiao Shun's control, the sacred Sun Saint puppet's palms flew about as though it was a phantom. It was as if the sun was setting in the west, and its last remaining light transformed into a myriad of scenes that were poignant, beautiful, and unfathomable. 1,000 illusionary sunset palm. The sacred Sun Clan's direct lineage martial arts, ranked alongside the heaven-striking palm as one of the 7 great sun arts. It was one of the few martial arts of the sacred Sun Clan that was famed for its variations in techniques. Xiao Xin had immersed himself in this martial art for many years, and had already gained a deep understanding of its essence and true meaning. Even many seniors in the same sect who were stronger than him in terms of cultivation and understanding of martial arts were not as good as him. Under the stimulation of Xiao Shang's stellar qi, the wooden puppet was like a living martial artist. It was actually able to display this ever-changing technique to the fullest. Controlling a wooden puppet is already like this. If Xiao Shan himself were to use it, what kind of scene would it be? The spectating Broad Creed Mountain disciples all felt a bitter taste in their mouths, their palms gradually beginning to sweat. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was not on the wooden puppet of the sacred Sun Saint, but rather on the palm with which Xiao Xin was controlling the wooden puppet. Facing the menacing enemy, Mr. Dong's puppet did not hesitate and struck out with its blade. In everyone's eyes, the wooden puppet that was originally stiff seemed to have transformed into a vigorous divine dragon that soared into the sky, breaking through the layers of illusions created by the sunset. The green light was activated. Like a true dragon shaking its armor, it moved unhindered between heaven and earth. Layer after layer of illusions were broken apart, like a dream. Although the wooden weapon in Mr. Dong's hands was a saber, Yen Zhaoge substituted a saber for a sword, not being restricted by its form. His coiling dragon sleeve sword technique was still wondrous to the extreme, dispersing Xiao Xin's sunset 1,000 illusionary palms. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples immediately cheered in unison. A cruel smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Xin's mouth. Do you think I'm like Chao Yuanlong, that stupid bull who only knows how to use brute force? As he spoke, Xiao Shen's manipulation of the wooden puppet became even more intricate, as the various exquisite transformations of the sunset 1,000 illusory palms were all displayed. Under the stimulation of his gang qi, the sacred Sun Saint puppet glowed with a faint light, as though it was the afterglow of the setting sun, enveloping Mr. Dong once again. This time, besides being poignant, beautiful, and ever-changing, the illusions carried a sense of despair. The sun had set, and the earth was about to enter the darkness of the night. Only the last wisp of sunset was left in the sky. No matter how the world tried to persuade him to stay, or how reluctant he was, it was all in vain. What would come would eventually come. At this moment, the deep level of the sunset thousand illusionary palms, true martial intent, was displayed to the fullest by Xiaoshen. The afterglow of the setting sun was like a cage of despair, covering Mr. Dong's puppet. The momentum of Yan Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve resembled a heavenly dragon soaring into the sky, domineering and extraordinary. But at this time he could only stare with wide eyes and watch the sun set. He was unable to reverse the changes in the natural weather. The green sword light instantly dimmed, and the sunlight became hazy. In front of the spectators, all they saw was a sudden darkness that swallowed the two puppets. Xiaoshen smiled and said, "Those who should fall will eventually fall. Reminiscing about the past is futile." With a jolt of his aura qi, the two palms of the sacred Sun Saint puppet had already struck towards the vital points of the Mr. Dong puppet's chest. "Huh." Seeing this scene, a cold light suddenly shot out of Yan Zhaoge's eyes. At the same time, Mr. Dong's puppet body suddenly twisted and its wrist shook. The wooden blade shrank, and the puppet's body curled into a ball. Originally showing off its abilities, it suddenly returned to being ordinary and ordinary, like a sword being sheathed, or like a true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens, tunneling into the clouds. Coiling dragon sleeve, cloud dragon concealed sword. Xiaoshen retracted the smile on his face as a bad feeling arose within his heart. Uncomfortable, unhappy, as if there was a dagger at his back. Yan Zhaoge controlled Mr. Dong to execute a sword-concealed stance, and in that instant Xiaoshen only felt as if his opponent had disappeared without a trace in front of him. He was obviously still there, but his sure wind palm strike had actually missed. Insignificant tricks, clown tricks! Xiaoshen roared angrily, his rough voice even seeming a little sharp. Controlling the sacred Sun Saint puppet, he also forcibly retracted his own palm strike, condensing it and not releasing it, as he carefully sensed his opponent's presence. Just having caught a faint trace, Mr. Dong's body had already abruptly extended, like a clump of clouds that had been pierced apart by a bolt of lightning. A piercingly cold sword edge erupted, its target being the sacred Sun Saint, like a dragon tunneling into the clouds, and then suddenly popping its head out, like the back thrust of the secular world's martial arts, dragging the sword behind, catching the enemy unawares. Xiaoshen laughed savagely. The palm strike that had been condensed and not released also similarly erupted, just in time to meet Yan Zhaoge's attack. "I've caught you this time." Still thinking this, he was stunned to see Yan Zhaoge's sword strike, which had originally been surging towards the clouds, suddenly retracted once more, disappearing without a trace. Yet another sword concealed stance. Cloud dragon concealed sword, the real and the illusory coexisting, movement and stillness in harmony, resembling a divine dragon hiding its head, concealed within the clouds, without a trace, without any warning whatsoever. Xiaoshen's sunset, 1,000 illusory palms completely missed. The next moment, a blazing green sword light lit up, sweeping through the heavens, ripping apart the night sky, allowing light to return to the earth. After the sun has set, it will still rise as usual. Floating clouds momentarily obscure the eyes, but will eventually dissipate, and the day will come when the light of day can once again be seen. Yan Zhaoge laughed leisurely. Substituting a sword with a saber, Mr. Dong's saber pointed directly at the sacred Sun Saint's chest. Xiaoshen's pupils dilated, but it was already too late to control the sacred Sun Saint puppet to evade. Numerous invisible streams of qi that flickered with a metallic luster circulated around the sacred Sun Saint puppet's body. His aura qi defense was raised to the maximum as he braced himself to block this blow of Mr. Dong's. But on the edge of Mr. Dong's saber, a sharp green glow flickered as well as a metallic luster. At this moment, the wooden saber seemed to have transformed into a real, fine steel sword, forcibly breaking through the opponent's Orochi defense, piercing straight into the sacred Sun Saint puppet's chest. Humph! Xiao Xin snorted coldly as he clapped out with his palm. The Orochi on the sacred Sun Saint puppet's body abruptly exploded. The sacred Sun Saint puppet's body was the first to shatter, and the wooden saber that had pierced into its body also shattered at the same time. This force traveled along the wooden saber to the Mr. Dong puppet's body, and the Mr. Dong puppet's body instantly shattered as well. Yan Zhaoge was not angered by this. Retracting his palm, he placed his hands behind his back, leisurely looking at Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his eyes already narrowed into slits, as a sinister light flickered within. The large beard on his face trembled unceasingly as he panted heavily. Although he wasn't like Chao Yuanlong, who had lost all face and even lost his underwear. At this moment, Xiao Xin was also feeling humiliated into anger, his face burning up. He was the one who chose the method of the competition, but in the end he was the one who broke the rules first, which was equivalent to slapping himself in the face. It looked like a draw where both sides perished, but he had already lost before that happened. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Sheng, shrugging his shoulders. Actually, I agree with your words. People should indeed not live in the past. Establishing a foothold in the present and looking to the future is the right thing to do. How could Xiao Xin not understand the meaning behind his words? Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Shun slowly nodded. Yan Zhaoge, you are very good. I admit that I have underestimated you in the past, but it doesn't matter. We have a long way to go. With that, Xiao Xin turned around and left without another word. Chapter 34. Xiao Xin having been forced into retreat by Yan Zhaoge, the crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all looked at Yan Zhaoge with expressions of longing. Within a short period of time, first defeating Chao Yuanlong, then defeating Xiao Xin, Yan Zhaoge was destined to be unrivaled amongst the younger generation of martial practitioners. If one were to say that his earlier victory over Chao Yuanlong had still been between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, then the opponent he was facing this time was Xiao Xin, whose cultivation was more than a single level higher than Yan Zhaoge's. Even though Xiao Xin had suppressed his Orochi cultivation to a level similar to Yan Zhaoge's due to the sparring method. However, late outer aura martial scholars were still late outer aura martial scholars. In terms of their experience and understanding of martial arts, they were destined to be much deeper and more abundant than early outer aura martial scholars. Some early outer aura martial scholars had only just begun to come into contact with the profundities of variations, while late outer aura martial scholars had long since understood them. These disparities in actual combat became more and more apparent. For the same amount of power, an early outer aura martial scholar would use 10%, while a late outer aura martial scholar might use 50 to 60%, or even 80 to 90%. However, in the sparring just now, Yan Zhaoge had won, forcing Xiao Xin to break his own promise in exchange for a disgraceful draw. If it had been Yan Zhaoge of the sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, fighting with a more ordinary late outer aura martial scholar, such a result might still have been a little easier to accept. However, his opponent was the Sacred Sun clan's Xiao Xin. That was a completely different matter. After all, Xiao Xin himself was a genius who had once surpassed levels to defeat a mid-outer aura martial scholar while still in the early outer aura martial scholar realm. A small wooden puppet carved out of wood, which was extremely weak compared to a martial practitioner's Orochi, under his control, actually resembled a real living person, and an expert who had some accomplishments in the martial Tao at that. Even the Sacred Sun Saint's wooden puppet, under Xiao Xin's control, other than Sikongqing, none of the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples who were still in the body refinement realm would be able to take it. However, such a genius amongst his peers, like Chao Yuanlong, had also suffered a crushing defeat in front of Yan Zhaoge. How could this not cause everyone to feel dazzled? Looking at the fragments of the wooden puppet on the ground, Sikong Qing's gaze flickered slightly, as though she had sensed something. This girl really values martial arts. Glancing at her, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, as he pointed out, "You've already been at the minute subtlety stage for quite some time, and are only a half step away from the martial scholar realm. To transform inner qi into gang qi, the method is to reverse the flow of inner qi and temper it, thereby cultivating qi into gang qi. The elders in the sect should have already taught you this. However, when you go against the flow of your inner qi, you might as well try out the rhythm of illusory and real, illusory and real." Hearing that, Sikong Qing's eyes immediately lit up slightly. The other disciples who had entered later also hurriedly pricked up their ears. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's prestige in their hearts even surpassed that of some of their elders. Being able to listen to Yan Zhaoge's pointers on cultivation, as well as the key to breaking through to the martial scholar realm in body refinement, everyone exceptionally treasured this chance. To the vast majority of martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world, advancing from a body refiner to a martial scholar was a heavenly chasm. The difficulty was far greater than advancing from the middle stage of the qi conducting realm to the late stage of the qi conducting realm, or advancing from the late stage to the subtle realm. It was even more difficult than advancing from the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm to the late inner aura martial scholar realm, or advancing from the late inner aura martial scholar realm to the early outer aura martial scholar realm. And on the other hand, becoming a martial scholar was also a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning increase in one's strength. The root of this was that in order to become a martial scholar, one had to cultivate qi into gang qi, transforming inner qi into gang qi. Gang qi was far more condensed than inner qi. If one were to say that inner qi was a gas, then gang qi was a liquid. When the two clashed, a very small amount of gang qi would be able to defeat a large amount of true qi. When a body refiner clashed with a martial scholar, it would be very hard for them to have the ability to retaliate. In front of absolute power, even the most brilliant techniques would be of little use. Most of the time, a martial scholar would be able to defeat 10 with just his strength alone. In many cases, it would be hard for quantity to make up for the difference. With a few words of advice from Yan Zhaoge, Sikong Qing instantly had a feeling of enlightenment. The gaze with which she looked at Yan Zhaoge contained an additional look of respect. Before this, even when Yan Zhaoge had made a move to punish Mayu, this had not appeared. Yan Zhaoge said to the others, "Everyone's situation differs from person to person. The method that is suitable for junior apprentice sister Sikong might not be suitable for you all. You are currently still far from the martial scholar realm. There is no need to be impatient. Walk your own path step by step before anything else." Everyone wholeheartedly submitted, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan. We will definitely cultivate diligently." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Sikong Qing also bowed, not as courteous as before, but rather serious. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan." She paused for a moment, then looked towards the others and said, "With Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's guidance, I have benefited greatly. I am preparing to immediately enter secluded cultivation, and will not be able to follow you all to the Luliao Mountains." Everyone understood, just that they were all a little worried for a moment, as they unconsciously looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "It is fine for me to bring you all along this time, but do you all expect me to bring you along for the rest of your lives? Moreover, the place I am going to is actually even more dangerous for you all." The group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples were all a little embarrassed. Normally, they were all geniuses who had undergone the meticulous guidance of the clan and did not lack independence. It was just that these past few days, Yan Zhaoge's radiance had really been too dazzling to the point where they all felt dizzy and had unconsciously followed the senior apprentice brother's lead. The group of people all said solemnly, "It is us who have developed a lazy and reliant heart. It is all thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's reminder that we are truly ashamed." Yan Zhaoga laughed and waved his hands nonchalantly. "No matter. Since it is like this, let us part ways here." Saying thus, he turned and left the city, walking towards the outskirts. The group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples also took their leave of Sikongqing and left the city for the Luliao Mountains. On the road, Yan Zhaoga, Ahu, and the others had long since disappeared. The Luliao Mountains occupied a vast area and was located to the side of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Although there were many precious resources produced there, the environment was also rather dangerous. With their current cultivation bases, it was not that easy to traverse. We really should reflect on ourselves. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan bringing us along is actually like bringing along a bunch of burdens, and we are still so proud of ourselves. The young girl hugged the small and exquisite light spirit cat, her expression a little downcast. Beside her, Lan Wenyan said, "The current us is indeed too far away from Senior Apprentice Brother Yan. However, we should not be dispirited because of this. Putting even more effort into our cultivation is what we should be doing." Another person muttered, "Could it be that you are also like that Yi Jing, hoping that one day you will be able to compete with Senior Apprentice Brother Yan?" Lan Wenyan said, "Candidly, at the very least, we should try our best to travel together with Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, so that we won't become a burden, right?" Hearing his words, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just as Senior Apprentice Brother Yan said, we should establish ourselves in the present and look towards the future. Amidst the mountains, having reached their destination, everyone split up and moved about. Lan Wenyan walked by himself for a while, when suddenly his eyes widened, his gaze dazed. "Just now we were talking about Junior Apprentice Brother Yi Jing, this." Chapter 35. There were numerous patterns of flames on his body, vivid and lifelike, as though they could be seen leaping about. A head of black hair hung loosely behind his back. While it was jet black in color, from afar it gave off the feeling of flames. This person also had flame patterns on his face, and the light of fire seemed to flicker within his eyes. However, the nearby Lan Wenyan could still recognize that this youth with a rather strange appearance was precisely Yi Jing, who had gone missing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss that day. While his face was covered by flame patterns, his facial features could still be recognized. Somewhat uncertain, Lan Wenyan probed, "Are you Yi Jing, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi?" The other party turned his head, his gaze like fire moving one's soul. However, he still nodded. "That's right, it's me." Lan Wenyan asked curiously, "Previously in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, you?" Hearing the name of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, an obvious fury surfaced within Yi Jing's eyes, his expression also turning cold. "I was lucky I didn't die." "No matter what, it's good that you're all right." Lan Wenyan let out a sigh of relief. "Everyone was very worried about you, but Senior Apprentice Brother Yan said that you are blessed by the heavens, able to turn calamities into blessings." From the looks of it now, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan was indeed right. Before he had finished speaking, he was interrupted by an explosive roar. "Yan Zhaoga!" Yi Jing's eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. If not for him, how would I have met with such a calamity? From the start, he had no good intentions, wanting to kill me. However, my life is tough, not dying, and even improving my cultivation base. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint him. Yi Jing ground his teeth. A man who does not take revenge is not a gentleman. This debt, I will settle with him sooner or later. Hearing his words, Lan Wenyan's brows instantly knit together tightly. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, calm down a little. I also heard about what happened that day afterwards. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's internal crystal furnace fell into the abyss, causing it to explode and injure you. That was an accident. Yi Jing snorted coldly. You're a roundworm in his stomach. How do you know what he thinks? Whatever he says, you just believe it. That martial grandmaster, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, originally came to find trouble with him, but was instead diverted by him, making use of the fire seed and having me block the calamity for him. Everything was all part of his plan. It's just a low-grade, precious weapon, and you're blinded by it to the point that you're siding with him. Hearing his words, Lan Wenyan was also a little enraged. Back then, it was your own despicable hands that snatched away senior apprentice brother Yan's true fire seed of your own accord. Otherwise, would a martial grandmaster have beaten you? Do you really think you're somebody? You've just escaped death, so it's inevitable that you're agitated. I don't blame you, but that doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. He appraised Yi Jing for a moment, then shook his head. I believe in senior apprentice brother Yan's words. Why would he believe it? Back then, you had already fallen into the deep abyss, barely surviving. Why did senior apprentice brother Yan throw his internal crystal furnace down? Moreover, just how rare and precious is an internal crystal furnace? For the sake of killing you, senior apprentice brother Yan destroyed his own internal crystal furnace? The legendary internal crystal furnace, or you, a martial practitioner who isn't even a martial scholar yet, which is more precious. Whether it's me, you, or anyone else who entered the sealing dragon abyss with him, if senior apprentice brother Yin really wanted to kill us, let alone a single slap, we might not even be able to take a breath from him. Why would he need to destroy his own internal crystal furnace? The other party's words caused Yi Jing to instantly recall Yan Zhaoge's indifferent attitude towards him. The despair, rage, and hatred he had felt in the sealing dragon abyss back then involuntarily surged even further, almost burning away Yi Jing's rationality. Yi Jing's eyes were crimson like fire. A low-grade precious artifact has raised you all up to be like Yan Zhaoge's dogs. Then I'll first beat the dog, then the master. With a furious howl, he soared into the air, lunging towards Lan Wenyan. Lan Wenyan was shocked, only feeling a wave of heat assaulting his face, almost suffocating him. Having survived such a calamity, Yi Jing's cultivation had indeed improved greatly. Lan Wenyan didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly raising a shield. It was precisely the low-grade precious artifact that Yan Zhaoge had gifted him back then. It was only that, seeing this shield, Yi Jing's eyes turned red like he had met his enemy, his fist smashing downwards like a tempestuous storm. As though he didn't know what fatigue was, his iron fist struck out consecutively, resembling a tsunami and collapsing mountains. Lan Wenyan was hard-pressed to exert the full power of the low-grade precious artifact, actually being unable to withstand the unarmed Yi Jing. Finally, the precious artifact was jolted out of his hands. Yi Jing's fists did not cease, directly sending Lan Wenyan flying. Looking at his opponent who had landed on the ground, blood flowing unceasingly from his mouth, Yi Jing's gaze was cold, killing intent surging unceasingly within his eyes. Only after a long time did he avert his gaze. Looking at the shield that had fallen to the side, the flames of fury and hatred within his eyes growing intense once more. Rushing forward, he kicked out, directly sending that shield flying far into the distance. The shield transformed into a small black, disappearing amidst the distant mountain range. Glancing hatefully at the half-dead Lan Wenyan, Yi Jing turned and left, heading towards the depths of the mountain range. Through the ring, I have reconstructed my body. However, because of my martial arts, I am much more irritable and easily angered than before. As he walked, Yi Jing gradually calmed down a little, also vaguely beginning to feel regret. While Lan Wenyan is biased towards Yan Zhaoge, he has never really helped Yan Zhaoge harm me. I nearly killed him. I was a little too rash. However, thinking about how he had become like this, the fury within his heart surged once more. Yan Zhaoge! Seeing Lan Wenyan's character today, I can imagine that most of the other people in the clan will probably also be wearing the same pants as that Yan Zhaoge. His father is even an elder of the clan. He will definitely protect him. If I want to seek justice, it will be even more difficult. But so what? If I don't expose that Yan Zhaoga's ugly face, not seeking justice, wouldn't all the pain I have suffered have been for naught? Power. If I want to seek justice, I need sufficient power. If I am stronger than Yan Zhaoga, even stronger than his father, how would they dare to harm me, even distorting the truth? Yi Jing raised his head to look at the undulating mountain range before him, his gaze cold and hard as iron, blazing like fire. I must possess great power before I can seek justice for myself, and I must be even stronger than that father and son pair. Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga, just you wait. What you owe me, I will make you repay it one by one. Yi Jing heavily injured a fellow disciple. Yan Zhaoga looked at the Ahu before him rather surprisedly. Yi Jing was still alive. Yan Zhaoga was not surprised in the slightest. Someone had seen him, and the news had spread back to the clan. To Yan Zhaoga, it could only be a good thing. This completely proved Yan Zhaoga's answer when he had been questioned that day. Yan Zhaoga was not worried about confronting Yi Jing in the slightest, performing the blood soul recollection ceremony and reliving the scene from back then. However, after Yi Jing had appeared, he had nearly beaten Lan Wenyan to death. This left Yan Zhaoga a little at a loss. This kid falling into the deep abyss, did he damage his head? Yan Zhaoga could only feel that this was rather incomprehensible. Why did he beat someone? Chapter 36. Not only did this Yi brat not die, his cultivation has even improved. That disciple has your low-grade precious weapon, but he still can't defeat him empty-handed. Hearing Ahu's narration, Yan Zhaoga was not surprised. After all, it was the protagonist's halo and the destined one. As long as one didn't die after going through hardships, they would definitely level up. However, Yi Jing's performance was somewhat different from Yan Zhaoga's memories of him. More extreme, more stubborn, more violent, and more impulsive. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin as he pondered. It looks like, while that ring helped him reconstruct his body, it also had some negative effects. If it's a secret art that affects one's emotions with his current cultivation and will, he'll be easily affected by it. From this point of view, the complete destruction of his fleshly body and the reconstruction of it might not be suitable for the current Yi Jing. When his cultivation is higher and he experiences this tribulation again, there might not be these problems. Why do I feel like there's a deviation in someone's protagonist path? This really is a sin, but Yan Zhaoga's gaze gradually turned cold. Just because of this, you are justified in beating people up? Regaining his wits, Yan Zhaoga looked at Ahu. What did the clan say after receiving the news? Ahu grinned. First of all, this brat maliciously injured his fellow disciples. Naturally, he has to be punished. Of course, we have to interrogate him and figure out the whole story. We won't just listen to one side of the story. Then it proved that young master's judgment that day was correct. He did not die, and even successfully returned from the dragon's sealing abyss. However, because the hatred and anger that Yi Jing displayed towards young master was too intense, there were still people who questioned young master's initial explanation, believing that there was an inside story. Therefore, after we capture Yi Jing, I'm afraid that young master will really have to go and perform a blood soul recollection ceremony with him. Yan Zhaoga shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. With his current performance, the people on second apprentice uncle's side probably won't be thinking of killing him to frame me. Instead, they will be thinking of how to get the so-called inside story out of his mouth before making things difficult for me. Ahu scratched his head. I didn't realize that this Yi kid was so good at stirring up trouble. Haha. Yan Zhaoga smiled but did not speak. How was this even possible? Ahu gave a simple and honest smile. This brat has cut off his own life from the sect this time. Young master, since the sect has already made a decision, shouldn't we just ignore him? Otherwise, others might think that you have done something shameful and want to silence you. In this kind of situation, it would be too unjust for you to be made a scapegoat again. If you have any information, just give it to the person in charge of this matter in the sect. Yen Jiaoge said mildly, It's fine as long as you don't kill him. Don't tie your hands and feet. If you find him, inform me immediately. I'll personally reward him and give Junior Brother Lan an explanation before handing him over to the sect. Junior Brother Lan was injured by Yi Jing because he spoke up for me. Remember to take care of him later. Other than medicine and tonics, tell him that I have a middle-grade, precious weapon here for him. When he becomes a grandmaster, it will be in his hands. Ah, who gave a silly smile. Yes, young master. Yen Jiaoge nodded, his gaze falling once more on the lofty mountain range before him. At this time, a black-clothed man appeared in front of Yen Jiaoge, carefully presenting a stalk of spirit grass. Young master, I found it. Yen Jiaoge's eyes lit up. 10-leaf golden orchid. Receiving the spirit grass. Yen Jiaoge carefully appraised it for a moment. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew wider and wider, and he couldn't help but want to laugh uproariously towards the heavens. He had originally thought that it was only a few hundred years old 10-leaf golden orchid. In the end, it was over 1,000 years old. How could Yen Jiaoge not be happy? After all, 10-leaf golden orchids were too rare. Adding on to the fact that they had been harvested not long after their medicinal age, a 1,000-year-old 10-leaf golden orchid was not as easy to find as the seed of Li-Flame True Fire. Now that he had obtained one so smoothly, Yen Jiaoge was naturally overjoyed. The black-clothed man continued, Young master, while searching for the 10-leaf golden orchid, we unexpectedly discovered a strange valley. Yen Jiaoge asked, How strange? It's a glacial valley. Hearing this, Yen Jiaoge's interest was piqued. Oh, a glacial valley? It's here? At this moment, the Luliao Mountains were extremely hot. Glaciers had actually appeared. This naturally attracted Yen Jiaoge's attention. The black-clothed man answered, That's right. It's indeed a glacial valley. Also, it's of an extremely large scale. It doesn't seem to have been formed naturally. It's just that when we discovered it, there seemed to be some changes happening there. It was like an earthquake. Having already obtained the 10-leaf golden orchid, having nothing better to do, Yen Jiaoge said, Lead the way. Let's go take a look. The group advanced through the mountain range. The further they went, the cooler the weather became. This was naturally not due to a change in the climate. At this time of the year, the Luliao Mountains were always as hot as a steamer. Yen Jiaoge understood that they were already getting closer and closer to that glacial valley. After walking for a while, despite the blazing sun shining high above their heads, they could already clearly feel a chill in the air. Ah Hu walked to the edge of a cliff and gazed into the distance. After a long time, he let out a long breath. Young master, we've arrived. Yen Jiaoge also walked to the edge of the cliff. What appeared before him was, shockingly, a massive gorge. It was just that what was unusual was that the entire gorge was completely covered in ice and snow. The valley meandered for dozens of li, resembling a world of ice. It resembled a massive white dragon lying within a dense forest. The cliffs of the valley were all covered in translucent ice and snow, flickering with a piercing light under the illumination of the sunlight. If an ordinary person were to stare at it, they would feel a piercing pain in their eyes, almost as though they were going blind. Outside of the valley, it was still the lush, primordial forest of midsummer, with ancient trees obscuring the sky and concealing the earth. However, having arrived at the valley, it was as though midsummer had instantly turned into a harsh winter. The massive contrast gave off a strange aura. After observing for a moment, Yen Jiaoge led the way down the mountain. Let's go in. Having arrived at the mouth of the valley, they could clearly feel that intense tremors seemed to be occurring within, originating from beneath the ground. As the group entered, before them was a world of ice and snow. The massive, transparent glacier resembled the smooth surface of a mirror, reflecting their figures. Yen Jiaoge and Ah Hu walked at the very front. As they arrived at the central region of the valley, a massive lake of ice appeared before them. Beneath the surface of the lake, hidden undercurrents surged, waves roiling as the faint roar of a dragon resounded. Yanjiaoge gazed at the lake's surface for a moment, then looked at the surrounding valley as he muttered to himself. This place actually seems to be the burial ground of a glacial chi dragon. Only in such an excruciatingly hot environment could such a strange glacial valley be formed. Dragon bone giving birth to a soul. Someone disturbed the glacial dragon bone soul, causing this place to shake and change. Hearing his words, Ahu's eyes instantly shone with a bright light. Glacial dragon bone soul? Young master, this is a good thing, Chapter 37. Young master, why don't I go back and call for help? Although we might have to split some of the profits, it's better than entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Similarly staring at the surface of the lake, Yanjiaoge could vaguely see a massive black shadow moving beneath the surface of the lake, causing the heavens to roil and the earth to overturn, as even the entire glacial valley seemed to be shaking. After pondering for a moment, the corners of Yanjiaoge's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Perhaps there is a method that we can try. Taking out a small metal plate from his bosom, looking at the incomplete ancient characters and patterns on it, Yanjiaoge infused his orochi within. The patterns on the small metal plate immediately lit up with a misty white light. In the extremely cold environment of the Glacier River Valley, the white light was even brighter and more dazzling than usual, gradually revealing an icy blue color. Yanjiaoge silently circulated his profound art, his orochi also beginning to turn dark and cold. He came to the edge of the frozen lake, squatted down, and let the small metal plate touch the ice on the surface of the lake. In the next moment, the quaking under the lake seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. Very quickly, the ice on the surface of the lake began to shatter. A massive force suddenly erupted from that small metal plate, actually nearly jolting Yanjiaoge out of his hand. Yanjiaoge exerted more force with his fingers, squeezing the metal plate tightly. Then he felt an obvious suction force coming from the lake, trying to suck the iron plate into the water. The dragon's roar in the lake became louder and more ear-piercing. Standing up, formless air currents surged around his entire body, flickering with a faint metallic luster. Enveloping his entire body with orochi, Yanjiaoge strode forward, entering the ice lake. With his orochi protecting his body, automatically separating him from the icy cold lake water, Yanjiaoge's figure sunk into the lake. Behind him, Ahu instructed the others to stay behind as he followed Yanjiaoge into the water. Entering the water, heading downwards, Yanjiaoge and Ahu stepped onto the glacier, the surrounding cold water congregating towards Yanjiaoge's small metal plate. Under the cover of the icy blue light, the small metal plate actually began to gradually restore itself. A smile appeared on Yanjiaoge's face. The next moment, a massive black shadow flickered before him. As it neared, it was a thick dragon tailbone. Landing on the dragon tailbone together with Ahu, Yanjiaoge stabilized his footing, his figure following the dragon tailbone as it swung about at the bottom of the ice lake. Yanjiaoge accurately inserted the small metal plate in his hands into the gap between the two segments of bone. The dragon skeleton's entire body shuddered, and a faint white light lit up from the center of its spine, piercing through the entire dragon skeleton. Yanjiaoge extended his other hand, pressing down on the white light that lit up on the surface of the dragon bone. It was icy cold to the touch, such that even with his orochi protecting his body, he still felt a bone-piercing cold. Turn! Yanjiaoge recited within his heart, executing a secret art as the white light on the dragon bone instantly began twisting. The white light began to separate from the dragon bones as if it was being extracted by a great force. By the side, Ahu had long been prepared as he flashed out a massive piece of ice blue refined jade, handing it over to Yanjiaoge. Yen Jiaoge pressed down on the dragon bone with one hand, grasping the essence, jade, with the other. Very quickly, white light gradually lit up within the essence jade, the roar of a dragon resounding from within. The glacial dragon bone soul was unceasingly extracted from the dragon bones, before being sealed within the ice blue essence jade through Yen Jiaoge. Yen Jiaoge's expression was as per usual, just that a layer of blue gradually appeared on his face, pulsing unceasingly. Seeing this, Ahu heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything had gone smoothly. His young master only needed to spend some time to obtain the precious glacial dragon bone soul. However, Yen Jiaoge's expression did not relax. There's someone else in the direction of the dragon's head, extracting the glacial dragon bone soul. The ones who alerted the glacial dragon bone soul and caused the earthquake, it seems like it was also them? Looking over, Yen Jiaoge saw that the two of them were standing on the dragon's tailbone, but the dragon's body was extremely long, penetrating deep into the rock layer at the bottom of the lake. The front half of the dragon's skeleton, where the dragon's head was, extended to who knows where. Closing his eyes, Yen Jiaoge's mind merged with the glacial dragon bone soul. Within his mind, a different scene gradually appeared. One scene after another flashed past Yen Jiaoge's eyes like a flashing lantern. Within a massive valley in the depths of a cave, cold winds wreathed the area. It was similarly a world of ice. At the very bottom of the cave, there was a cold pond that seemed bottomless. At the bottom of the cold pond, the massive head of the glacial chi dragon had already been reduced to white bones, not moving at all, as though in a deep slumber. The waters of the pond suddenly rippled, and a beautiful, refreshing girl in a white dress suddenly appeared within it. This girl's appearance was not inferior to Si Kongqing's in the slightest. Her features perfect and flawless, her pair of eyes that resembled those of a small deer, intelligent yet also delicate, causing others to involuntarily feel tender and affectionate towards her. This is the remnant memory imprint of the glacial dragon bone soul, replaying the events of the past. However, what Yen Jiaoge took note of was that the other party was clearly someone he knew. Although he had never personally interacted with her before, Yen Jiaoge would definitely not recognize her wrongly. This girl was called Mangwan, a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Interesting. Yen Jiaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Just a few years ago, an extremely powerful sacred artifact had suddenly appeared in the Eight Extremities world. This treasure was known as the Extreme Yin Crown. Its origins were unknown, but its power was unparalleled. Its grade could be said to be one of the highest in the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times. However, this sacred artifact was rather strange. Ordinary people, even martial saints, would not be able to wield even the slightest bit of its power. Only girls with the extreme Yin physique, after stepping into the martial scholar realm, would be able to wield a limited amount of its power. However, this extreme Yin crown was really too powerful. Even when wielded by a maiden of extreme Yin of the martial scholar realm, they would still be able to wield the power of an ordinary sacred artifact, even if it was only for a short period of time. After discovering the crux of the matter, the Eight Extremities world instantly boiled over. The various sacred grounds all began searching for girls with the extreme Yin physique to enter the clan to be groomed. It was just that maidens of extreme Yin were rare in the first place. Moreover, they still had to choose those of suitable age to cultivate in the martial Tao. However, the Eight Extremities world was vast and populous. In the end, they still managed to find a few, each belonging to a different sacred ground. The extreme Yin crown was too powerful. Female martial practitioners of the martial scholar realm could already wield great power. If a maiden of extreme Yin stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, that would be even more unimaginable. If any one of them monopolized the extreme Yin crown, the other sacred grounds would find it hard to accept. However, the power of the extreme Yin crown had a very strong suppressive effect on the Eight Extremities world's old enemies, the Flame Devil race. It was a power that the Eight Extremities world urgently needed. Therefore, after a meeting, the various sacred grounds decided to hold an extreme Een bout every once in a while. The maidens of extreme Een of the various sacred grounds would compete against each other, with the winner obtaining the extreme Een crown for a period of time. Currently, no maiden of extreme Een of the martial Grandmaster realm had appeared. Therefore, the extreme Een bout was accepted by the various sacred grounds, and could be carried out peacefully. The various sacred grounds also put in a lot of effort to groom their own maidens of extreme Een. Mangwan was the Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme Een. The environment of this icy cold pond, to her extreme Een physique, was actually not a bad treasure ground. However, looking at the scenes in the memory imprint of the glacial dragon-bone soul, Mangwan did not seem to have entered this icy cold pond to cultivate, also not discovering the peaceful slumber of the glacial dragon-bone soul. From the looks of it, her situation was a little strange. Not long after, within the icy pond of the dragon's head, another person suddenly descended. Looking over, Yanjiaoga could not help but sigh at how coincidental it was. The newcomer was still someone he knew. Chapter 38. From Yanjiaoga's perspective, as soon as Mangwan had entered the water, the situation had clearly been a little off. She seemed to be showing signs of cultivation deviation. Sitting in the meditative position, her entire person surrounded by the icy cold water of the lake, rising and falling, her elegant face alternating between green and red. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows knit, a look of pain vaguely appearing on her face. Yanjiaoga thought, as expected, she did not enter the icy cold lake to cultivate. Instead, she originally had a problem, thus seeking this icy cold lake to help suppress it. Just at this time, Yi Jing also entered the icy cold lake, glancing at Mangwan a little curiously. Stimulated by the icy cold lake, the flame patterns on his body glowed brightly, giving off an extremely high temperature. Opening her eyes, Mangwan also looked at Yi Jing, a look of alarm and wariness appearing within her doe-like eyes. In her current state, she could only barely maintain it, in a fragile state of equilibrium, having lost the ability to protect herself. Yi Jing did not need to attack her. Just the slightest disturbance would be enough to consign her to eternal damnation. Seemingly sensing Mangwan's current state, Yi Jing did not have any intention of attacking her. After thinking carefully for a moment, he slowly approached her. He gestured towards Mangwan, indicating that he did not have any ill intentions, just wanting to lend her a hand. Yi Jing's palms were extended horizontally, his palms fiery hot, the heat seemingly able to be felt even within the icy cold lake. Blinking, Mangwan clenched her teeth, also extending her palms facing Yi Jing's in the water. She was of the extreme Een physique, while Yi Jing's currently reconstructed fleshly body, due to special reasons, clearly possessed a physique that was as hot as fire. While Yi Jing's current cultivation base was still far inferior to Mangwan's, he was like rain at the right time, just in time to resolve Mangwan's urgent situation. With his help, the aura chi within Mangwan's body, who was in danger of cultivation deviation, gradually calmed down. Seeing this scene, Yanjiaoga rolled his eyes. This plot is so familiar, what a charming first meeting, Although they didn't take off their clothes to treat their wounds, if we meet a few more times in the future, won't a lot of intimate things happen together? Your luck with women is really indescribable. However, due to the surging aura chi of the two within the layer of ice at the bottom of the lake, a faint streak of light slid past the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon. The glacial dragon bone soul was slowly awakening from its slumber. The cold pond began to shake, and the cold pond water began to tumble. In the ice layer at the bottom of the cold pond, the pitch-black eye sockets of the gigantic skeletal dragon head suddenly lit up with an icy blue light. A moment later, the layer of ice at the bottom of the pool completely shattered. A mighty dragon roar rang out as the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon lit up with a white light. In the cold pond, it was as if a tsunami was set off. The pool water formed a huge whirlpool, about to crush everything that entered it. In the depths of the cold pond, Mengwan and Yi Jing's hands were pressed together, their bodies rotating together with the whirlpool, bitterly resisting the pressure brought by the whirlpool. Beneath the whirlpool, the Frost Chi Dragon's gigantic skeletal head popped out from the bottom of the pool. It opened its mouth wide and roared nonstop. The Bone Dragon's movements caused the entire frigid lake to tremble, and it even spread to the surface. The glacial valley where the dragon's tail was located was also affected at this moment. With the passage of time, Mengwan and Yi Jing finally gradually adapted to the whirlpool's rotating force and began to think of a way to escape. Gradually, Mengwan's body was attracted by the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon as she was dragged onto the dragon's head and sucked in. At this moment, she was circulating her profound art to the maximum, and the white light that had appeared on the dragon's head instantly poured into her body. Seeing the scene playing back, Yen Zhaoge came to a realization. Extreme Yin physique, truly blessed by the heavens, indeed, it was she who was pulling on the glacial dragon bone soul over there. Having obtained the glacial dragon bone soul, Mengwan's face first turned pale, before actually quickly regaining its rosy color. Yi Jing, with his hands pressed together, was also sucked onto the skull of the glacial dragon. Although the whirlpool in the water was still pulling on Yi Jing's body, he was still able to barely stabilize himself. Patterns of flames circulated all over his body, as he was clearly also circulating his cultivation art to the maximum. Specks of white light also began flowing through Mengwan's hands, flowing into his body. Mengwan did not mind. Although she was born with the innate advantage of the extreme Yin physique, it would still be difficult for her to obtain the glacial dragon bone soul by herself. But just at this moment, the massive body of the glacial chi dragon suddenly stiffened slightly. A white light appeared on the dragon's bones, penetrating through its entire spine and extending to its head. Then, as that white light trembled, it began to grow weaker and weaker. Yen Zhaoge knew full well that this was because he and Ah who had arrived and begun extracting the glacial dragon bone soul from the dragon's tail. Affected by this, the dragon's head had also been affected. The whirlpool within the icy cold pond, after a slight pause, suddenly exploded. Mengwan's and Yi Jing's hands, which were pressed together, were jolted apart. The two were swept along by the whirlpool, falling in different directions. The memory imprint of the glacial dragon bone soul completely replayed everything that had happened earlier. Scenes after scenes flashed past, and the memory imprint ended here. The scene that Yen Zhaoge was currently seeing was already synchronized with the real time, through the connection between his mind and the glacial dragon bone soul. Yen Zhaoge was still able to clearly see the situation on the other side. The only difference was that a pair of clear eyes that resembled the waters of a lake now appeared before his eyes, staring straight at him. Mengwan, whose mind was similarly connected to the glacial dragon bone soul. Yen Zhaoge looked calmly at Mengwan. Having come to this world and learnt of the extreme Yin crown, Yen Zhaoge also learnt of a very awkward thing. His Broad Creed Mountain did not have a maiden of extreme Yin. Broad Creed Mountain did not have a female disciple with an extreme Yin physique. Naturally, they were unable to participate in the competition for the extreme Yin crown. However, this did not mean that whoever the extreme Yin crown ended up with had nothing to do with Broad Creed Mountain. Amongst the sacred grounds, there were also good and bad relationships. Coincidentally, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan belonged to the two factions that were not on good terms. If he himself could not obtain the extreme Yin crown, then for safety's sake, it would be best if the other party did not obtain it as well. Therefore, although there was no personal enmity between him and Mengwan, when this matter involved a higher-level struggle, Yen Zhaoge naturally would not take it lightly. Looking over, Yen Zhaoge saw that over at the icy cold pond, Due to the earlier turbulence, it was already showing signs of collapsing. The stone walls surrounding the pond were all collapsing, connecting with other underground rivers as the pond water began to surge in all directions. Yi Jing was swept along by the pond water, looking like he was about to be swept into one of the underground rivers. Seeing that he might be in danger, Meng Wan's delicate brows knit together. She wanted to reach out and save him, but her body was currently being sucked in by the glacial dragonbone soul, and she was unable to move. Meng Wan flicked her wrist, activating her aura chi. A long silk, resembling a spear of fine steel, pierced through the turbulent waters of the pond, arriving before Yi Jing. Yi Jing hurriedly grabbed hold of the long white silk. As it came into contact with Meng Wan's aura chi, Yi Jing's mind went into a slight daze. His mind also formed a slight connection with the glacial dragonbone soul. Then, Yan Zhaoga's face appeared before his eyes. Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Yan Zhaoga! The patterns of flames on his body instantly became even more frenzied, actually beginning to spread crazily throughout his entire body. Seeing that the icy cold pond was about to completely collapse, with Yan Zhaoga fighting over it on the other side and Yi Jing's unstable condition, Meng Wan could not help but sigh to herself. Making a prompt decision, she circulated her profound art in reverse, forcibly suppressing the urge to spit out blood as she forcibly severed her connection with the glacial dragonbone soul, preparing to escape and get out of the icy cold pond first. Yi Jing's eyes were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets, his anger and resentment all transforming into hatred that surged to the heavens. Wherever I go, you're going to chase after me, trying to exterminate me. Let me tell you, it's not that easy. You dog, trying to harm me time and time again. This enmity, this hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. Looking at Yi Jing, Yan Zhaoga smiled coldly. Brat, you should rejoice that I'm currently not in that icy cold pond of yours. Meng Wan's reaction is really fast, directly breaking off the connection and wanting to run. Otherwise, I would have directly sent people to the icy cold pond to block you too. But do you think that just like this, I won't be able to take care of you? Pay me some interest first. Chapter 39. Because of this, he could continue to build deep friendships with girls. Both husband and wife returned home, reaped the rewards, embarked on the road to success, and then came back to find trouble with me? That's a good idea, but you better obediently go drink water from the underground river. Yan Zhaoga let out a derisive laugh, directly halting his actions of collecting the glacial dragonbone soul, instead striking out with a palm onto the small metal plate. The small metal plate shook violently, and then the huge skeleton of the glacial chi dragon also shook violently. The ice dragonbone soul immediately let out an earth-shattering roar, its roar deafening. As Yan Zhaoga's palm left the dragonbone, his connection with the glacial dragonbone soul was immediately severed. On the other side, Yi Jing and Meng Wan were also no longer able to sense the situation on Yan Zhaoga's side. Just as they were still in shock, the ice dragonbone soul suddenly exploded with great strength, and the huge ice chi dragon skeleton twisted its body crazily. A huge whirlpool reappeared in the cold pond. The violent water and the collapsed stone walls scattered in all directions. The frigid ice chi dragon's skeleton suddenly raised its head and rammed into Meng Wan's body. Meng Wan barely managed to block it. Her whole body shook violently, and she could no longer hold onto the white silk. Yi Jing gave a muffled groan. Having lost Meng Wan's guidance, his entire person was swept into an underground river by the pond water, and in an instant he was swept away to who knows where. The sun could not be seen in the water, and it was completely dark. Yi Jing spun along with the flow of the water, his body constantly colliding against the stone walls of the river. He could only see stars before his eyes, the world turning upside down. Yan. Xiao! Yi Jing once again roared madly, but no sound came out. Only the icy, bone-chilling river water poured into his mouth, forcibly blocking the second half of his sentence. His body was once again covered in cuts and bruises, but it wasn't flesh and blood that flew everywhere, but streaks of flowing fire. Unfortunately, as soon as the flames appeared, they were drowned in the cold and turbulent river water. Mang Wan came back to her senses, but there was nothing she could do. In the turbulent pool water, it was difficult to even protect herself. She could only forcefully stabilize her body and wait for the water to calm down before she dared to move. Within the glacial valley on the other side, Yanjiaoge was leisurely and contented as he once again placed his palm on the dragon tailbone, once more absorbing the remaining portion of the glacial dragon bone soul remaining within. It was supposed to be a beautiful first encounter, but it turned out to be like this. I wonder how big the shadow in someone's heart is right now. Yanjiaoge was taken aback. You think it's over just like that? Kid, this is just the beginning. Go look for it. Follow the tremors of the earthquake and head north. You should be able to find a cave with a cold pool at the bottom. Yanjiaoge instructed. The sacred Sun Clan's maiden of extreme Yin, Mengwan, should be nearby. Although Yi Jing was washed into the underground river, he is still in that area. With that area as the center, we'll expand our search in all directions. Ahu nodded. Yes, young master. Yanjiaoge continued to remain at the bottom of the ice lake, accompanied by the absorption of the glacial dragon bone soul. The restlessness of the glacial chi dragon skeleton had already begun to gradually subside, after having completely absorbed all of the glacial dragon bone soul. Yanjiaoge's palm finally left the dragon tailbone before he pulled out the small metal plate from within. Ah, speaking of which, this thing still belongs to Yi Jing. Yanjiaoge laughed unconcernedly. Let's collect some interest first. The ice-blue jade in his other hand had suddenly turned pure white, with a vague image of a dragon moving up and down within it. A series of dragon roars rang out from within, and the jade seemed to have a life of its own as it pulsed on its own. Even with the strength of Yanjiaoge's hand, he actually felt a little like he was unable to hold onto it firmly. Yanjiaoge exited the ice lake. Although Ahu had gone in search of the icy cold pool under orders, there were still a few black-clothed martial scholars waiting for him here. Leave 2 people behind to stand guard in this glacial valley, then send someone to inform the clan to come and collect the glacial chi dragon skeleton. Hearing Yanjiaoge's instructions, one of the black-clothed martial scholars replied, Yes, young master. Although the most valuable glacial dragon bone soul was gone, the glacial chi dragon skeleton still held a very high value. Yanjiaoge left the glacial valley and headed north, in search of that icy cold pool. On the way, Yanjiaoge held that piece of jade, his aura chi permeating within as he shook the glacial dragon bone soul. The glacial dragon bone soul resembled a streak of white light as it swam unceasingly within the jade. Stimulated by Yanjiaoge's aura chi, it instantly surged towards his body. The strength of its strength caused Yanjiaoge's body to feel numb for a moment. However, Yanjiaoge did not mind it. With a silent cry within the chi ocean of his dantian, a clear chi was born. It was Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, clear chi profound art. However, unlike other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, within the clear chi within Yanjiaoge's dantian, the phenomenon of chaos actually vaguely appeared. This was the true martial foundation that Yanjiaoge had obtained from cultivating in the supreme martial art of pre-great calamity times, the peerless heavenly scripture of the divine palace. All things, return to the infinity of chaos, and from the infinity of chaos, all things could be born. Stimulated by the cold chi of the glacial dragon bone soul, this mass of chaos immediately transformed into an extremely hot chi, merging with the cold chi before returning to chaos once more. And during this process, the aura chi circulating around Yanjiaoge's body grew more and more vigorous and domineering. Within the various major acupoints of his body, an ice-blue fog vaguely coiled about, manifesting the image of an ice dragon. Within each of those acupoints, an ice dragon coiled about. The numerous dragons roared together, the scales on their entire bodies pulsing as they manifested their surging strength. After cultivating for 36 major cycles, Yanjiaoge temporarily stopped his cultivation, keeping the glacial dragon essence jade well, before taking out that small metal plate once more. He saw that the patterns on the metal plate were already no longer damaged, as the contents of the ancient characters could be discerned. Myriad stars congregate, dragons enter the sea, desolate ancient cold abyss. Reverse scale shocks moon. This glacial chi dragon whose bones are buried here is indeed related to that glacial dragon martial saint, and that glacial dragon martial saint seems to be related to some profundities of dragons entering the sea. Are these words a hint, a message, or a warning? Yanjiaoge smiled, shaking his head. Interesting, interesting. As for the martial legacy that the glacial dragon martial saint might have left behind, Yanjiaoge did not place much importance on it. However, the whereabouts of this sacred artifact from that year were unknown. To the current Yanjiaoge, it was something that held a lot of attraction. However, there were currently few clues, and it could be considered a rather distant matter. What Yanjiaoge was currently interested in was firstly Yi Jing's whereabouts, and secondly Mengwan, who had also been within the icy cold pond earlier. Maiden of extreme Yin. Yanjiaoge laughed bitterly. In the vast heaven domain, not being able to find a single maiden of extreme Yin. Broad Creed Mountain's luck is really bad. Maidens of extreme Yin were too rare, and not every sacred ground had one. Therefore, in the previous 2 extreme Yin bouts, Broad Creed Mountain had only been able to watch helplessly as other powers' maidens of extreme Yin competed, with the victor keeping the extreme Yin crown for themselves. This caused Yanjiaoge to feel very sad. While Yanjiaoge did not have much understanding of the extreme Yin crown which had appeared in this world following the Great Calamity, within the records of the Divine Palace of before the Great Calamity, there had been a peak cultivation technique that was exceptionally suitable for female martial practitioners of the extreme Yin physique to cultivate in, definitely surpassing any of the current ones of the 8 extremities world. If Broad Creed Mountain had such a disciple, even if other than possessing the extreme Yin physique, her talent in the martial Tao was mediocre, Yanjiaoge would still have full confidence of being able to groom her well enough to contest for the extreme Yin crown. However, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Whatever he said would be pointless. Chapter 40. In the Central Heaven region, deep within the mountains of Broad Creed Mountain, there was a cave manor. This was where Broad Creed Mountain disciples went into secluded cultivation. The stone door outside the cave, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened slowly. A girl of only 15 or 16 years of age walked out. She was dressed in a white dress, giving the mottled forest a bright tint of color, resembling a lily quietly blooming in the night. Outside the cave, 2 youths were waiting. Seeing the girl come out, their faces revealed smiles. Junior apprentice sister Lin has come out of seclusion. Lin Yushao smiled warmly, first bowing to the 2, senior apprentice brother. The 2 youths returned her greeting, one of them smiling. Congratulations, junior apprentice sister Lin, for making a huge breakthrough in secluded cultivation. If you complete a few more missions, you should be able to wear a blue robe. According to Broad Creed Mountain's rules, ordinary young disciples were all dressed in white. Yi Jing, Lan Wenyan, and the others, as well as Lin Yushao's group of 3, were all like this. Those with outstanding talent, cultivation reaching a certain realm, and having gone through enough trials and training, wearing a blue robe over their white robes, were usually referred to as elite disciples. They were the focus of the clan's nurturing, such as Sikongqing. Above them was Yanjiaoge, who wore a blue robe over his white robe, his robe edged with black. He was known as a core, direct disciple, but his status was different. His authority and treatment were the highest, and he was also the rarest. Lin Yushao smiled. My cultivation time is short, my foundation is not stable, and I also lack experience in adventuring outside. I'm still a long way from becoming a blue-robed disciple. In the future, if I have the chance to go out adventuring with my 2 senior apprentice brothers, please give me some pointers." The 2 youths looked at each other, both smiling, thinking, "With senior apprentice brother Yen, the tree to shelter you from the wind and rain, what mission can you not pass?" However, the other party was humble and obedient, not taking advantage of Yen Jiaoge to intimidate him. This naturally made the 2 happy, laughing together. "With senior apprentice brother Yen leading you, what need is there for us? On the contrary, if we can go adventuring together with senior apprentice brother Yen, it will be a huge opportunity for us. At that time, I hope junior apprentice sister Lin can mention our names in front of senior apprentice brother Yen." Lin Yushao smiled. Senior apprentice brother Yan's experience is much higher than ours. He naturally has his own ideas. But personally speaking, I hope to travel with you 2 senior brothers. The 2 opposite them both smiled. Everyone knew that the true decision-maker would still be Yen Jiaoge. Still, Lin Yushao's stance was already sufficient for them. Lin Yushao asked, "Senior apprentice brothers, do you know if senior apprentice brother Yen is currently at the clan?" A broad Creed Mountain disciple shook his head. "A while ago, senior apprentice brother Yen led a group of fellow disciples to the Sealing Dragon Abyss in the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom. Afterwards, he stayed there and has yet to return to the mountain. East Heaven Continent, Eastern Tang Kingdom." Lin Yushao was silent for a moment, her eyes drifting for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "That broad Creed Mountain," disciple glanced at her, hesitating slightly before continuing. Junior apprentice brother Yijing also went along. "I heard that he seems to have gone missing." Lin Yushao's eyes flickered and her body stiffened. She heard the man continue, "However, it's just a missing person. It's still uncertain whether he's dead or alive." The other person looked at Lin Yushao and suddenly said in a low voice, senior apprentice sister Sikong also went along. "There are rumors that after leaving the Sealing Dragon Abyss this time, her attitude towards senior apprentice brother Yen seemed to have changed somewhat." Lin Yushao was silent for a moment, then her expression gradually returned to normal. She softly said, "I hope that Yi, junior apprentice brother, is blessed by the heavens." Regardless of what happened before, they were all from the same clan after all. What she said was completely normal. It was just that the 2 broad Creed Mountain disciples looked at each other, a strange smile on their faces. They nodded in agreement. "That's right. I hope that he's blessed by the heavens." The 3 of them said their goodbyes. Lin Yushao stood quietly outside the stone manor, as if she were a statue, not moving at all. After a long time, she let out a light sigh, finally feeling a bit angry. After reporting the results of her secluded cultivation to the elders of the clan, Lin Yushao requested to leave the mountain and head to the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom. That was also her hometown. Hearing her request, the elders' gaze inevitably became a bit ambiguous. Everyone knew that Yen Jiaoge was currently in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. However, the elder did not stop her and very straightforwardly approved her request. Lin Yushao was as gentle and polite as ever. She excused herself, then returned to her residence, packed her belongings, and left the clan. It was just that under her calm exterior, her emotions were extremely complicated. Even she herself could not understand why she wanted to head to the Eastern Tang Kingdom so urgently. Yen Jiaoge was currently in the Luliao Mountains, waiting for the report of his subordinates, searching for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. "Young master, Miss Lin has left seclusion and is currently heading over to the Eastern Tang Kingdom." Receiving his subordinate's report, Yen Jiaoge blinked his eyes, feeling curious. Why is she in such a hurry to come over? For someone who had never met, never spoken to, never communicated with, and could only search through the memories of his body's original owner, Yen Jiaoge currently did not have much of an impression of Lin Yushao. There were no good or bad feelings. regarding the opinions and understanding of these people who had interacted with his body's original owner. Yan Zhaoge believed in personally interacting with them and understanding them. The original owner's memories were just data, although this junior apprentice sister Lin could be considered the original source of conflict between him and Yi Jing. In the end, this girl and the original owner of his current body had some sort of relationship. In the eyes of others, she and he were still lovers. Oh, since she has finally left seclusion, let's first meet her and see what kind of person she is. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment, then retracted his thoughts and once again focused on the matter of searching for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. If we can find them, then we'll search. If we can't, it's fine too. Yan Zhaoge said carelessly. However, if we find Yi Jing's whereabouts, don't make a move. Ascertaining his whereabouts is enough. I will personally deal with him. The others only thought that Yan Zhaoge wanted to personally take action to vent his anger. So, of course, they agreed. But that Meng Wan... Yan Zhaoge pondered in his heart. Chao Yuanlong, Shao Xin, Meng Wan. The Sun Saint clan's people have gathered so densely around the Sealing Dragon Abyss and the Luliao Mountains. What are they doing here? Yan Zhaoge's interest was piqued a little. Information on the Sun Saint clan's side was naturally much more difficult to gather. The information Yan Zhaoge had on hand was also fragmented and simple. The only thing he could be sure of was that they did not come for the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, but rather seemed to be searching for something. From the looks of it, it seemed more like their personal actions, and not that the Sun Saint clan had sent them. Young master, a black-clothed man, suddenly appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge asked, "Whose whereabouts have you found?" "That maiden of extreme Yin of the Sun Saint clan." Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly snapped his fingers. "Lead the way. Let's go take a look together. As for Ahu, let him continue searching for Yi Jing." It was rare that Meng Wan was alone far from the clan, and from the looks of it, it also did not seem like the Sun Saint clan had experts hidden behind her, setting up an ambush. If there was no chance, then so be it. If there was a chance, and he did not do something, Yan Zhaoge felt that he would not have the face to return to Broad Creed Mountain. In a battle between two sacred grounds, if there was no third party interfering, just one side having a martial saint or a sacred artifact, it would already be able to affect the balance of the battle, even determining victory or defeat. Not to mention the fact that the extreme Yin crown was not something that ordinary sacred artifacts could compare to. If the maiden of extreme Yin who wielded it stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm, its power would be even greater. The only problem was, if he did something, to what extent? Kill her? That seemed a little too ruthless. And if the news leaked, the entire Sun Saint clan would go berserk, and the result would immediately be an all-out war between the two sacred grounds. Previously, in the icy cold pond, Meng Wan had already suffered some injuries. Would these injuries ensure that she would be defeated in the next extreme Yin bout? Yan Zhaoge pondered as he sped through the mountains. "Young master." At this time, another subordinate came to report. There are other Sun Saint clan disciples moving around nearby. They should be the people who had traveled with Chao Yuanlong. Chapter 41. Following Meng Wan's trail, he lost track of her after a period of time. While Yan Zhaoge felt some regret, he did not mind it too much. However, not long after, his subordinates sent back news that they had found Meng Wan's whereabouts again. Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't think too much about it as they followed her once more. However, after traversing mountains and traversing ravines for a period of time, the woman's tracks vanished once more. "There's a problem." Repeating this, Yan Zhaoge halted, his gaze deep and distant. A black-clothed grandmaster beside him nodded. "It seems to be leading us somewhere." Yan Zhaoge looked at the lofty mountain range before him. "Ambush? It doesn't seem like it. We've passed many places suitable for ambushes along the way." After pondering for a moment, a faint smile surfaced at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. "Let's see what you're up to." Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating for the crowd to disperse. The black-clothed cultivators around him immediately scattered into the dense forest. Yan Zhaoge continued traversing through the forest. After a moment, a black-clothed martial practitioner suddenly reported, "Young master, there are Sacred Sun Clan disciples moving about in the vicinity of a valley 2 li east of here." As Yan Zhaoge looked at the other party, that black-clothed martial practitioner nodded. "They are all young disciples of the body refinement stage, people who accompanied Chao Yuanlong into the Sealing Dragon abyss back then." "Let's go take a look." Yan Zhaoge headed east. Everyone concealed their tracks and silently arrived near the valley. They climbed up a mountain ridge and looked into the valley. In the valley, there were already 2 groups of people facing off against each other. On one side, there were 3 people, all dressed in white with a sun diagram embroidered on their sleeves. They were precisely disciples of the Sacred Sun Clan. The 3 of them spread out in a fan shape, vaguely forming an encirclement, their gazes all focused on one person. The one confronting them was a young girl. White robes, black saber, black hair like a waterfall. Crouching beside the young girl was a small black dog, currently staring warily at the 3 Sacred Sun Clan disciples surrounding its owner. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on the saber in that girl's hands. The blade was as black as ink. Under the sunlight, it did not reflect any light at all, as if it was not made of metal but black charcoal. However, even from a great distance away, Yan Zhaoge could still feel the sharpness emanating from that jet-black saber, causing a chill to run through one's entire body. The girl's hand steadily held the long sword, not moving in the slightest. Although he was dressed in white, different from the usual attire of the Sacred Sun Clan disciples. However, just looking at the way she raised her saber, Yan Zhaoge's eyelids twitched. "Ah! West-tilting heaven incinerating saber." The west-tilting heaven incinerating saber, along with the heaven-striking palm and the sunset thousand illusory palms, was a direct lineage martial art of the Sacred Sun Clan of the 7 Great Sun Arts, a famed saber art that was publicly acknowledged throughout the world. This white-clothed girl was clearly also from the Sacred Sun Clan. Is someone being hunted for stealing martial arts? Or is it an internal strife? Yan Zhaoge's interest was aroused as he got his black-clothed martial practitioners to disperse, continuing to search for Meng Wan on one hand while standing guard on the outskirts of the valley on the other. Those 3 Sacred Sun Clan disciples were currently all focused on the white-clothed girl. One of the slightly older youths said, "Junior Sister Feng, we are just helping Senior Brother Xiao. Please don't blame us for offending you." The white-clothed girl smiled and said, "There's no point in talking too much. In the end, we still have to fight to see who's the real deal. I don't think you have any intention of making way for me." The girl's words flowed like a string of pearls. She spoke very quickly, but she was straightforward and efficient. Everyone could hear every word clearly. Although she was surrounded by powerful enemies, her expression did not change as she smiled and talked as though nothing had happened. Another younger Sacred Sun Clan disciple smiled and said, "We naturally won't make way for you, but there also doesn't seem to be a need to fight, right? Senior Sister Feng, it is true that you once stepped into the martial scholar realm, but that was in the past. Now that your old injuries have yet to heal, you have new ones as well. You are unable to circulate your aura chi, and your inner chi is also very weak. You don't even have half of your full strength left. Don't waste your energy struggling. Just obediently follow us back to see Senior Brother Xiao. Otherwise, if we fight and you get injured a little more, how can we bear to see that happen?" The spectating Yan Zhaoge smiled. Although they seemed to hold the absolute advantage, the west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber was ferocious and violent. If the girl went all out, the Sacred Sun Clan disciples would also be worried about being injured. Being able to use words to break down the opponent's fighting spirit was naturally the best. At the very least, the signal had already been sent. As time dragged on, the others of the Sacred Sun Clan would soon arrive. At that time, capturing the girl before them would be as easy as flipping a palm. From Yan Zhaoga's perspective, that girl was a rare beauty. While she was not as beautiful as Meng Wan or Si Kongqing, she was at least on the same level as Lin Yushao. She had an oval face, her features gentle and beautiful. Her ears were a little too big, being a little lacking in perfection. However, within her eyes, a heroic spirit that was rarely found in females could be seen. Unlike Meng Wan, Si Kongqing, and Lin Yushao, she was a beauty who was more and more enduring the more one looked at her. Observing her carefully, she also seemed not inferior to Meng Wan and Si Kongqing. It was just that Yan Zhaoga could see that other than the heroic spirit in this girl's eyes, there was also a killing intent that far surpassed the norm. That jet-black saber of hers had truly seen blood before. The girl laughed. Then what are you still waiting for? Come up and capture me. Why the need to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside? 3 against 1. You still need to be so careful? She looked smilingly at the Sacred Sun Clan disciple opposite her, a spearhead that looks like silver, good for looks but useless. The expression on that Sacred Sun Clan disciple's face changed slightly as he snorted, staring at the girl, his smile gradually turning venomous. It feels like Senior Apprentice Sister Feng has been lacking men these days. I wonder how you're going to solve this problem. Could it be that you're going to use that black dog by your feet? No wonder you've always been carrying it. However, being together with a dog is really too hard on you, Senior Apprentice Sister. Do you want me, your junior apprentice brother, to help you? Hearing his words, that girl was not angered as she said leisurely, A pity that you guessed wrong. My family's little meaty is female. The little black dog by her feet let out 2 whimpers, staring viciously at that Sacred Sun Clan disciple. However, if one looked carefully, it indeed did not have a handle on its crotch. The girl said neither hurriedly nor slowly, As for a small toothpick like yours, junior apprentice brother, you can just forget about it. Folded into 2 and put together, it would only be the thickness of 2 toothpicks. Any girl would not be able to use it. Hearing her words, that Sacred Sun Clan disciple was so angered that his face turned pale. Another person by the side snorted, staring at the girl as he smiled maliciously. Senior apprentice sister knows junior apprentice brother Kai's size so well. It looks like you've experimented with it before. I guessed. The girl smiled nonchalantly. As for whether I guessed right or wrong, this junior apprentice brother Kai, why don't we all take a look now and know? Not just that junior apprentice brother Kai, who was flustered and exasperated. Even the spectating Yan Zhaoga currently had a dazed look on his face. Girl, while we of the pugilistic world do not bother with trifles with your appearance and posture, there is an 80% chance that you're still a virgin, and a 20% chance that you're also the type that doesn't have much experience in that area. Speaking so fiercely, comparing who's dirtier with a man, is that appropriate? That Sacred Sun Clan disciple surnamed Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation, laughing savagely as he walked towards the girl. Whether or not I'm a toothpick, you'll know in a bit. Raising her brows, the girl said calmly, This junior apprentice brother, you actually only need to stand where you are. Because, senior apprentice sister, I will go over. Before her words had landed, the saber light had already risen, resembling the great sun slanting to the west, the sun descending. Chapter 42. Her hand was like jade, and her blade was like ink. What was stirred up were golden waves, like the blazing sun. The great sun was no longer hanging high in the sky. Instead, it drew a magnificent and graceful arc as it descended from the sky, burning everything in its path. The saber wind was piercingly cold, and the 3 Sacred Sun Clan disciples all felt a sense of suffocation, all of them panic-stricken. Her cultivation has fallen, and she's seriously injured. She can't use the full power of this precious weapon. So how can her blade force be so fierce? On the mountain ridge, seeing the scene, Yan Zhaoga's eyes also lit up, not bad. It would have been fine if they hadn't made a move. However, As soon as they did, with just a single exchange, Yanjiaoga knew that the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The girl was indeed heavily injured and couldn't use her original cultivation. Not to mention that the gang chi of a grandmaster martial artist could not be activated. Even the internal chi was extremely weak. Body refinement martial artists had 3 realms: corporeal body, meridian opening, and chi conducting. At most, she could only display the standard of the chi conducting initial stage. The 3 opponents she faced were all at the initial stage of the chi guiding realm. But even so, 1 against 3, victory would still belong to this girl. She was once a grandmaster, so her eyesight and experience far surpassed her 3 opponents. However, the fact that she was able to win so easily showed that her understanding and mastery of the martial arts she practiced was much stronger than her opponents. Just looking at this saber, Yanjiaoga could say with certainty that if they were at the same cultivation level, even Shaoxin might not be this girl's match. When did the Sacred Sun clan produce such an outstanding disciple? Yanjiaoga stroked his lower chin. From the looks of it, he should only be 17 or 18 years old. The 3 Sacred Sun clan disciples also had an artifact. Right now, all of them were body refinement martial artists, but none of them could fully activate the power of their precious weapons. However, the girl's black saber was able to suppress her opponent's precious weapon. Wherever the blade pointed, the wind and clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and the sun tilted to the west. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Sacred Sun clan disciples had all been defeated. The girl held the black saber in her hand and stood in front of them. She smiled lightly and said, "I already said, all you have to do is wait where you are." That Sacred Sun clan disciple, surnamed Kai, cried out in shock, "You dare to touch us? Senior brother Shao and the sect will not let you off. Your grandmaster is dead, and now your master is also dead. No one can protect you anymore." The girl's body swayed, and the smile on her face disappeared. She stared at him and asked, "You said something happened to my master? Who did it?" Junior apprentice brother Kai snorted. "A while ago there was a small-scale invasion by the Flame Devils on the Eastern Sea. Your master just happened to be on guard duty, and was killed by the Flame Devils during the conflict. Do you understand now? Your backers are all gone. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll suffer." The young girl took a deep breath, and her expression returned to normal. She looked at junior brother Kai and the other 2. "You don't understand. It's not my master who is protecting me. It's her who is protecting you." The 3 of them were stunned. Before they could react, the saber flashed. Junior brother Kai's head flew into the sky, leaving the other 2 dumbfounded. The girl said calmly, "In the past 2 years, you and your fellow disciples have chased after me many times. I have defeated you, but I have left you alive more than once. I have often exposed my whereabouts, adding a lot of danger. When I fought with you because I didn't go all out, I ended up adding unnecessary injuries to myself. You think I'm lenient? Ever since I escaped from the clan, I've roamed the world alone. Along the way, the number of people I've killed is even more than the 3 of you combined in your entire lives. But I've never killed anyone from my clan. Do you think I'm afraid of falling out with you? What a joke! From that day onwards, we've long since fallen out." Saying so, the girl slashed out again, killing another person. "I didn't kill you only because I didn't want to make things difficult for my master, who's still in the clan. Now that master is no longer here, I have no more reservations. This Sacred Sun clan, I'm rebelling." Her 3rd slash, and yet another head fell to the ground. "At most, I'll die. On the road to the Yellow Springs. I'll still have you to carry my coffin." Having killed 3 people on the spot, the girl's expression did not change as she kept her black saber, looking indifferently at her dead fellow disciples. Sorrow gradually appeared in her eyes, not for the 3 before her, but for her master. The Sacred Sun clan is indeed not easy to rebel against. It's very likely that only death awaits you. A voice suddenly resounded by her ear. Startled, the girl turned to look, only to see a white-clothed youth with a black-bordered blue robe appearing before her. Someone from Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed, young Master Yen Zhaoga? The girl very quickly calmed down. Portraits of Yen Zhaoga's appearance had circulated quite a bit in the Eight Extremities world, and she could also recognize him. Yen Zhaoga smiled slightly. I don't know what rules you've broken of the Sacred Sun Clan being hunted down, but if it was just some small scuffles between some younger generation disciples before this, what you'll be facing now will be the pursuit of true experts. Right? You know who I am. I still don't know how I should address you. The girl nodded, naturally and gracefully. My surname is Feng Yunsheng. Yen Zhaoga tilted his head slightly, glancing at her. Haha, good name. As the saber light rises, the winds and clouds arise. Looking at Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng said straightforwardly, I wonder what senior apprentice brother Yan's intentions are. If you want to capture me and hand me over to the Sacred Sun Clan, your cultivation is too high, and I won't be able to escape. But I also won't allow myself to be captured without a fight, even if the result would only be seeking my own humiliation. If you don't capture me, I would rather seek refuge in Broad Creed Mountain. I wonder how much hope there is. Taking in a disciple who had betrayed the Sacred Sun Clan was not a small matter. Even if Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had always been at odds, they wouldn't do something like this, as it might cause the two sacred grounds to go to war. Feng Yunsheng also understood this principle, I'll boast shamelessly. After recuperating from my injuries, in the path of the martial Tao, I can also be considered a seedling with potential worthy of grooming. At the very least, I won't be inferior to Xiao Shen and Qiao Yuanlong. I can provide some information on the Sacred Sun Clan, but not much, especially their martial legacies. I'm afraid I cannot provide them. While my master has already passed away, I believe that she wouldn't wish for me to do such a thing. However, the information that I can provide also has some value. Feng Yunqing's mouth was fast, but her words were clear and logical. I know that the chips I have on hand are limited, and also don't dare to hold too much hope. If senior apprentice brother Yen doesn't capture me, and Broad Creed Mountain also has no interest in me, can you pretend that you have never seen me and let me leave? Yen Zhaoga listened rather interestedly to her words, chuckling, Interesting. Since you've come straight to the point, I won't beat around the bush. You yourself also said that your chips are limited. Therefore, if you want our clan to take you in and help you resist the pressure of the Sacred Sun Clan, the possibility of that is limited. At the very least, if our clan disregards everything to keep someone here, Feng Yunsheng doesn't have the weight to do so. Yen Zhaoga smiled as he glanced at Feng Yunsheng. However, if it's Feng Muge, the situation might be different. Chapter 43. Surnamed Feng, female. Comparing her age, Yen Zhaoga recalled for a long time before finally recalling a vague piece of information. The Sacred Sun Clan had been the first sacred ground to discover the method of controlling the extreme Yin crown, and also the first sacred ground to begin collecting maidens of extreme Yin. Initially, the Sacred Sun Clan had kept the news strictly under wraps, keeping it confidential. The other sacred grounds had not known the specific information regarding the maidens of extreme Yin that the Sacred Sun Clan had raised. Broad Creed Mountain and the other sacred grounds had collected it for a long time, but the valuable information had also been few and far between. The Sacred Sun Clan's maiden of extreme Yin was a female disciple called Feng Muge. Sadly, other than her name, there had been no other valuable information, not even her appearance or any special characteristics. However, 2 years ago, when the first extreme Yin bout had been held, it had been Mengwan who had soared into the world. After that, the rumors regarding Feng Muge had been thought to be a smokescreen that the Sacred Sun Clan itself had spread. However, looking at the Feng Yunsheng before him now, Yen Zhaoga inevitably made some connections. If it was a maiden of extreme Een who could help Broad Creed Mountain obtain the extreme Een crown, her weight would naturally be completely different from that of the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had betrayed the clan. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The Sacred Sun Clan had Mangwan, but Broad Creed Mountain had not had a maiden of extreme Een till now. Before escaping from the clan, Feng Muge was already Feng Yunsheng. However, hearing Feng Yunsheng's words, looking at her expression again, Yan Zhaoga's heart instantly sunk slightly. The other party's words clearly did not mean that she was cutting off the past and bidding farewell to the Sacred Sun Clan. Your extreme Een physique, something happened to it? Yan Zhaoga frowned, asking, before escaping from the Sacred Sun Clan, you already lost your extreme Een physique? Thinking carefully, this was very likely. Otherwise, the Sacred Sun Clan would not have allowed a maiden of extreme Een to wander outside. Even if they already had Mengwan, they could not tolerate the possibility of Feng Yunsheng joining another Sacred Sun Clan. At the same time, even if they already had Mengwan, the Sacred Sun Clan would still put in effort to raise Feng Yunsheng. Not speaking of Feng Yunsheng's outstanding talent in the martial Dao, just the fact that the Sacred Sun Clan had 2 maidens of extreme Een, while the resources they expended would be even greater, they would only be happier. With the pressure of the flame devil world outside and the limited number of maidens of extreme Een, the Sacred Clan, the sacred grounds, could only send a single person to the sacred ground. To the Sacred Sun Clan, Feng Yunsheng and Mengwan were double insurance. Feng Yunsheng regained her composure. Smiling, she said, if Feng Yunsheng was still Feng Muge, even if the Grandmaster had passed away, Shaoxin would not have dared to mess around. What happened after that would not have happened. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Shaoxin, Chao Yuanlong, and the others were indeed looking for you. You entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss before? Feng Yunsheng straightforwardly said, that's right. In order to hide my tracks and shake off my pursuers, I hid in the Sealing Dragon Abyss for a while. Now that I'm covered in injuries, part of it is because of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. How did you lose your extreme Een body? One time when I went out to train, I got close to the outskirts of Hell and accidentally entered a land of Een energy. The Een energy was so extreme that it damaged my body. Although Yan Zhaoga's question was directed at her most painful scar, Feng Yunsheng's expression did not change in the slightest. At that time, I felt that something was wrong. After I returned to the mountain, I discovered that the power of Een in my body was weakening continuously. In the end, it gradually disappeared. Feng Yunsheng let out a derisive laugh, her gaze carrying some disgust. At that time, Grand Master had just passed away not long ago, and I just happened to lose my extreme Een body. Shao Shen came up with some devious ideas, wanting to take advantage of me. In the end, he was heavily injured by me using the protective treasure that Grand Master had left behind. His maternal grandfather was enraged, distorting the truth and slandering me for failing to seduce Shao Shen. Feeling humiliated and enraged, he plotted to injure Shao Shen, wanting to kill me to vent his anger. Luckily, I received the news early, and my master helped me in secret. Only then was I able to escape from the clan. Yan Zhaoga looked rather interestedly at Feng Yunsheng, suddenly laughing. Oh, could it be that what Shao Shen said was the truth, and now you're instead trying to quibble, trying to deceive me? Feng Yunsheng laughed. Even if I really wanted to chase after a man, I also wouldn't look for that Shao Shen. I didn't have much contact with Huang Jie, so I didn't understand him. Isn't senior brother Tang much stronger than him? Yan Zhaoga shrugged, smiling but not saying anything. If reason really had been completely on Shao Shen's side, the clan would have long since sent out experts to capture Feng Yunsheng back. It wouldn't have been just some younger disciples who were closer to Shao Shen chasing after her. Although Shao Shen's maternal grandfather was the grand elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, he was still far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Feng Yunqing's Grand Master had died, but the Sacred Sun clan naturally still had Xiao Xin's maternal grandfather's enemies to keep him in check. However, to say that he would uphold justice for Feng Yunqing, that might not be the case. Xiao Xin and Feng Yunqing's private conflict, lacking witnesses, each of them sticking to their own version of events. Feng Yunqing hadn't had her virginity taken by Xiao Xin, but Xiao Xin had truly been heavily injured by her. I betrayed the Sacred Sun clan, and even killed the three of them. The Sacred Sun clan definitely won't let this matter rest. Feng Yunqing said calmly, "My own clan still leans towards the grandson of the Grand Elder, rather than me, who has lost my extreme Yin physique. It is also normal for your clan to abandon me. I only hope that senior brother Yin will not make things difficult for me and let me leave on my own. The Sacred Sun clan's pursuit is frightening, but at most it would just be death. I might still be able to forge a path of survival. Even without the extreme Yin physique, I still have the saber in my hands. If there's hope, I have to try. If there's no hope, I have to try." Yan Zhaoge didn't speak, just carefully appraising her. Feng Yunqing frowned slightly. She didn't see any evil intent within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. However, if she stayed here for too long, the other Sacred Sun clan people would very likely find their way here. It was just that Yan Zhaoge didn't speak, and she also couldn't just leave. Feng Yunqing shook her head, stooped down, and emptied the belongings of the three corpses. Then she brandished the jet-black saber in her hands, activating what little internal qi she had left, activating the power of her weapon. The spiritual qi of the artifact transformed into a tangible, blazing fire, landing on the three corpses, instantly burning them up fiercely, engulfing them. Yan Zhaoge suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist. Feng Yunqing didn't feel embarrassed, instead raising her brows, staring straight at Yan Zhaoge, not saying a word. Yan Zhaoge ignored her, instead pondering for a moment. The corners of his mouth gradually revealed a hint of a smile. Feng Yunqing. It might not be impossible for her to become Feng Muge again. Feng Yunqing was startled. The Sacred Sun clan's chief personally made the judgment, and all the peak experts of the clan who aren't in secluded cultivation are also. What they say doesn't count. Yan Zhaoge said casually. Feng Yunqing opened her mouth, looking at Yan Zhaoge for a long time, unable to speak. After a long time, the girl revealed a bitter expression for the first time. "You're even more confident than me. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from. If I can regain my extreme Yin physique, I'll be the one benefiting from it. Of course I'll be happy. Senior apprentice brother, Yan means that broad Creed Mountain can take me in? I wonder how much of a decision senior apprentice brother Yan can make in this matter?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, just about to speak, when his ears suddenly twitched. Outside the valley, there were also black-clothed martial practitioners flashing, moving closer to Yan Zhaoge. Someone was approaching the valley and with ill intentions, with an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 44. A cold light flickered within his slits like eyes, as venomous as a snake's. Even his rough voice was unable to break through that cold feeling. Good, good. Today really wasn't a waste for me, meeting the two of you on the same day, in the same place. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Shen's bearded face. Yan Zhaoge tilted his head slightly, appraising Xiao Shen. "This bearded face of yours, I always feel a little uncomfortable looking at it, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Hearing his words, the muscles at the corners of Xiao Shen's eyes twitched a few times. "Yan Zhaoge, do you still remember when I said that the two of us still had plenty of time in the future? Never would I have thought that this day would come so quickly." Xiao Shen's gaze turned to Feng Yunqing, his voice suddenly becoming much deeper. "Junior apprentice sister Feng, I also said back then that you wouldn't be able to escape." Feng Yunqing said nonchalantly, "From the looks of it, you were indeed injured quite badly back then." Xiao Xin stared fixedly at Feng Yinsheng. Junior apprentice Sister Feng, I already knew that you didn't fear death. Now that I think about it, it is even more so. But don't be anxious. I will let you know that in this world, there are many things that are even more terrifying than death. And at this moment, in front of me, your life and death are no longer up to you. Xiao Shen's voice suddenly became much gentler, yet revealed a bone-piercing chill. Believe me, even if you wanted to end yourself, it would be impossible. Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly. Her current cultivation base was only at the body refinement stage, while Xiao Shen was already at the late outer aura martial scholar realm. The gap between the two was indeed so great that one side would not be able to control his own life and death. However, her hand gripped her saber even tighter, not a hint of fear in her expression. Xiao Shen, you should be thanking me for helping you remove your greatest weakness. Don't you feel that in these past 2 years, you've improved even faster than before? Xiao Shen's gaze grew increasingly gloomy. You're still so sharp-tongued. Very good. This is also what I like the most about you. Later, we'll have enough time to slowly reminisce. You can't be so fearless because you think that the person beside you can protect you, right? Then your eyesight really is a little too poor. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga burst out laughing. The sacred sun saint puppet that was shattered by you yourself is watching you from the skies. Xiao Shen was not angered by his words, instead nodding his head. That's right, Yan Zhaoga, you do have some skills. I have to admit, I underestimated you. However, if you think that you've defeated me just because you took advantage of me, then you're deceiving yourself too much. As Xiao Shen spoke, his body did not move from his original spot. However, a vigorous gang qi was being released from his body. As the stellar energy circulated, a faint metallic luster flickered, becoming more and more dazzling. In that instant, Xiao Shen's body seemed to be enveloped by a golden halo. In the next moment, rays of golden light flew out and circulated between heaven and earth. It was as if countless rays of sunlight had transformed into golden swords. The golden light instantly traversed a distance of 100 paces, passing behind Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. Amidst an ear-piercing sound, numerous streaks of golden light either pierced into the mountain rocks or into the ground, riddling the valley behind Yan Zhaoga with countless holes. The golden light pierced into the rocky ground and did not dissipate for a long time. Resembling real weapons, they formed a semicircle, trapping Yan Zhaoga and the others within. The black-clothed martial practitioners behind Yan Zhaoga all frowned. Wielding qi 100 paces, condensed into reality, aura qi could be transformed into a tangible qi artifact. Whether in terms of attack or defense, it surpassed that of an early outer aura martial scholar. This was precisely the mark of a mid-outer aura martial scholar. Condensed into reality, aura qi could also be used for long-range attacks. Wielding qi 100 paces, arriving in an instant, making it hard for the opponent to run away. This was still not the end. His hands behind his back, Xiao Shen's body shockingly began to leave the ground, rising higher and higher, only stopping in midair. There was nothing beneath his feet. He just floated in midair just like that. This, however, was the mark of a late outer aura martial scholar, being even more condensed and vigorous than a mid-outer aura martial scholar. One's aura qi could allow one to float in the air for a short period of time, as well as move short distances. Against opponents who were unable to do the same, Xiao Shen would at least be able to remain undefeatable. It was very simple. If he couldn't beat his opponent, he would directly float into the air and increase the distance between them, while his opponent could only stare at him. Even if his opponent also condensed a qi artifact for long-range attacks, even wielding qi 100 paces, the closer the distance, the more powerful it would be. As Xiao Shen pulled away from his opponent, the point where their qi artifacts collided was closer to him, naturally giving him a great advantage. Earlier, when he had used the wooden puppet as a medium to compete with Yen Zhaoge. Shaoxin had indeed been dancing with the shackles on, not displaying his true strength at all. And now he had truly displayed the nearly overwhelming difference in strength between a late outer aura martial scholar and an early outer aura martial scholar. Suppressing someone with a higher cultivation base was definitely not as simple as just saying it. Hovering in midair, Shaoxin looked down at Yen Zhaoge from above. For me, a late outer aura martial scholar, to fight you, an early outer aura martial scholar, I believe that you won't accept it. However, if you want to interfere in Feng Muge's matter, then don't blame me. Even if your Broad Creed Mountain elders were here, this would still be the same principle. If you want to protect my Sacred Sun clan's escaped disciple, then this battle between you and me would no longer be an exchange of pointers. Looking down at Yen Zhaoge, Shaoxin suddenly laughed. I could even beat you to death on the spot. However, even if you didn't interfere in Feng Muge's matter, today would still be fun. It's just that it will be junior apprentice brother Chao playing with you first. A group of white-clothed youths also appeared within the mountain valley. Their leader was precisely the Chao Yuanlong who had been defeated by Yen Zhaoge in the Sealing Dragon Abyss that day. Chao Yuanlong slowly let out a breath. Yen Zhaoge, this one wants to have another battle with you. Around his body, dazzling golden light once again shot out, resembling the light of countless needles. Previously, in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Chao Yuanlong had stimulated his aura qi, causing the ground beneath his feet to completely shatter. But now, on the ground where he had come into contact with his aura qi, countless pinholes had been left behind, resembling a beehive of ants. The penetrative power and cohesiveness of his aura qi were completely incomparable. On top of the numerous golden needle-like aura qi that Chao Yuanlong was emitting, a faint metallic light also shockingly flickered. Clearly, he had also stepped into the outer aura martial scholar realm. Looking at Chao Yuanlong, Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. You are drawing the divine sun needles into your body, forcefully tempering your aura qi to the point where it can be released externally. A playful expression appeared on Yen Zhaoge's face. I've heard of it before, but in my memories, this method's side effects are great. It will cause your body to be plagued with pain day and night, making you wish you were dead. It will also greatly delay your future cultivation progress. Chao Yuanlong's face was indifferent compared to the humiliation you have given this one. What is this little bit of pain worth mentioning? If this hatred is not avenged, this one is not human. Saying so, Chao Yuanlong had already taken a step forward, directly arriving in front of Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge raised his eyebrows, and with a flick of his right sleeve, a green light flew out like lightning. Coiling dragon sleeve, good move! Chao Yuanlong roared, his hands suddenly intersecting. But it was not the heaven-striking palm. Those numerous needle-like golden aura qi actually became soft, resembling countless thin threads. The countless threads changed from hard to soft, resembling 10,000 snakes leaving their bodies, entangling the green sword light. Yen Zhaoge's sword light trembled, and numerous green sword aura qi erupted, cutting apart the golden threads. But those threads seemed endless, unceasingly entangling Yen Zhaoge's sword, gradually exhausting Yen Zhaoge's sword energy. Carefully appraising Chao Yuanlong's martial Dao, the corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth twitched, and his expression became a little strange. Chao Yuanlong coldly said, "This one knew that you had reached the outer aura stage much earlier, but still did not hesitate to use the divine sun needles to enter your body, speeding up your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar realm. It was all for the sake of cultivating in this martial Dao that counters your coiling dragon sleeve." Chapter 45. The sword light was like a dragon, soaring into the sky. However, thousands of golden snakes coiled around the azure dragon and kept biting it. The azure dragon shook its body, shaking the golden snakes to death. However, The golden snakes seemed to be endless. Gradually, the azure dragon lost its vitality and was unable to continue flying. It could only fall into the dust and be devoured by the 10,000 snakes. The snake's body was more flexible than the dragon's. As it coiled, it continuously dispelled the force. Chow Yuanlong's aura qi, which had been tempered 100 times over, was actually able to resist Yan Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve. As the green sword light gradually faded, the bamboo branch within Yan Zhaoge's hands regained its original appearance. Chow Yuanlong's eyes erupted with a shocking light. Yan Zhaoge, today, even if you used a real sword, it would still be hard for you to escape defeat. I won't destroy this bamboo of yours. Instead, I'll leave it for you. If I don't beat you until your face is covered in blood, I won't be able to vent my anger. Yan Zhaoge did not speak, only looking at Chow Yuanlong with a strange expression on his face. Feng Yunsheng also stared at Chow Yuanlong. Sky snake silk hand? It's even more unpopular than the golden sun needle energy art. I can't believe he actually succeeded. The snake-like hand of entangling silk, as the name suggested, was soft and flexible, capable of entangling and untying. It was an extremely fine and delicate martial art of capturing. It had been inadvertently obtained by a martial practitioner of the Sacred Sun clan, stored in the clan's martial repository. Because it was incompatible with the Sacred Sun clan's martial art, aura qi, it required one to be in the outer aura realm, able to externalize aura qi before one could cultivate it. Between different martial arts, sometimes there would indeed be mutual reinforcement and restraint. Having cultivated in this martial art, Chow Yuanlong had achieved great success in one fell swoop, and was now even more effective in restraining Yan Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve than his own 7 great sun arts. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. It's called the Heavenly Snake Silk-Binding Hand. Looking at the expression on Yan Zhaoge's face that seemed to be smiling, whilst also not, Feng Yunsheng nodded in puzzlement. Huh. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything else. He just stood there, smiling at Chow Yuanlong. As soon as he saw that smile, Chow Yuanlong couldn't help but get angry. He felt the long-healed scar on his face stinging again. He let out a shrill howl and waved his hands. Millions upon millions of golden snakes coiled around and attacked again. Standing in midair, Shaoxin looked down at Yan Zhaoge from high above. You can switch to another good weapon. You should have a spirit weapon, right? Why don't you take it out for me to see? However, since I am here today, I can lend my weapon to junior brother Chow anytime. Do you think you can still gain the upper hand in this aspect? Before he had finished speaking, he saw Yan Zhaoge standing there, not moving an inch. Only when Chow Yuanlong was right in front of him did he suddenly make his move. He did not draw his sword. It was an attack. In a trance, everyone's vision darkened. Like a solar eclipse, Chow Yuanlong's entire body surged with stellar energy, and the radiance of the sun instantly dimmed. As Yan Zhaoge punched out, his arm seemed to have transformed into a massive python with 12 pairs of wings on its back. It coiled within the sea of stars, its length immeasurable. The Heavenly Snake King. It was a legendary existence, and its strength was above that of many dragons. Yan Zhaoge's fist, his aura qi vibrating, resembling a heavenly serpent devouring the sun, instantly engulfed Chow Yuanlong. The incomparably gentle power did not even cause the slightest sound of the wind, but when it exploded, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. In the blink of an eye, Chow Yuanlong, who had been rushing towards Yan Zhaoge, was sent flying by Yan Zhaoge with a speed even faster than when he had left. Shaoxin and Feng Yunsheng were both stunned. Then they could only watch helplessly as Chow Yuanlong's body flew through the air in a parabolic arc, falling straight onto the ground. Like a dead fish with its stomach flipped upside down, he lay there twitching, yet unable to make a single sound. The Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had traveled alongside Shaoxin and Chow Yuanlong were once again left staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed. What was this situation? Hadn't senior apprentice brother Chao already mastered the martial arts that specifically countered Yan Zhaoga's? Hadn't it been said that even if Yan Zhaoga had also become an outer aura martial scholar, he would still be certain of victory? Hadn't he still held the upper hand just now? How had it become like this in the blink of an eye? Looking at Chao Yuanlong lying on the ground, Yan Zhaoga did not know whether to be angry or to laugh. Heavenly Snake Silkworm Hand. Hearing this name, I was just wondering why it looked so familiar. It's obviously derived from a branch of the Heavenly Snake King Fist of the 6 spirits, demonic fists. You only began cultivating in the Heavenly Snake Silkworm Hand after becoming an early outer aura martial scholar, while I have been cultivating in it ever since arriving in this world. My Heavenly Snake King Fist against your Heavenly Snake Silkworm Hand is the same rhythm as a father beating his son. You say, aren't you just delivering food to me? Yan Zhaoga retracted his fist, looking at Xiaoshen spreading his hands apart. It seems like he can't play with me anymore. The shocked expression on Xiaoshen's face disappeared, and the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoga was filled with an unprecedented seriousness. However, it was also filled with an unprecedented coldness. They all say that the broad-creed young master's sword is like a dragon, but it was all just a facade. Who would have thought that you had concealed yourself so deeply? Xiaoshen said slowly, sadly you still weren't smart enough, and exposed yourself too early. If you had endured a little longer, you might have really become a huge threat in the future. Now, even if I have to bear the responsibility of inciting a war between 2 sacred grounds, I really do feel like killing you today. A cold light erupted from Xiaoshen's eyes, and his aura chi was completely released, resembling the sun. Numerous golden rays of light circulated between the heavens and the earth within a radius of several hundred meters, resembling countless sharp blades as they hovered above Yan Zhaoga's head. The pressure of a late outer aura martial scholar was fully displayed, let alone Yan Zhaoga, who was directly facing it. Even the surrounding Feng Yunxing and the others, as well as the other sacred Sun Clan disciples, all felt a suffocating feeling. Yan Zhaoga nodded nonchalantly, that's right. Amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, you are also an elite. Xiaoshen said mildly, I now admit that your ranking as one of the 4 young masters is not just for show. If we were at the same cultivation level, even I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat you. However, the difference in our cultivation levels is too great. If you were in the mid-outer aura stage, perhaps you would still be able to escape from my hands. The black-clothed martial practitioners accompanying Yan Zhaoga all fell silent. Their young master had just broken through to the outer aura stage not long ago, although he had very quickly completed the second cleansing of his marrows. Wanting to immediately break through once more was not really possible. The crowd of Sacred Sun Clan disciples all let out a sigh of relief. Although senior apprentice brother Chao had been defeated, fortunately, there was still senior apprentice brother Xiao. As for the suppression of cultivation levels and what not, they couldn't be bothered about it now. At this moment, Yan Zhaoga's gaze was instead directed towards Chao Yuanlong, who was being supported by his fellow disciples. I gave you a chance, which is why I clashed with you at the same cultivation level. Who would have thought that the result would be so laughable? Hearing his words, Chao Yuanlong's eyes widened. Yan Zhaoga shook his head. Is mid-outer aura martial scholar very difficult? As he said this, the acupoints of Yan Zhaoga's entire body shuddered, streams of white qi vaguely surging, resembling an ice dragon soaring into the heavens. His qi and blood that resembled lead mercury surged, the aura qi around his body flickering with metallic luster that grew more and more dazzling. Yan Zhaoga casually punched out with a Heavenly Snake King Fist in midair, his roiling aura qi twisting and coiling, twisting into one, finally transforming into a thick black whip. The long black whip shook in midair as an explosive sound resounded, resembling a sudden clap of thunder, condensing qi into a weapon as though it was real. Xiao Xin's eyes widened, mid-outer aura stage. Chapter 46. Originally already heavily injured, he could no longer support his mind and directly fainted. His second crushing defeat at Yan Zhaoge's hands had already caused him to be depressed to the point of insanity. Now, seeing Yan Zhaoge actually advance a step further, stepping into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm as easily as if he was eating or drinking water, Chao Yuanlong completely collapsed. This way, what was the point of him forcefully breaking through to the outer aura martial scholar realm, enduring the immense side effects of the divine sun needle technique? In the sealing dragon abyss, everyone had clearly still been at the late inner aura martial scholar realm. In such a short period of time, how had Yan Zhaoge consecutively broken through such hurdles, advancing to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm so quickly? Could it be that everything that had happened in the sealing dragon abyss had all been an illusion? Other than Chao Yuanlong, the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had seen Yan Zhaoge in action in the sealing dragon abyss were all dumbfounded. Even Xiao Shen's body swayed, nearly falling straight down from midair. Back then, how long did I take to advance from the late inner aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage? Xiao Shen stared wide-eyed, not even daring to continue thinking about it. Yan Zhaoge's aura chi condensed into a long whip in his hand, which he shook in midair, letting out another sound. Exposed too early? Endure it? Why should I endure it? Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, so what if you know? You speak as if you can do anything to me. In this world, there are naturally still many who can defeat me, but you, Xiao Shen, are not one of them. Yan Zhaoge waved his other hand, his aura chi condensing, transforming into a massive ice-blue sword in midair. The sword's blade shone with a cold light, the faint silhouette of a dragon flickering within. Numerous white ice danced, surrounding the sword, resembling an ice dragon concealed within the clouds. Xiao Shen sucked in a deep breath. Yan Zhaoge, you seem to have forgotten something. Right now, you are still only in the mid-outer aura stage. Unless you can immediately advance to the late outer aura stage, you will definitely die today. With a long howl, Xiao Shen descended from the skies with an enraged howl. Rays of golden light, resembling a rain of swords, descended towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge brandished his ice-blue sword in midair, resembling a divine dragon soaring through the horizon as it hacked at the golden streaks of light one by one. Every single one of them was incomparably condensed and might not necessarily be inferior to Yan Zhaoge's sword aura. However, Yan Zhaoge's sword aura was always able to strike at the weakest point of Xiao Shen's golden light. As a result, even though the energy swords were fighting against multiple enemies, they were still able to block the torrential golden light. It was just that those golden streaks of light were merely Xiao Shen's feints. Although the golden light had been shattered by the sword energy, it still lingered in the air like a mist and did not completely disappear. Many remnants of the golden light enveloped the surroundings, but it instead formed a scene of the setting sun shining in the evening. An icy cold smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Shen's mouth as he changed his palms, pushing them out towards Yan Zhaoge. The world formed of all-encompassing golden light forged of his aura chi collapsed towards its center, blasting towards Yan Zhaoge. The profundities of the sunset thousand illusory palms had been completely unleashed by Xiao Shen at this moment, and it was far from what he had displayed with the sacred sun saint puppet that day. The world before Yan Zhaoge's eyes resembled the darkest dusk at the moment when the sun had set, with only despair remaining before his eyes. With a light yell, Yan Zhaoge retracted his fists, bringing them back to his lower abdomen. His left hand was firmly pressed against his lower abdomen, not moving an inch. His right hand trembled slightly as he kept patting his body. His two hands, one active and one still, one yin and one yang, one steady and one agile, reached a perfect state of harmony. The ocean-calming spirit fist of the demonic six spirits' fist in his left hand transformed into the image of a spirit turtle. The heavenly snake king fist of the demonic six spirits' fist in his right hand transformed into the image of a heavenly snake. The turtle and the snake intersected, movement and stillness combined, yin and yang intersecting. On the abdomen of the human body, hidden within the muscles and muscles, there was an acupoint called Shanxiu, also known as the blood gate. It was the most important middle point of a martial artist's qi and blood circulation. Stimulating the blood gate in coordination with his heart caused the blood in his body to boil. His energy surged and his potential burst forth. Before the great calamity, it had been mentioned in the divine palace's Jinwu fist scripture. Shanqiu of the blood gate, the god of true martial of the North Star. Two streams of qi and blood, one urgent, one slow, converged on Yan Zhaoge's Shangqiu acupoint, clumping together, resembling the chaotic origin embryo of the heavens and the earth at the beginning of time. The next moment his qi and blood shook mightily, a powerful force that far surpassed his usual strength erupting from within Yan Zhaoge's body. Both of his hands pushed forward horizontally. The energy in his left hand transformed into a huge shield that resembled a spirit turtle that stabilized the sea. The energy in his right hand turned into a thick whip, making him look like the king of heavenly snakes. The turtle and the snake intersected, rumbling forward together. The figure of a giant vaguely appeared. Northern Dipper Emperor. Turtle and snake combined attack, Jinwu manifesting its divinity. Like a force that could push mountains and fill the seas, it pushed toward Shaoxin, forcibly breaking through his sunset 1,000 illusory palms. Shaoxin was greatly shocked, changing his palm technique, the sunset turning into a remnant light. He hurriedly switched from attack to defense. The illusory remnant light was blurry and indistinct, making it hard for one to discern what was real and what was fake. Xiao Shen's figure rose rapidly in midair, relying on his late outer aura martial scholar's advantage of being able to float in midair. Only then was he able to avoid Yan Zhaoge's attack. His entire body instantly broke out in cold sweat. This is the strength that a mid-outer aura martial scholar can possess. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Mid-outer aura martial scholar is more than enough to beat you. Take another of my attacks. Yan Zhaoge exerted force with his feet, causing half the ground of the valley to collapse and cave in. Borrowing the force of his attacks, Yan Zhaoge shot into the air, shooting straight toward Shaoxin like a cannonball. Shaoxin snorted coldly. In mid-air he suddenly leapt. His entire body was as swift and violent as thunder, as he instantly traversed a large distance, pulling apart the distance between him and Yan Zhaoge. Of the Sacred Sun Clan's direct lineage martial arts, one of the 7 great sun arts, the great sun rising east traversing heaven, the only pure movement technique of the 7 great sun arts. As it was executed, it was ferocious and swift, as unstoppable as the sun rising from the east. After having avoided Yan Zhaoge's attack with his movement technique, Shaoxin's body immediately leapt again, instead lunging towards Yan Zhaoge. He wanted to take advantage of Yan Zhaoge's weakness of only being able to go up and down with his explosive power and not being able to continuously shift through the air like him. At this moment, Shaoxin lunged forward, precisely wanting to trap Yan Zhaoge when his old strength had already been exhausted, and when he had yet to generate any new strength. A golden wheel rose into the air, illuminating the surrounding area, directly smashing towards Yan Zhaoge. Spirit artifact, radiant sun wheel. Xiao Shun's face was ice cold as he used his full strength in his attack. Yan Zhaoge, however, had long since been prepared for this. The accumulated power of his Shangqiu acupoint erupted once more. His body that had originally already begun descending actually forcibly halted in midair for a moment. Yan Zhaoge's right sleeve spread out, and instantly a green light that resembled a dragon roared out. This time, the weapon in Yan Zhaoge's hand was no longer a bamboo branch, but rather a jade-green sword. The spiritual light of the sword flickered, and from within emanated the clear and real roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens, and was not an illusory one at all. Spirit artifact, jade dragon sword. Yan Zhaoge merged with the sword, shooting into the air, instantly piercing through the air, instantly arriving in front of Xiaoxin. Where the sword pointed, the 7 stars converged, the north shining, vast as the heavens. Broad Creed Mountains, direct lineage martial art. One of the 8 extreme arts, Big Dipper sword. Helpless, Xiaoxin could only use the radiant sun wheel to resist Yan Zhaoge's jade dragon sword. Chapter 47. Yan Zhaoge's left palm was a crimson purple. As his aura chi rose, it seemed as though it had condensed into an actual purple flame. Where the fiery light passed, Xiaoxin's aura chi instantly showed signs of collapsing. Under that palm, his entire body seemed as though it had been placed within a furnace, about to be burnt to ashes by the purple Tishita flames. Of the 8 extreme arts, like the Big Dipper sword, Broad Creed Mountains direct lineage martial art, Tishita palm, Yan Zhaoge and Xiaoxin simultaneously let out light cries. Other than the jade dragon sword and the radiant sun wheel, treasures also lit up on their bodies. As they clashed in midair, each and every one of their treasures erupted with their own power, clashing against each other. As the people in the valley raised their heads to look, they saw brilliant light flickering in the sky, dazzling to the eyes. Yan Zhaoge and Xiaoxin, both equipped with treasures, instantly erupted together, attacking and defending as they clashed. The power of a large number of treasures canceled each other out. However, Yan Zhaoge's left Tishita palm did not let up and still heavily struck Xiaoxin's body. Xiaoxin let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he was sent flying backwards. The crowd of Sacred Sun Clan disciples all let out shocked cries, their faces ashen. The late outer aura martial scholar Xiaoxin against the mid-outer aura martial scholar Yan Zhaoge. The result was actually Xiaoxin's defeat. This result was even more shocking than when Yan Zhaoge had defeated Chao Yuanlong twice at the same cultivation level. After all, Xiaoxin was not a late outer aura martial scholar. He was also a genius who could surpass levels to defeat a mid-outer aura martial scholar while still in the early outer aura martial scholar realm. Previously, when he had clashed with Chao Yuanlong in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, regardless of their strength, a single sentence from Yan Zhaoge had caused Chao Yuanlong to not dare to use his weapon. In a bare-handed contest, both sides were young geniuses, relying on their cultivation bases. However, if they were to use weapons, even if Chao Yuanlong was a direct lineage genius of the Sacred Sun Clan, how could he compare to Yan Zhaoge, whose father was a bigwig of Broad Creed Mountain? Xiaoxin was different. Like Yan Zhaoge, his entire body was filled with treasures. However, with their respective treasures restricting each other, he had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge. The gap between their cultivation bases was truly there and could not be ignored. Not to mention the fact that Yan Zhaoge viewed the barrier between realms as nothing at all. From the early to the mid-outer aura stage, he could cross it as he wished. From when he had been in the sealing abyss of the late inner aura martial of the early to the mid-outer aura, he could cross over as he wanted. Such a Yan Zhaoge resembled a towering mountain, causing despair to involuntarily arise in the hearts of those who saw him. Yan Zhaoge descended from midair, without the slightest bit of hesitation. With a flick of his right hand, the jade dragon sword flew directly toward Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin gritted his teeth and activated the radiant sun wheel, blocking the jade dragon sword. The two spirit weapons clashed against each other. Looking at Xiaoxin, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Late outer aura martial scholar, don't just focus on running. With that, he exerted force once more under his feet, instantly shortening the distance between them by over 100 meters as he charged towards Xiaoxin once more. Xiao Shen stared at him, his eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Finally, with a low, depressed roar, he roared towards the other Sacred Sun clan disciples. Go! Everyone's bodies trembled as they looked at Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shen with complex expressions on their faces. Their hearts all seemed to have died as they hurriedly lifted the long, unconscious Chao Yuanlong and retreated out of the valley. Yan Zhaoge did not make things difficult for them, instead focusing on Xiao Shen as he continued beating him up. Xiao Shen gloomily executed the leap of the rising sun. This time, however, it was not for a sneak attack, but rather to avoid Yan Zhaoge and then escape. Although his heart felt like it was dripping blood, he was 100 times unwilling to admit it. But at this moment, Xiao Shen also realized that he really was not Yan Zhaoge's match. He, at the late Outer Aura Martial Scholar realm, was not able to beat the mid-Outer Aura Yan Zhaoge. Relying on the levitating ability of a late Outer Aura Martial Scholar, as well as the speed of the leap of the rising sun, Xiao Shen narrowly avoided Yan Zhaoge's next blow. However, wherever his aura chi passed, the large tuft of beard on Xiao Shen's face suddenly broke apart and flew into the air. Xiao Shen was dazed for a moment before his face abruptly flushed red, dark red like blood. His emotions having gone out of control, he was also unable to maintain his coarse voice as he let out a sharp, resentful howl. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was also slightly taken aback. The Xiao Shen before him not only had his beard cut off, but his entire beard had fallen off at the same time. His face and chin were smooth, without even a single stubble to be seen. Without his beard, Xiao Shen's appearance overlapped with that in Yan Zhaoge's memories. He was also a handsome youth. However, at this moment, accompanied by that sharp, piercing voice, no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Shen seemed a little feminine, completely different from a normal man. Xiao Shen glared at Yan Zhaoge in anger, then shot a venomous look at Feng Yunsheng. Finally, not lingering any longer, he turned and left. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly as he turned back to look at Feng Yunsheng. You said that you heavily injured him that year. Where exactly did you injure him, Feng Yunsheng, on the other hand, was completely unaffected by Xiao Shen's anger and hatred, instead focusing her attention on Yan Zhaoge. Although she was currently only at the body refinement realm due to her heavy injuries, her eyesight and knowledge were still present. However, it was precisely because she was knowledgeable that she was even more shocked by everything that Yan Zhaoge had displayed. Even when Yan Zhaoge had turned around to ask her a question, her mouth was still slightly agape, filled with shock. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Feng Yunsheng regained her wits, her expression relaxed. That year his little brother was unruly, wanting to take advantage of me. Naturally, I helped him discipline his little brother. You can do it! Yan Zhaoge curled his lips, suddenly feeling a little chilly at his crotch. He had heard that Xiao Shen's maternal grandfather only had a single daughter, his mother. In his generation, he also only had this one maternal grandson. His father's Xiao family, when it came to him, only had a single descendant. No wonder they wanted to drive you away. With your grand master dead, the Sacred Sun clan no longer has anyone to protect you. Feng Yunsheng said nonchalantly. Of the so-called Sacred Sun clan's younger generations, for rising suns, Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong both have their own problems. Chao Yuanlong's personality is firm and resolute, not fearing danger or hardship. However, he likes to walk the unorthodox path, always wanting to do things that others are unable to do, as if only by doing so can he display his abilities. Actually, if he had obediently followed the prescribed order and cultivated in the orthodox martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan like the other disciples, instead of those unorthodox martial arts like the Golden Sun Needle art and the Heavenly Snake silk binding hand, with his talent and willpower, while his current combat strength might be slightly lower, his future achievements would only be higher. Feng Yunsheng shook her head. Xiao Shen's willpower is inferior to Qiao Yuanlong's, but his comprehension ability is still superior. Sadly, his thoughts are too wild, and he is especially lustful, unable to control that little Xiao Shen of his. Otherwise, his achievements would also be much higher than they are now. At this point, Feng Yunxing laughed. I helped him sever that root of his worries. These past 2 years, his strength has clearly improved at a faster rate than before. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. He still lacks a sunflower manual. Feng Yunxing was taken aback. What martial art is that? I've never heard of it before. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, not speaking any further, instead beginning to inspect his spoils of war. In his battle with Xiao Shen, a large number of treasures had been exchanged. In the end, in order to escape, Xiao Shen's connection with many of his treasures had been broken by Yan Zhaoge. Having fled in a panic, Xiao Shen had naturally not been able to collect these treasures in time. Now, they had all naturally fallen into Yan Zhaoge's pockets. Among them, 2 mid-grade artifacts were just right for his current use. However, Yan Zhaoge himself did not lack mid-grade artifacts. There was 1 high-grade artifact which could be considered valuable. However, what was truly more attractive was that spirit artifact, the Radiant Sun Wheel. The value of this thing and artifacts were on a completely different level. Chapter 48. The Radiant Sun Wheel and the Jade Dragon Sword were both elites amongst low-grade spirit artifacts. If not for Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shen's family background, martial scholars rarely possessed low-grade spirit artifacts. Middle-grade spirit artifacts, Old Man Yan and Xiao Shen's grandfather naturally had a surplus. However, with Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Shen's current cultivation, using low-grade spirit artifacts was already their limit, and they could only unleash a limited amount of their power. In the current 8 Extremities world, there was only 1 sacred artifact like the Extreme Yin Crown that could be used by martial scholars, not to mention other sacred weapons. Even if it was a high-grade or mid-grade spirit weapon, a martial scholar would not bother with it at all. The autonomous spirituality of spirit artifacts was much higher than that of artifacts. Therefore, Feng Yunxing watched with interest as Yan Zhaoge kept the Radiant Sun Wheel. Spirit artifacts had their own spirituality. If the other party wasn't a martial grandmaster, they wouldn't easily change owners and be used by others. The Radiant Sun Wheel was only temporarily entangled by the Jade Dragon Sword. It hadn't already bowed its head to Yan Zhaoge. If not for the Jade Dragon Sword entangling it, the Radiant Sun Wheel would probably have long since flown away, searching for its original owner, Xiao Shen. While Yan Zhaoge currently had the chance to temporarily restrict the Radiant Sun Wheel, his Jade Dragon Sword had essentially become the Radiant Sun Wheel's shackles and cage. The 2 spirit artifacts were mutually restraining each other. Before this problem was resolved, let alone the Radiant Sun Wheel, Yan Zhaoge couldn't even use the Jade Dragon Sword. His overall strength had actually dropped by a large amount. To a martial scholar, a low-grade spirit weapon was like a treasure weapon to a body refinement martial artist. Naturally, he had to take it down. However, if he were to meet an enemy later on, it would inevitably be a little awkward. Feng Yunxing suddenly froze. She saw Yan Zhaoge arrive in front of the Radiant Sun Wheel and the Jade Dragon Sword, then reach out with both hands, grabbing the 2 spirit artifacts. The Radiant Sun Wheel shook, a violent aura erupting. In that instant, it was as if a slumbering martial grandmaster had been awakened. The Jade Dragon Sword was the same. The 2 spirit artifacts seemed about to clash, causing a battle that no one present could intervene in. However, Yan Zhaoge lightly waved his hands, his 10 fingers grasping the air, continuously tapping the 2 spirit artifacts with a strange rhythm. The Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel shook slightly once more. A strange light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes as the scenes before him changed, as though he had entered a completely different heaven and earth. In this world, a golden sun hung high in the sky, and a jade-green dragon was constantly circling. accompanied by the unceasing tapping of Yen Jiaoge's fingers. The two spirit artifacts actually gradually calmed down at the same time. It wasn't that the spirit weapons were restraining and canceling each other out, but that they were truly calm and temporarily dormant. Feng Yunxing opened her mouth slightly. He actually calmed down the radiant sun, well, so quickly. How did he do it? This is simply unheard of. Coming back to her senses, Feng Yunxing clicked her tongue in admiration. Although I've heard of your great name in the past, now that I've met you today, I know that the rumors weren't exaggerated. They were just too conservative. Knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. I've known this since I was young, but today I feel it the most. Yen Jiaoge kept the two spirit artifacts, snapping his fingers. I have many strong points, but my greatest strength is that I keep a low profile. So in the future, you will slowly realize that your thoughts today are still too conservative. Feng Yunxing nodded, amused. All right, I'll wait and see. She asked, right, seeing that you've stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm. Why were they so shocked? Well, it's rare for people to break through under pressure. It's not unheard of. From what I know, some people specialize in pursuing that instant between life and death, making use of the pressure to break through their bottlenecks. A black-clothed martial practitioner beside Yen Jiaoge said, "Not even a month ago, young master just broke through from the inner aura martial scholar realm to the early outer aura stage. This group of people who always followed Yen Jiaoge around, seeing him break through just now, had also been struck down like wooden chickens, unable to believe it. He wasn't much stronger than those of the Sacred Sun clan." This time, Feng Yunsheng was no longer able to remain calm as she looked at Yen Jiaoge like she'd seen a ghost. After a long time, she blurted out, "You're human." Yen Jiaoge smiled, not speaking. Feng Yunxing sucked in a breath of cold air, only regaining her wits after a long time. "Everyone says that while you're a genius, you're still lacking a lot compared to your father that year. But from the looks of it now, at least in terms of cultivation speed, you're even stronger than your father." Before the great calamity, information had been lost, and there was already no way to verify this. And after the great calamity, under the circumstances where there were records to be found, Yen Jiaoge's father, the last disciple of Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yen Di, was the youngest martial scholar in history, the youngest martial grandmaster. At the same time, from the looks of it now, it was extremely likely that he would become the youngest martial saint. Yen Jiaoge smiled. As compared to breaking through from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, it was much easier for him to break through from the early to the mid-outer aura stage. Some of this was due to some lucky coincidences. At the same time as he had broken through to the outer aura stage, he had also quickly completed the second round of cleansing of his marrows, the profound spirit pill helping to condense his aura chi, the glacial dragon bone soul providing sufficient motivation for his breakthrough, as well as the special techniques that he had cultivated in, etc. Everyone says that a tiger father will not beget a dog son. No matter what, I have to work harder. Even if I don't surpass my father, at least I can't fall too far behind, right? Yen Jiaoge smiled. Moreover, in the cultivation of martial practitioners at the same bottleneck, some people will be able to pass it as easily as if it were flat ground, while others will be unable to break through no matter how hard they try, unable to advance even an inch even after a long period of time. However, after everyone has passed this bottleneck, some subsequent bottleneck might just happen to be reversed, with those who had originally been lagging behind instead surpassing those who had previously been in the lead. This is also a very common thing. Feng Yunxing rolled her eyes at him exasperatedly. "Still, I've never seen anyone as exaggerated as you, going from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage in a single month. This is unprecedented, okay?" Yen Jiaoge raised his brows, smiling. "That's why I've always said that while I have many strong points, my greatest one is that I am low-key." Saying thus, Yen Jiaoge changed the topic. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that our meeting was not a coincidence. Feng Yunxing was taken aback. Looking at her, Yen Jiaoge said slowly, I was originally looking for Mengwan. Don't look at me like that. She is the Sacred Sun Clan's maiden of Extreme Yin, while I am a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Thinking of a way to make her unable to win the Extreme Yin bout is very normal. Yen Jiaoge stroked his lower chin. Now that I think about it, when my men were following her, she sensed it and led me over to your side. I was just saying that Meng Wan would never leave the Sacred Sun Clan in private so easily. Why did she act so abnormally this time? Indeed, it was not without reason. Feng Yunxing's gaze grew much gentler. In order to help me, Master passed away. Knowing that Shaoxin had personally left the mountain to seek revenge on me, Little Wan ran over in hopes of being able to mediate between the two. Leading you over, it should be in hopes that Broad Creed Mountain can shelter and protect me. That way, she would not have to show herself, and would also not have to be put in a difficult position. Yen Jiaoge asked, You too have the same master? Chapter 49. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yen Jiaoge smiled lightly. Have you ever thought that if not for her existence, even if you had lost your extreme Yin physique that year, the Sacred Sun Clan would not have given up on you so easily, and would definitely have tried even harder to help you recover? Feng Yunxing smiled and said, It's nothing. It's obvious that I haven't thought about it, but it has nothing to do with Shaowan. Yen Jiaoge asked rather interestedly, You are older than Mengwan. You should have entered the clan earlier than her, your cultivation base also being higher? You were the Sacred Sun Clan's first choice to participate in the Extreme Yin bout that year? Feng Yunxing nodded calmly. That's right. Before I left the mountain, I was already at the master stage. At that time, Shaowan was at the imperceptible stage. She should have only just broken through to become a martial scholar on the eve of the first Extreme Yin bout. Glancing at Yen Jiaoge, she said exasperatedly, I know what you are thinking. However, me accidentally entering a perilous land of hell, the disappearance of my extreme Yin physique having nothing to do with Little Wan. Yen Jiaoge smiled. Perhaps the two of you indeed have deep feelings for each other, but in luring me over to save you this time, how could it not be out of guilt and a desire to make up for it? Or perhaps, as a person with vested interests, she wants to show off her high profile and gain a sense of satisfaction by helping you? Feng Yunxing smiled. I'm not used to speculating about others based on malice, but I don't deny that the possibility you mentioned does exist. It's just that I believe in Lil Wan. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm, but her tone was resolute. Yen Jiaoge laughed, changing the topic. Still, is she so certain that your extreme Yin physique will definitely be unable to recover? Is she sure that she won't send a maiden of extreme Yin to my Broad Creed Mountain, vying with her for the extreme Yin crown in the future? This is equivalent to giving aid to the enemy. She can actually do it. Feng Yunxing calmly replied, because she is confident. It doesn't matter if the other sacred grounds have a few more maidens of extreme Yin. Even Little Wan has the confidence to win back the extreme Yin crown for the Sacred Sun Clan. Therefore, even if I were to recover, she would only be happy for me, because Broad Creed Mountain would value me even more. However, the extreme Yin crown belongs to her, to the Sacred Sun Clan. This is her confidence. Hearing her words, within Yen Jiaoge's mind surfaced the image of a young girl who was bright, yet also delicate, with a pair of eyes that moved one's heart, causing one to feel tender and tender towards her. The final victor of the first Extreme Yin bout, the first official owner of the Extreme Yin crown after its reappearance, was precisely the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan. According to Feng Yunxing's speculation, she should have just stepped into the Grandmaster realm at that time. Feng Yunxing's eyes shone with reminiscence. Don't be fooled by that child's weak appearance. She's actually smart and strong. Be it the power of Een that he possesses or his martial arts talent, he is a super genius. Back then, I was the first choice because I joined the sect earlier and had cultivated for a longer period of time. But actually, if everyone starts from the same starting point and sets off together, I'm not completely confident that I'll have the upper hand. Yan Zhaoge laughed out loud. Isn't the opposite meaning that Mangwan actually doesn't have full confidence in defeating you? Feng Yunsheng raised her eyebrows. I'm not arrogant, nor will I belittle myself, Yan Zhaoge said in a tone that was neither salty nor mild. Sadly, Mangwan failed the second time. In the second Extreme Een bout, Mangwan had lost by a single move, the Extreme Een crown falling into the hands of a disciple of the Water Domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Feng Yunqing's expression did not change in the slightest. I've also heard of this matter. That was because not long before the bout, Little Wan had just wielded the Extreme Een crown and clashed head-on with a Flame Devil King in the East Sea. In the second bout, she fought while injured. In the third Extreme Een bout, she will let the world know that as long as nothing happens to her, the Extreme Een crown will not fall into the hands of anyone else. Also, the phoenix that has undergone nirvanic rebirth will be even more dazzling. Feng Yunqing's tone was calm, as though she was only describing something that couldn't be any more ordinary. Looking at her, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth slowly revealed a smile. If these words are applicable to Mangwan, how is it not also applicable to you? Feng Yunsheng was completely at ease. Even if senior apprentice brother Yan really has a way to help me recover my Extreme Een physique, I am currently lagging behind Little Wan by too much. I dare not say that I will definitely be able to catch up to Little Wan, but with such a precious chance, I will definitely grab hold of it with all my might. Broad Creed Mountain sheltered me in my time of greatest peril. Whatever the reason, the grace of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. No more useless words. Only death will do. Whatever the reason, when she had been faced with the threat of the Sacred Sun clan disciples, Yan Zhaoge had beaten Xiaoxin and Chao Yuanlong into a sorry state, undoubtedly expressing his stance. As for whether Yan Zhaoge's personal stance could represent Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng didn't need to think too much about it now. She could only follow Yan Zhaoge's arrangements. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge was in a pretty good mood. Regarding Feng Yunqing's Extreme Een physique, he already had some thoughts on it, but still needed to plan and prepare. Although they had offended the Sacred Sun clan a step further, a maiden of Extreme Een to Broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly a huge gain. As long as this merit was confirmed, it would be of great help to Yan Zhaoge, and even to his father Yan Di. It was a great merit. Yan Zhaoge looked at the sky. Let's go. They set off together, Yan Zhaoge continuously giving instructions. The black-clothed martial scholars all nodded and obeyed, going off to deliver the news. Although he had taken responsibility for this matter, there were some people that Yan Zhaoge still had to be notified at the first possible moment. For example, his own father or his current administrator in the East Heaven region, Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder in the East Heaven region. This matter was no small matter, far from being as simple as beating up Chao Yuanlong and the others in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The Sacred Sun clan's reaction would undoubtedly be much more intense. With Xiao Shen and the others having fled, there would definitely be follow-up actions. The earlier his Broad Creed Mountain received the news, the easier it would be for them to deal with it. Other than that, Yan Zhaoge also specially mentioned the reason for Feng Yunqing's Extreme Een physique being damaged back then, but got someone to find a way to inform the other sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Of the sacred grounds, Jade Sea City's relationship with the Sacred Sun clan was the worst. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City was rather good, to the point of being close to that of allies. Jade Sea City's Maiden of Extreme Een was the victor of the second Extreme Een bout, and Mangwan's greatest competitor in the upcoming third Extreme Een bout. The various sacred grounds had never stopped scheming against the Sacred Sun clan's maidens of extreme in these past few years. Yen Zhaoge had never trusted the Sacred Sun clan's integrity. Naturally, he had to remind Jade Sea City of this, lest they fall into a trap. Traversing through the mountain range, as he walked, Yen Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he looked into the distance. The loud rumbling of the waterfall in the mountains could not drown out the voices of some people conversing with each other. Looking into the distance, Yen Zhaoge saw a group of people standing by the side of the waterfall, separated into twos and threes, seemingly in the midst of a confrontation. It's Zhao Yuan and the others. Zhao Yuan was the eldest son of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and was also very familiar with Yen Zhaoge. Together with him was also the third son of the emperor, Zhao Sheng, who was rather close to the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su. However, whether it was Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, they were both currently staring at a youth with unfriendly expressions on their faces. Chapter 50. Yen Zhaoge could tell that this youth should also be a prince, a brother of Zhao Yuan and the others, just that he had never seen him before. The current scene was rather interesting to Yen Zhaoge. The eldest prince, Zhao Yuan, like his father, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, leaned towards Broad Creed Mountain's Yendi's faction. Zhao Yuan himself also had some relations with the original owner of Yen Zhaoge's body. And the third prince, Zhao Sheng, unable to compete with Zhao Yuan in this area, ended up becoming closer to Yen Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction. Although the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom leaned towards Yen Di, Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yen Su was on the other side, and Zhao Sheng's days were not that bad. If the fight for the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief was ultimately won by Yen Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, then the future king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom would be somewhat more uncertain. But overall, the undecided position of the Eastern Tang Crown Prince would basically be fought over between Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. The two of them had not seen eye to eye with each other for a very long time, always opposing each other. It had already been a very long time since the two of them had acted together against another prince like this. On Royal Father's orders, we accompanied Royal Uncle Jean into the mountains to capture the culprit. Zhao Sheng's voice resounded from afar. The culprit was surrounded by me and eldest brother's guards in this mountain, and the culprit was also heavily injured by me and eldest brother. If not for that, do you think you could have dealt with him? Now that you've taken advantage of the situation, you even want to monopolize the information. 16th brother, you really don't know what's good for you, don't you? Zhao Yuan similarly said in a heavy tone. 16th brother, there's no harm in sharing the credit with you, but that person's confession must not be concealed. If there are any follow-up clues, we must hurry up and continue investigating. The culprit and the ghost hatchet elder are related to the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss and cannot be taken lightly. If we are delayed, it will be hard to explain to Royal Father, and the credit will also become a mistake. Hearing the names of the ghost hatchet elder and the sealing dragon abyss, Yen Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh, interesting, let's go take a look. As Yen Zhaoge walked over, he saw that surrounded youth, smiling nonchalantly. What I should do, I know what to do. I don't need to trouble you two royal brothers to teach me. After returning to the capital and reporting to Royal Father, everything will naturally become clear. His tone was not polite at all, and Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were a little annoyed. However, now that Yen Zhaoge had appeared, the two hurriedly suppressed their anger, giving up on that youth as they first came to greet him. Zhaoge, what a coincidence. You're also in this area. Young Master Yen. The Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners accompanying Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng all cupped their fists in unison, while the martial scholars all bowed. We greet the Broad Creed Young Master. In recent days, Yen Zhaoge's name had become increasingly resounding in the Eastern Tang. Not long ago, the news of his battle with Xiao Xin and Chao Yuanlong in the Luliao Mountains was still unknown. However, he had only just defeated the Sacred Sun clan's Chao Yuanlong in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, and forced Shaoxin into retreat in a contest of variations in techniques in overlooking Abyss City. This had already caused Yan Zhaoga's reputation to soar even higher, not to mention the fact that Broad Creed Mountain was a colossus that the Eastern Tang Kingdom could never hope to compare to. As princes, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng had been carefully groomed by the imperial family, with large amounts of resources invested into them, and they were already outstanding figures of the Eastern Tang's younger generation. The two were already martial scholars, but when they had become martial scholars, they had both been over 20 years old. And the Yan Zhaoga before them, when he had become a martial scholar, had been even younger than the current Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoga smiled slightly. "The two of you, long time no see." Previously, when I was in the Eastern Tang capital, I only stayed there for a short while. I met Uncle once, but did not manage to catch up with the two of you. Who would have thought that we would actually meet here in the Luliao Mountains? Zhao Yuan said, "The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss are no small matter, with Royal Father personally coming over to watch over it. It is also, thanks to you, Zhaoga, that the matter was related to the Ghost Hatchet Elder. After investigating deeply, I discovered that the Ghost Hatchet Elder was not acting independently. It is very likely that there is some hidden power behind it, with the Ghost Hatchet Elder being one of its higher echelon experts, while this power also has middle and lower echelon members. Entering the Luliao Mountains this time is precisely to capture a few members of this power. To us, it is both an assignment and also a tempering experience." Yan Zhaoga nodded. To Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, this was also a chance for them to gain some face in front of the Eastern Tang's ministers, as well as earn some merit points. In the end, it seemed like the peaches had been picked up by others, taking advantage of them. No wonder the two Zhao brothers were so unhappy. Zhao Sheng glanced back at that youth, saying unhappily, "16th brother, why aren't you coming over to pay your respects?" That youth looked calmly at Yan Zhaoga, saying mildly, "Greetings." Looking at him, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. If I didn't see wrongly, I actually saw arrogance and disdain within his gaze. Yan Zhaoga was a little speechless as he appraised the youth before him. Around 17 years of age, mid-chi-directing body refinement, having opened up the chi ocean within the Dantian. Not born of a sacred ground, having such a cultivation base at this age, it could already be considered extremely outstanding and rare, especially looking at this youth's clothes. While he was a prince, he clearly wasn't valued much. The resources he received most likely limited. However, no matter how one looked at it, whether it was his personal strength or his background, they were all completely incomparable to Yan Zhaoga. However, within his eyes, Yan Zhaoga clearly saw a disdain that flashed for a brief moment, and his attitude towards Yan Zhaoga was already no longer one that was neither servile nor overbearing, instead appearing arrogant and rude. However, Yan Zhaoga could clearly feel that the other party was truly disdainful. It was not fearlessness brought about by ignorance, but rather came from the bottom of his heart, stemming from his pride and confidence in himself. As this youth saw it, it was a matter of course. Just like how a martial saint or a martial grandmaster looked at a martial scholar and a martial artist. A strange feeling arose within Yan Zhaoga's heart. By the side, Zhao Yuan's face was sunken, his aura chi restraining his voice as he sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, don't lower yourself to his level. This is my 16th brother, Zhao Hao. He wasn't like this before, being a yes man and completely ordinary. Half a year ago, he seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, his martial cultivation advancing at a tremendous pace. However, he also became a little arrogant and rude." Zhao Yuan said half doubtfully, half angrily, "This time we surrounded some bandits in the mountains in pursuit of them, heavily injuring them. In the end, they were taken advantage of by him. If they were taken advantage of, then so be it. After interrogating them for some useful information, he directly killed them. When we asked him what he knew, he didn't say anything." Yan Zhaoga clicked his tongue in wonder. Strange. However, Yan Zhaoge did not have any intention of interfering. While he was familiar with Zhao Yuan, at the end of the day, Zhao Hao was also the son of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. As for the news that Zhao Hao had hidden, it naturally couldn't be hidden from his father. Through the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yan Zhaoge would also know about it. As for Zhao Hao's rudeness and arrogance, Yan Zhaoge felt it more strange. Either the other party was a madman. If he wasn't, where did his confidence come from? False bravado and concealment were obviously two different things. Yan Zhaoge pondered within his heart, his expression calm. Others all thought that he wouldn't lower himself to Zhao Hao's level. Zhao Hao raised his brows, regarding Yan Zhaoge's action of ignoring him. Other than disdain, there was also some ridicule within his gaze. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, felt slightly disappointed at Yan Zhaoge's lack of reaction. Chapter 51. Zhao Sheng looked at Zhao Hao with an unfriendly expression. Zhao Hao glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. Zhao Sheng was already a Zhongshe realm martial artist. Logically speaking, it should have been a piece of cake for him to deal with a physical body cultivator like him. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in Zhao Hao's eyes. Instead, he seemed very calm. There was a hint of disdain in his calmness. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly. The way he looks at Zhao Sheng is no different from how he looks at me. In his eyes, Zhao Sheng and I are on the same level? Yan Zhaoge laughed soundlessly. Zhao Hao asked indifferently, "What kind of punishment does third brother want me to drink?" Zhao Sheng snorted coldly. 16th brother's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds these days, but your actual combat experience is inevitably lacking. Third brother has some subordinates who can practice with you. 16th brother, accumulate more experience so that you won't only be able to deal with dying people in the future. If you run into a real tough opponent, you'll be the unlucky one. The disdain in Zhao Hao's eyes deepened. He looked at Zhao Sheng like an adult looking at an ignorant child playing around. Without another word, he unsheathed his sword and stood there quietly. Who wants advice? In the eyes of others, it might not seem like much, but Yan Zhaoge's discernment far surpassed that of everyone else present. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, with a sword in hand, Zhao Hao's aura immediately changed. It was even more untamed, arrogant, sharp and unsheathed. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword, as if he was going to soar into the sky and cut through the blue dome of heaven. This was a type of pure power. It was hard to describe, but it truly existed. At this moment, Zhao Hao was still a body refinement martial artist, and he wasn't hiding his cultivation. However, his aura seemed to surpass most people in this world. It was as if martial grandmasters were not worth mentioning in front of him. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Interesting, could it be? Although Zhao Sheng wished that he could beat Zhao Hao half to death with his own hands, who was after all a grandmaster and more than 10 years older than Zhao Hao. Although Zhao Hao's actions were very disrespectful, in front of so many people, with Yan Zhaoge also present, Zhao Sheng still suppressed the thought of personally making a move. However, he naturally did not intend to let Zhao Hao have an easy time. Zhao Hao was at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the middle stage of the qi conducting realm. The opponent Zhao Sheng found for him was also in the middle stage of the qi conducting realm, but his aura was ferocious. It was clear that he had lived a life of blood on the edge of a knife and was incomparably experienced. His murderous aura was so thick that it could almost frighten an opponent who didn't have much combat experience and turn them into a lamb at his mercy. However, Zhao Hao effortlessly defeated his opponent in a single round. With a single slash, his opponent's arm was sent flying into the sky. The degree of fierceness caused everyone to look askance. "How dare you?" Zhao Sheng's face was ashen. With a wave of his hand, a swordsman in the late stage of the qi conducting realm stepped out from the crowd. This swordsman was at the 9th level of body refinement, the late stage of qi conducting, and was not far from the 10th level of refinement. Zhao Hao didn't seem to mind at all. He raised his sword and smiled. "It's all the same." The result of the battle once again made the spectators' jaws drop. The victor was still Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao laughed and said, "Is the next one in the refinement realm, or are you going to do it yourself, third brother?" As he said this, crackling sounds could be heard all around his body, followed by the indistinct sound of thunder. The sound of thunder did not originate from outside, but rather originated from within Zhao Hao's body. Everyone was taken aback. Inner chi entering the bones, marrow cleansing by thunder? This is the first time he has cleansed his marrows after breaking through to the late stage of the chi conducting realm. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunshen couldn't help but smile as she glanced at Yan Zhaoge. While she didn't speak, she clearly recalled the scene of Yan Zhaoge facing Xiaoshen earlier. Yan Zhaoge, however, didn't smile, instead looking calmly at Zhao Hao. This person still hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't displayed the killing moves of the sword he is truly proficient in. The things that Yan Zhaoge could see were much more than what the others could see. Successive victories in successive battles rely on experience and knowledge that far surpasses that of his opponent, as well as his control over the sword in his hand. Just like me, a single bamboo branch can also be used as a sword. Without using any orochi, I can still beat up a martial scholar of the martial refinement realm. This person's attainments in the Tao of the sword are extremely high. Wooden swords, bamboo swords, even using his fingers to replace swords, the swordless stage of using chi as a sword is also nothing difficult for him. It's just that he is deeply attached to the sword, which is why he is even more unconstrained by material objects. With a sword in hand, he has already attained the Tao. Yan Zhaoge laughed, suddenly enlightened half a year ago. Haha, Zhao Hao was currently overflowing with a domineering air as he held his sword horizontally. Does third brother still have any subordinates? Otherwise, does third brother intend to personally go up? What about eldest brother? Do you want to come and play as well? I don't really care. Zhao Sheng's face was sunken as he grit his teeth and laughed. 16th brother, not bad, I didn't notice it before, but you're really getting too full of yourself a little too early. As he said this, he was about to stride forward. With Zhao Hao's provocation like this, there was no longer any need for him to restrain himself, and also no longer had to worry about the king of the Eastern Tang kingdom blaming him afterwards. Between blood-related brothers, there should be mutual affection. Exchanging pointers at the same cultivation level is still fine, but for a martial scholar to exchange blows with a martial artist is a little too much. Just then, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression appeared in front of them. He first looked at Yan Zhaoge, nodding, "Zhaoge, long time no see." Yan Zhaoge laughed. "Your Highness Prince Jin is even more elegant than before, ah." The person who had come was the royal brother of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the number 2 expert of the Eastern Tang royal family, Prince Jin Zhao Shilai. Yan Zhaoge was also acquainted with him in the past. However, this person's stance was towards the Sacred Sun clan, as he was the greatest springboard for the Sacred Sun clan to enter the Eastern Tang Kingdom. The Eastern Tang Kingdom's crown prince position had always been undecided, largely because of this person. Whether it was the powers under him or the Sacred Sun clan behind him, they were all exerting pressure on the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, hoping to make the emperor's younger brother instead of the crown prince. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, where individual strength could overturn the heavens and earth, many secular rules no longer applied. For example, if the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom suddenly died today, then the Eastern Tang Kingdom would not only have lost a monarch, but also a martial grandmaster. To the overall strength of the Eastern Tang, this would be a huge loss. Whether it was Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, they were only martial scholars. Even if they ascended to the throne, in terms of high-level strength, they were destined to be unable to replace their father within a short period of time. While Prince Jin was weaker than the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, he was also a martial grandmaster expert. If he loyally assisted the new king, then it would be fine. But if he himself had other thoughts, the situation would instantly become complicated. In a secular dynasty, the old emperor would arrange for a successor before his death and would naturally sweep away any unstable factors. However, Prince Jin's situation was something that even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom found troublesome. After all, Zhao Shilai was also a martial grandmaster and also an important part of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's strength. If he were to be killed, it would still be the Eastern Tang that would suffer. Moreover, behind Zhao Shilai stood the Sacred Sun clan. Even if the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had the support of Broad Creed Mountain, it would still be hard for him to make a move lightly. The situation in the Eastern Tang Kingdom was currently maintained in a fragile equilibrium. While the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Broad Creed Mountain held the advantage, the hidden dangers were similarly not small. After exchanging greetings with Yan Zhaoga, Zhao Shilai chuckled as he looked towards the three Zhao brothers. If you want to spar, there's no need to use force at all. Chapter 52. Towards Prince Jin's words, Yan Zhaoga snorted disdainfully. This Prince Jin, who coveted the throne of the Eastern Tang, definitely did not do so out of good intentions. Although he was a martial grandmaster, in terms of knowledge and experience, he could not compare to Yan Zhaoga. He could see that Zhao Hao's strength was extraordinary, but he was unable to detect any further clues. As Zhao Shilai saw it, although Zhao Hao had domineeringly defeated two martial artists, if he provoked Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, who were already martial scholars, he would undoubtedly be insta-killed. In truth, it was not just Zhao Shilai. Almost everyone present felt this way. Looking at the Zhao Hao who had taken the initiative to provoke him now, it was like looking at a madman. Yan Zhaoga, however, did not see it this way. It would still be very difficult for Zhao Hao to cross the heavenly chasm between the martial scholar realm and the martial scholar realm. But facing Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, he would not be completely helpless. The gap in the martial Dao between the two was probably very large, and the gap in their experience and knowledge was even greater. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as different as the heavens and the earth. The gaze with which Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Shilai actually contained some disdain, just that compared to martial scholars who regarded him with a little more importance. Zhao Shilai naturally did not have any good feelings toward Zhao Hao, but as he saw it, Zhao Hao could help him suppress Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. The more intense and evenly matched the internal strife of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's king, the better it would be for Zhao Shilai. Zhao Hao had originally been nothing special, but now that he had suddenly risen up, he was a good chess piece for Zhao Shilai. As for whether Zhao Hao would become stronger than Zhao Yuan in the future and affect his position, that was a different matter altogether. At the end of the day, Zhao Hao was currently just a martial artist. What is my Eastern Tang Kingdom most famous for in the East Heaven region? Alchemy and medicine? Wouldn't it be better to just compete in this, not harming our harmony? Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were also not profligate sons. In the entire Eastern Tang royal family, alchemy and medicine were all experts. Just like practicing martial arts, it was a part of their tradition. The Eastern Tang's greatest alchemy power, the Pill Pavilion, was actually backed by the royal family. For Zhao Shilai to make such a suggestion, he obviously has a certain level of understanding toward Zhao Hao. This is interesting. Yan Zhaoga did not speak, coldly watching Zhao Shilai's performance from the sidelines. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng also thought of this point. They were somewhat hesitant, but it was not good for them to show weakness. Of the two of them, one was the son of the empress, the other was the son of the imperial concubine, while Zhao Hao's birth mother was only a palace maid. Both of them had grown up in a much better environment and education than Zhao Hao. In a competition of martial Dao, a grandmaster fighting a body, refining martial artist, no matter what, there was no glory in winning. Both of them glanced at Zhao Hao and nodded in agreement. Although Zhao Hao's martial arts strength had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yi did not believe that Zhao Hao could beat them in alchemy. Zhao Shilai smiled and said, "Pill Pavilion's first seat consecrated elder. Old Mr. Wang happens to be here as well." Young Master Yan's family has a long history of learning, and his knowledge is extensive. This king is also somewhat proficient in the Tao of alchemy, and together with old Mr. Wang and the other two, we can comment on your alchemy. This is a rare opportunity. Yan Zhaoge smiled non-committally as some martial practitioners in the distance escorted an old man over. Seeing this old man, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng immediately greeted him. "Hello, Elder Wang." Only Zhao Hao remained where he was, calmly nodding at the old man. Not only did old Mr. Wang not feel offended, he also nodded at Zhao Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng's hearts instantly jumped. And following that, as old Mr. Wang understood the situation, he shook his head. What else is there to compare? The 16th prince's alchemy skills are even above this old man's. At this age, at this cultivation level, the level of his alchemy skills is something this old man has never seen before in my life. His identity was special, and his temper was also very straightforward. He was somewhat unrestrained in his words. As his words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were both stunned. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the only person who could compete with this old man in alchemy was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even Prince Jin, Zhao Shirlai, a great grandmaster, was inferior to old Sir Wang, who was only at the grandmaster realm. Zhao Hao's expression was mild as he said, simply, martial scholar realm. Your alchemy skills can also be considered not bad. A smile appeared on Zhao Shirlai's face. This is a situation that even this king does not understand. Who would have thought that our Eastern Tang would produce a steed of 1,000 li in this area? It'd be strange if you didn't know. Undetected by others, Yan Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes. If you didn't know, you would have come up with such an idea. But how did you know? Yan Zhaoge's gaze passed between Zhao Shirlai and Zhao Hao, finally landing on the Pill Pavilion's first priest, old Mr. Wang. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng's faces both turned a little ugly, with Zhao Hao smiling proudly. In alchemy, it is my two royal brothers who have no chance at all. How about we compete in martial arts? Yan Zhaoge, who had not spoken all this time, now opened his mouth. As Prince Jin said, such a small matter, there is no need to harm our amicable relationship. Let's compete in alchemy. Zhao Yuan looked at Yan Zhaoge in surprise. Even Zhao Shirlai was a little exception. Yan Zhaoge said, but since we just happen to be here, why don't we add a little spice to this competition? Zhao Shirlai knit his brows slightly. Oh, I wonder which side Zhaoge wants to bet on. If Yan Zhaoge were to bet on Zhao Hao, Zhao Shirlai would have some misgivings in his heart. As he saw it, this was not just a gamble. Rather, it was a signal that Yan Zhaoge, as well as the Yendi behind him, wanted to give up on Zhao Yuan amongst the descendants of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and instead support Zhao Hao. Zhao Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze was clearly nervously looking at Yan Zhaoge. I'll bet on brother Zhao Yuan, Yan Zhaoge said straightforwardly. Zhao Yuan let out a sigh of relief, while the others were even more confused. Zhao Shirlai said, thanks to old Mr. Wang's words, this king naturally thinks more highly of royal nephew, Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Then it's settled. I wonder what Zhaoge wants to bet on. I'll bet on Prince Jin's share of the Pill Pavilion. Hearing his words, Zhao Shirlai's gaze abruptly flickered as he stared at Yan Zhaoge. Not only did the Pill Pavilion hold the leading position in the Eastern Tang Kingdom in the field of pills, it was also the Eastern Tang's greatest source of income from external trade. The biggest backer behind it was the Eastern Tang royal family, and the biggest leader was naturally the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. However, Zhao Shirlai also held a very large share of the profits. The appearance of the smoke cloud powder had brought with it a huge profit, even beginning to squeeze out the market for similar types of pills in the entire East Heaven region. The others were all shocked. It was just a small competition, but the stakes were actually so large. Wasn't this a little too hasty? But thinking about it carefully with Yan Zhaoge's background, What else of Zhao Shirley's could there be that Yan Zhaoge would be interested in? Thinking about it this way, everyone felt at ease, just that they could not help but feel emotional in their hearts. With such an awesome father, it really was comfortable. As for my wager, I believe that Prince Jean will also be very interested in it. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, the low-grade spirit artifact, the radiant sun will appearing before him. Zhao Shirley blurted out, Shao Shun's radiant sun wheel? The others were all greatly shocked. The sacred Sun Clan Shao Shin's protective spirit artifact? How could it be? How could it be on Yan Zhaoge? Could it be? Yan Zhaoge said calmly. Shao Shin was defeated by me, so this thing naturally became my spoils of war. I will use this to gamble with Prince Jean. It should be enough, right? Zhao Shirley's breathing became heavy. Even for him, a martial grandmaster, a spirit artifact was also an extremely rare treasure. His share in the Eastern Tang's economy was not only of economic value, but also related to the long-term issue of the throne in the future. It was very hard to accurately compare the value of the two. However, that spirit artifact was Shao Shin's. Now that it had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, to Shao Shin, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If Zhao Shirley could help him get it back, it would undoubtedly be a huge favor. Not mentioning Shao Shin, the person standing behind him was the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan. It was just that, seeing that Yan Zhaoge knew that Zhao Hao's alchemy skills were very high, yet still dared to propose such a wager, Zhao Shirley could not help but feel uneasy. How much confidence did he have to dare to face such difficulties head-on? Logic told Zhao Shirley that it would be best not to gamble with Yan Zhaoge. The others were also looking at Yan Zhaoge in shock. They had not thought that the late outer aura stage Shao Shin would actually lose to Yan Zhaoge. Only Zhao Hao seemed to have completely not realized what it meant for Yan Zhaoge to have seized Shao Shin's radiant sun wheel, as he still had a look of mild disdain on his face. Perhaps he understood the meaning behind it, but still did not see it in his eyes Zhao Shirley's intention to make use of him. He might have understood it, but he similarly did not mind it. In the future, he would naturally repay him. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Hao let out a cold snort. Humph, Broad Creed Mountain. Someone from Broad Creed Mountain, he. Uncle Jean, since he wants a gamble, then let's do it, Zhao Hao said calmly, before flicking his sleeve, a small, intricate pill furnace directly landing on the ground. Within the pill furnace, a small ember shot up without any prior warning, some faint green smoke rising in the air, actually gradually condensing into the image of mountains and rivers. Seeing this scene, the others were all somewhat at a loss. Old Mr. Wang, however, abruptly opened his eyes wide. Zhao Shirley's eyes lit up, talented, willful, arrogant, but the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth drew back slightly, but he's also stupid enough. Chapter 53. A phenomenon caused by the smoke from the pill furnace. Old Mr. Wang stared at the small pill furnace on the ground, his eyes wide. This is something that can only happen when one's attainments in alchemy have reached the point of perfection. His alchemy skills were firmly within the top 3 in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and it was only by chance that he could cause such a phenomenon to occur. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head to look at Zhao Hao. Previously at the Pill Pavilion, you didn't bring out all your skills? Zhao Hao smiled proudly. Now it might not be all. Old Mr. Wang choked for a moment before asking, last time when I asked 16th Prince about his master, 16th Prince had always been unwilling to tell me. I wonder if you can tell me now? This old man has no other intentions. I only wish to meet that expert. Zhao Hao said mildly, I said before that no one taught me alchemy. I cultivated it myself. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Being contradicted, old Mr. Wang was not angered, only shaking his head and sighing. If 16th Prince is unwilling to say, this old man cannot force him. He swiveled his head to look at Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, sighing. The first prince and the third prince's alchemy skills were personally taught by this old man. This old man is also well aware of their level. Amongst those of the same age, it can also be considered rare, just that sigh. Old Mr. Wang did not finish his words, but everyone could hear the unspoken meaning in his words. He glanced at Yan Zhaoge, intentionally or otherwise. As the old man saw it, having said this much, it was actually already a very obvious hint to Yan Zhaoge. If Zhao Yuan and Zhao Hao competed in alchemy, there would be no wins or losses. If Yan Zhaoge insisted on the bet, it would be as good as giving the Radiant Sun Wheel to Zhao Shilai for free. In Mr. Wang's opinion, let alone Zhao Yuan, even if Yan Zhaoge personally participated, he would definitely not be able to beat Zhao Hao in alchemy. After all, he had never heard of Yan Zhaoge being proficient in the art of alchemy. As one of the great sacred grounds of the world, Broad Creed Mountain naturally did not lack divine alchemists. Yan Zhaoge's heritage might have a few tricks up his sleeves, but the chances of him beating Zhao Hao were too slim. Because according to old Mr. Wang's predictions, other than some techniques that he was temporarily unable to use due to his low cultivation base, Zhao Hao's alchemy skills were already comparable to any divine alchemist in the world. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment, seeming to indeed hesitate as he raised his head to look at Zhao Shilai. "What does your highness, Prince Jin, think?" Zhao Shilai narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "With something to liven things up, this competition is naturally more meaningful. If Zhaoge insists on gambling, then this king will accompany you." Staring at him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. "All right, let's do it then." Looking at Yan Zhaoge's smile, Zhao Shilai vaguely felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What we are competing in is alchemy skills, not who has unique and precious elixirs or elixir recipes. Everyone can just concoct the same simple pill together. The overall evaluation is based on the speed, the quality of the pill, and the amount of medicinal dregs left. First is the quality, then the speed, and finally how many medicinal ingredients are used." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, knowing that Zhao Shilai was afraid that he would provide some secret pill of Broad Creed Mountain for Zhao Yuan to keep up appearances. His worry was not without reason, but Yan Zhaoge did not need Broad Creed Mountain's pills to leak out. He had read many pill recipes from the Divine Palace's collection, many of which were top-grade pills. However, from the start, Yan Zhaoge had also not intended to use this method. Zhao Hao still maintained an indifferent attitude. "It's fine. Even if it's a competition of who can ultimately concoct a higher and better pill, I will also accompany you." Hearing his words, Zhao Shilai glanced at Zhao Hao. This kid was currently also gradually giving him a feeling of threat, but also more like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Yan Zhaoge shot Zhao Hao a sidelong glance, thinking, "The smoke cloud powder was indeed made by you." Although it was a little strange, and he could not be 100% certain, the more Yan Zhaoge looked at him, the more he felt that this Zhao Hao's figure vaguely overlapped with that of a person who had already been buried in the annals of history, a legend. Arrogant, unresigned to being beneath others, unbridled and unbridled, showing off his abilities. The martial saint of the past, supreme in the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of the sword, the pale-fire divine sword Gaoja. Without a doubt, the smoke cloud powder that had suddenly appeared in the Eastern Tang market now originated from Zhao Hao. Because they had interacted with the pill pavilion before, Zhao Shilai and old Mr. Wang had come to know of his superb alchemy skills. The king of the Eastern Tang kingdom definitely knew of this as well. However, in his opinion, it was a good thing that he had another talented son. Naturally, he was happy to see it happen. At this moment, perhaps they only thought that Zhao Hao had a fortuitous encounter, or that he had been hiding his strength all along. However, he did not expect that the body of the 16th prince, who used to be ordinary and unremarkable, had changed into another soul. He was a reincarnated Saint State expert. But why do I feel so stupid? Yan Zhaoge was a little speechless, feeling very curious. Was it because he was used to being high and mighty in the past that he was unable to adjust to the differences brought about by the change in his identity? Had he not adapted to the current situation? Or did he not want to adapt at all? In any case, he was really dumb. The elixir fire divine Sword Gao might have been arrogant in the past, but to be able to reach such heights, he shouldn't be so stupid, right? But to me, the more stupid you are, the better. Yan Zhaoge actually didn't care whether Gao Zhou was reincarnated or not. However, it was rumored that he was not friendly towards Broad Creed Mountain. From Zhao Hao's earlier words and actions, Yan Zhaoge could also vaguely feel this. This was the reason why he was standing by Zhao Shirya's side and challenging him. While he didn't understand the reason, since the other party dared to challenge him, Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it in the slightest as he sent a slap flying back. It was already said earlier that we would be competing in pill concoction techniques. Naturally, it wouldn't involve the level of the pill or pill formulas. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. Let's directly begin. Zhao Hao was not polite at all, opening the furnace first. That smoke that resembled mountains and rivers converged, resembling the real world, containing the medicinal ingredients and slowly returning them to the furnace. Everything seemed like a dream. Zhao Hao began concocting pills, the smoke rising unceasingly, the scene of mountains and rivers appearing on the surface of the furnace once more. Everyone could only see the changing of the mountains and the sea, as though the vast ocean had turned into mulberry fields in an instant. Not waiting for them to regain their wits, Zhao Hao clapped his palm high into the air, the smoke completely returning to the pill furnace once more. The next moment, the furnace fire was extinguished. Everyone was taken aback. It's over. Zhao Hao's gaze swept over Yan Zhaoge, Zhao Shirlai, and old Mr. Wang, as he said casually, "You guys go ahead and check. It's good that you know what's good." His gaze paused on Yan Zhaoge for a moment longer, the ridicule within the depths of his gaze growing stronger. The pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was the most ordinary healing pill on the market. After the appearance of the smoke cloud powder, it had already been pushed to the point where there was no market for it. However, after checking it, Zhao Shirlai and old Mr. Wang were both shocked. The healing pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was actually almost on the same level as the ordinary smoke cloud powder. Old Mr. Wang sighed. The smoke cloud powder that the pill pavilion was currently selling was also divided into different grades. At the very top, it had always been the batch that Zhao Hao had concocted regularly. Now that the healing pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was almost on the same level as the smoke cloud powder that others had concocted, the old man could only sigh in admiration once more. As for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, their expressions were both gloomy. They really couldn't afford to directly admit defeat just like this. However, if they were to compete, the result would only be even more humiliating. Zhao Yuan unconsciously looked towards Yan Zhaoge, but still felt despair. First, not mentioning whether or not Yan Zhaoge could beat Zhao Hao in alchemy. Even if he could, it would also be impossible for Yan Zhaoge to compete in his place. And alchemy was also not something that could be raised by a few words of guidance in an instant. No matter how one looked at it, there was no hope of winning this competition. Chapter 54. And after slapping the right side of his face, he slapped the left side. In the future, I might become Zhao Hao's stepping stone for all sorts of strange reasons. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Alchemy requires talent as well as accumulation. Even for me, there is indeed no way for someone to achieve it quickly. It's even more impossible for me to take the field myself and fight Zhao Hao for real. If we do that, regardless of whether we win or lose, we'll be making Zhao Hao proud. However, do you think that I won't be able to do anything? Under Yan Zhaoge's guidance, Zhao Yuan did not retrieve his own pill furnace, nor did he walk towards Zhao Hao's pill furnace, instead directly coming before old Mr. Wang. Elder Wang, can you give me 16th Brother's healing pill? Old Mr. Wang frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Your Highness, do you not trust me and think that I am siding with 16th Prince? Zhao Yuan smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Please don't misunderstand, Elder Wang. I simply want to see the pill that 16th brother has refined. Looking at Yan Zhaoga and Zhao Shirlai, old Mr. Wang finally handed the treatment pill over to Zhao Yuan. He sighed. Not only does it take a short time to use, but the medicinal effects are also good. Look at the base of his pill furnace. There is not even a bit of dregs. All the medicinal ingredients are perfectly used, and there is no waste at all. As soon as he said that, everyone's heart sank. Zhao Hao had achieved perfection in all three aspects. Even if Zhao Yuan were to erupt with extraordinary power, he would at most be tied with Zhao Hao, unless the effects of the healing pills he refined were better than Zhao Hao's. But was that still a healing pill? Zhao Yuan's expression did not change. Weighing the healing pill in his hand, he turned to look at Zhao Hao. 16th brother's alchemy skills are indeed superb. Zhao Hao said lightly, "What do you want to say, big brother?" Zhao Yuan unhurriedly said, 16th brother's alchemy skills are outstanding, to the point that you can even cause the smoke in the pill furnace to form a strange phenomenon. Big brother must also express his admiration. However, the great Tao of alchemy is profound and vast, and there are as many techniques as the ocean. Zhao Hao directly interrupted him. There are indeed many alchemy methods, but I know what you know and I know what you don't know. There's no need to say too much. Let's get straight to the point. Zhao Yuan was not annoyed by his interruption. He still said slowly, 16th brother, you have great courage. Since that's the case, I, your big brother, will embarrass myself today. I've inadvertently learned some superficial knowledge of alchemy. I'll give it a try today. As for you, 16th brother, you don't need to be stronger than me. As long as you can do the same as me, I will admit defeat today. What do you think, brother 16th? Hearing his words, Zhao Hao looked somewhat mockingly at Zhao Yuan, then at Yan Zhaoga. Strange technique? Ha, this old man spent half a lifetime back then, collecting all the legacies left behind after the great calamity in the entire 8 extremities world, as well as the techniques of the alchemists after the calamity. Other than the unique pill formulas and techniques of the Holy Lands, there is nothing in this world that I don't know about alchemy. Your Broad Creed Mountain's alchemy indeed has some unique areas, but none of them are something that Zhao Yuan's foundation can grasp. Other unorthodox techniques obtained by chance? They're all leftovers from back then. Zhao Hao laughed nonchalantly. Even if it's a draw, it'll still count as my loss. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded, suddenly taking out a golden needle and piercing it into that healing pill. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback, not understanding what exactly Zhao Yuan was doing. Only Zhao Hao and old Mr. Wang's eyes erupted with shocking light. They saw Zhao Yuan's needle move like it was flying, piercing into the healing pill 9 times in succession. Within the healing pill, a faint mist actually surged out from the needle's holes. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that this mist had surged out because of Zhao Yuan's actions. However, the pill was not a balloon. How could there be gas coming out from within? Having done all this, Zhao Yuan returned the pill to old Mr. Wang. Old Wang, please appraise it once more. Old Mr. Wang sucked in a deep breath. After inspecting it, he instead fell silent, as though he was thinking hard about it. Not saying a word, he handed the pill to Prince Jean beside him, Zhao Shirlai. After looking at it, Zhao Shirlai's eyebrows instantly shot up. The remnant furnace smoke within the pill has completely disappeared, its medicinal effects reaching a whole new level, truly touching upon the limits of what a healing pill can achieve in theory. But how was it done? Old Mr. Wang let out a breath of turbid air, his body actually trembling slightly as he looked at Zhao Yuan. Forgive this old man's old eyes, but is the first prince's technique the golden needle liberating pill technique? Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded. Old Wang has good eyes. It is indeed the golden needle liberating pill technique. Old Mr. Wang's body stopped trembling now as he let out a long sigh towards the heavens. feeling extremely satisfied. Who would have thought that this old man would actually be able to see a miraculous alchemy technique from before the great calamity in my life? I have not lived in vain. Zhao Shilai, Zhao Sheng, and the others were all stunned. Old Wang, after stabilizing his emotions, old Mr. Wang said, the golden needle liberating pill technique can completely expel all the remnant furnace smoke within the pill, thereby greatly raising the medicinal effects and quality of the finished pill. Before the great calamity, this was also one of the peak alchemy techniques. After the great calamity, it had long since been lost, with only a few simple words remaining now, resembling a legend. Looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Yuan said neither hurriedly nor slowly, I also only know a little bit of it. Please excuse me. Zhao Hao's eyes erupted with a shocking light, but he was not looking at Zhao Yuan, instead staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhao Hao, seemingly calm, but actually very unscrupulously laughing. One's personality determines one's fate. I love dealing with idiotic youths like me the most. Zhao Sheng's gaze also fell on Yan Zhaoge, as he instructed the guard beside him in a low voice, also retrieving a treatment pill and a golden needle. He observed Zhao Yuan's treatment pill, then felt out its position, also stabbing it with 9 needles. However, the treatment pill in his hands did not react in the slightest. There is indeed a special technique. It is not a coincidence. Zhao Sheng sighed in disappointment. Smiling at Zhao Sheng, Zhao Yuan took out a brand new treatment pill, concocting it according to the same procedure. The fog rose once more. Zhao Shilai's gaze also shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan, as he suddenly said, the treatment pill can be used, but what about this smoke cloud powder? The guard behind him hurriedly took out a bag of medicinal powder, which was the powdery smoke cloud powder. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's fine. Use your own aura qi to condense it into a pill. Afterwards, follow my instructions and stab 9 needles. Yan Zhaoge sent over a sound transmission in a relaxed manner. Hearing his words, Zhao Yuan instantly relaxed. He took out the smoke and cloud powder, and with a wave of his stellar energy, the powder immediately condensed into the shape of a pill. Zhao Shilai stared at it intently. Although the medicinal powder also looked like a pill, it was still powder. It was completely different from a healing pill. But when Zhao Yuan inserted 9 needles, mist surged out again. The mist actually split into 2, one black and one white. The black color dissipated in the air, and the white color returned to the pill condensed from the smoke cloud powder. After examining the medicinal effects, old Mr. Wang was full of praises. Zhao Shilai was completely speechless. He turned to look at Zhao Hao. The confidence and arrogance in Zhao Hao's eyes were finally gone. Instead, they became solemn and serious. Without saying a word, Zhao Hao also took out a bag of smoke cloud powder, condensed it into a pill, and asked Zhao Yuan for golden needles. He did not insert the needle for a long time. Instead, he frowned and thought for a long time. After a long time, Zhao Hao finally inserted the needles. The first needle was fine, the second needle was fine, the third needle, the fourth needle, number 5, bang. Chapter 55. Zhao Sheng didn't understand the technique at all, his 9 needles all useless, only having managed to poke 9 tiny holes on the pill. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, had used his inner qi to vibrate the pill as he stabbed in, trying to achieve the desired effect. But sadly, while he was stronger than Zhao Sheng, he still couldn't fully grasp this golden needle liberating pill technique. Zhao Hao stood where he was, retreating as he did not wave his hand to disperse the smoke and dust. As a result, the pervading smoke and dust landed on his entire face, his hair completely white, his face also covered by a layer of white ash, looking extremely comical. The martial practitioners under Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, unable to stand his earlier arrogance, now seeing his misfortune, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Hao's entire face was white, but his eyes were like those of a wolf's as he stared at Yen Zhaoge. At this moment, within his gaze, there was no contempt or disdain, but instead hatred and enmity. It was no longer hatred and enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain, but was completely directed at Yen Zhaoge himself, directed at this youth whom he had never placed in his eyes before. Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not even glancing at Zhao Hao, instead cupping his hands towards Zhao Shirlai. Thanks to Prince Jin's suggestion, this was indeed an exciting competition. Seeing Yen Zhaoge completely ignoring his existence, Zhao Hao's pupils dilated slightly. Sometimes, ignoring was even worse than looking down on someone. Zhao Hao had always been someone who was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. At this moment, how could he stand being ignored by Yen Zhaoge? His gaze instantly became even more serene. Does 16th brother want to experiment a few more times? Zhao Yuan's seemingly kind voice now resounded by his ear. Zhao Hao closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms. Having only experimented once just now, he already knew that the golden needle liberating pill technique was not something that could be learnt just by observing from the sidelines. Even with his alchemy skills that far surpassed most people in this world, it was also not something that could be grasped with just a few experiments. Looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Yuan said mildly, "Looks like 16th brother does not intend to continue experimenting? Then, I wonder what the result of our competition will be." Zhao Hao's body swayed as he opened his eyes, not even looking at Zhao Yuan at all as he stared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge, hunting geese all year round, but having one's eyes pecked by a house sparrow. Sucking in a deep breath, he said, "This time it's my loss." Zhao Hao glanced coldly at Zhao Yuan, too lazy to say anything more. He was 100% sure that Zhao Yuan would be able to refine his own healing pill. Not to mention competing with him, Zhao Yuan's healing pill wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Zhao Hao's shoes. However, he had been full of himself earlier. If Zhao Yuan could do it, and he, Zhao Hao, couldn't do better, then it would be considered his loss. The result was that Zhao Yuan could do it, but he couldn't. Although that definitely could not be the true abilities of that rookie Zhao Yuan, it was definitely Yen Zhaoge's guidance via sound transmission. Zhao Hao snorted and said, "The person I killed earlier didn't have any valuable testimony. There's just one thing. Their organization's influence is very wide, not just in the Eastern Tang, not just in the East Heaven region. At least they still have a stronghold in the North Heaven continent, but he doesn't know the specific situation." Listening by the side, Yen Zhaoge committed it to memory. However, his gaze still fell on Zhao Shirlai. Zhao Shirlai waved his hand and put away the radiant sun wheel. The light disappeared and Zhao Shirlai's eyes dimmed. "Returning to the Eastern Tang capital, I will still have to trouble your highness, Prince Jin." Yen Zhaoge smiled very peacefully. Zhao Shirlai looked at Zhao Hao, then at Zhao Yuan, then at Yen Zhaoge. His expression changed a few times before he forced out a smile. "Zhaoge coming to visit, this prince naturally welcomes you." Looking at Zhao Yuan, he said in a heavy tone, "Royal nephew Yuan actually knows an ancient alchemy technique from before the Great Calamity. This is truly worthy of celebration. I wonder when it can be popularized. This kind of technique is sufficient to allow the production of pills in the Eastern Tang to rise to a whole new level." Zhao Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. "What Royal Uncle Jin says is right. This nephew only has a rough understanding of it, and is currently still in the process of figuring it out. I want to at least have a preliminary plan before reporting it to Royal Father. Returning to the capital this time, I naturally have to report it to Royal Father. Perhaps the Pill Pavilion will first experiment with popularizing it. In any case, everything will be decided by Royal Father." Hearing his words, Zhao Shirlai's eyebrows instantly jumped, almost unable to suppress the rage in his heart. The Pill Pavilion's momentum had originally already risen a step further due to the smoke cloud powder. Now it was obviously going to rise to a whole new level. Following its development, it could be foreseen that the Pill Pavilion would soon surpass the others, becoming one of the pillars of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. But now it no longer had anything to do with him, Zhao Shilai sighed. He had still unconsciously underestimated Yan Zhaoge. He was a martial grandmaster, and his own son was even older than Yan Zhaoge. Although Yan Zhaoge had been in the limelight recently, letting everyone see his powerful strength and potential in the martial Dao. But Zhao Shilai really had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would also be able to suppress Zhao Hao in the field of alchemy. As old Mr. Wang had said, Zhao Hao's level of alchemy could be considered one of the top few in the entire world. The level of alchemy was related to the martial practitioner's cultivation base, but it was not as closely related as the forging of artifacts. To a certain extent, it was a whole other system of knowledge. Wanting to be proficient in it, not only talent was needed, it also required the accumulation of time and energy. As Zhao Shilai saw it, with Yan Zhaoge having such high attainments in the martial Dao, he naturally needed to be completely focused on his cultivation, which had already taken up a large amount of time and energy. Even if his talent in alchemy was not bad, where would he find the time to invest in it? If he had only coincidentally learnt an ancient secret technique, it would still be fine. But if Yan Zhaoge really had high attainments in the field of alchemy, that would be terrifying to the point that it was inconceivable. Zhao Shilai could also be considered a person who had seen his fair share of storms and waves, but at this moment he still felt as if his worldview and common sense had collapsed. His expression changed continuously, finally turning into a bitter smile. At this moment, Zhao Yuan also secretly sent over a sound transmission. This time it was really all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Before this, I had not thought that this 16th brother of mine had concealed himself so deeply. Today's favor, I will definitely repay you generously. When Royal Father asks about the Golden Needle liberating pill later, I will also need your opinion. Yan Zhaoge replied, At that time I will naturally discuss it with Uncle. You can rest easy. This technique, under the condition that the number of people in the know is limited, can only be used by the Pill Pavilion. I understand, Zhao Yuan understood. Rest easy, I will naturally not let Broad Creed Mountain suffer a loss. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing asked, It was you who helped that Eastern Tang first prince, right? Yan Zhaoge put on a very reserved look on his face. Hee, low-key, low-key. Good. Low-key, you're the most low-key. Feng Yunqing could not help but laugh as she shook her head, before asking curiously, But this kind of secret technique, your Broad Creed Mountain doesn't keep it? Spreading it to the Eastern Tang Kingdom, just like that. Even though I have also heard that your father and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom are bosom buddies. Yan Zhaoge glanced at her. You should have said our Broad Creed Mountain instead. Actually, Feng Yunqing had still not officially entered the clan yet. Now, it was only Yan Zhaoge who had agreed to speak up for her. Broad Creed Mountain's exact attitude towards her was still uncertain. However, hearing his words, Feng Yunqing smiled brightly. You're right. It's my fault. It's our Broad Creed Mountain. And much more pleasing to the ears. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily before saying, Rest easy. I have already reported the Golden Needle liberating pill technique to my father. The clan also has a foundation of it. In the Eastern Tang, wanting to squeeze out the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain, we would naturally have to put in some capital. Even without today's matter, we would still have made arrangements in this regard. That's why I wanted to swallow up Zhao Shilai's share of the Pill Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It's just that before this, I had never thought that it would be so simple and smooth. Chapter 56. White clouds drifted leisurely, and the blue sky remained the same. However, her snow-white robe was now covered in dust. It fell to the ground and became dim. There was a huge wound on his chest and abdomen, but no blood flowed out. Instead, it was jet black, like charcoal that had been burnt by raging flames. The girl's life force had been completely severed. On his deathbed, The scene from before replayed before his eyes, and his ears seemed to echo with that furious voice. They said you injured junior brother Lan. Why? What happened? That dog, Yen Jiaoga, has tried to harm me time and time again. Lan Wenyan is his lackey. I have already shown mercy by sparing his life. There must be some misunderstanding. Let's go back to the mountain and explain it to the elders in the sect. Returning to the mountain now would be equivalent to me walking right into a trap. Do you want me to die at the hands of that dog father and son Yen Jiaoga? I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming with me? Or are you going back to find Yen Jiaoga? Yi Jing, calm down. I've conversed with senior apprentice brother Yen several times, and he has no intention of targeting you. There must be some misunderstanding. If they are not on my side, then they are on Yen Jiaoga's side. Those who are on Yen Jiaoga's side are my enemies. Even now, the astonishment in Lin Yushao's eyes had not completely disappeared. No matter what, she had never imagined that the unexpected reunion after such a long time would have such an outcome. Lin Yushao's gaze gradually became lax, and an expression of relief appeared on her face. From the moment I followed senior apprentice brother Yen back to Broad Creed Mountain, perhaps today's result was already destined? This is my destiny, right? On this day, before the beauty could truly bloom, it withered away. Outside the eastern Tang kingdoms, overlooking Abyss City, in the wilderness near the sealing Dragon Abyss and the Luliao Mountains, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Yushao? The old man swiveled his head to look at the person behind him. This old man remembers it's that female disciple who had a conflict with Yen Jiaoga and Yi Jing. The old man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the eastern Tang kingdom, Yen Su. The warrior behind him nodded. Not bad, he was also an outstanding young disciple. Unfortunately, when we found him, he was already dead. There was no way to save him. Can you tell who did it? I can't determine the target's exact location. I can only deduce that the other party has cultivated a martial art that contains an extremely strong fire force. Yan Su asked, did she come to the Eastern Tang to find Yen Jiaoga or to find Yi Jing? That martial practitioner shook his head. This subordinate cannot be certain, but it is most likely for Yen Jiaoga. According to what this subordinate knows, on her way to the Eastern Tang, she already knew that Yi Jing had returned alive from the sealing Dragon Abyss. Moreover, she had already followed Yen Jiaoga before. If she were wise, she would have kept her distance from that Yi Jing. Before this, it was unknown whether Yi Jing was dead or alive, so a bit of concern was nothing. But now, knowing that Yi Jing is not dead and still coming to the Eastern Tang, it should be because of Yen Jiaoga. At this point, the warrior hesitated for a moment. Yen Su asked calmly, what? That martial practitioner answered, these are some unconfirmed rumors. I heard that after Yen Jiaoga came to the Eastern Tang, he became rather close to our clan's other female disciple, Si Gongqing. Is it possible that Lin Yushao feels threatened? After all, she and Yen Jiaoga are not married. Young people, it is normal for their hearts to change a little. Hearing this, Yen Su fell silent. After a while he said, take this old man to see that female disciple's corpse. Looking at the wound on Lin Yushao's chest, Yen Su was silent for a long time. Suddenly he extended his palm. His palm was purplish red, and as his orochi rose, it seemed as though a clump of real purple flames had condensed. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, one of the 8 extreme arts, the Tishita palm. Yen Su's face was expressionless as he pressed his palm against Lin Yushao's wound. The girl's corpse shook slightly, a purple light flashing on its surface. Yen Su retracted his palm, turning to look at that martial practitioner. Yen Jiaoga also cultivated in the Tishita palm. That martial practitioner's heart jumped as he lowered his head, saying, when this subordinate found Lin Yushao, she was already dead. I don't know who did it, but Lin Yuxiao died under our clan's Tishita palm. The scope of the culprit should be limited. This subordinate will go investigate right now. Yan Su nodded mildly. Investigate carefully. While this Lin Yuxiao is still a white-clothed disciple, she is still a descendant of our clan. How can she die in such a shady manner? Other than that, search the area where this girl's corpse was found. Perhaps that Yi Jing's whereabouts will be found there. It's fine if you can't find him, but if you do, don't spread the news. Just bring him directly to see me. If there are any traces, clean them up on the spot. Don't leave any clues for others. His subordinate's heart moved slightly as he bowed, answering, yes. Within the Luliao Mountains, Yan Zhaoga's group set off on their return journey. As Yan Zhaoga walked, he pondered on the information he had obtained from Zhao Yuan, Zhao Hao, and the others. Not only is there a stronghold in the East Heaven region, there is also a stronghold in the North Heaven region. Yan Zhaoga calculated within his heart. Doesn't that mean that other than the ghost hatchet Elder Han Sheng, this power also has other martial grandmaster experts? If there is also a martial grandmaster like Han Sheng as their leader in the North Heaven region, is this power formed by Han Sheng and the others, or is there still a higher leader above them? Yan Zhaoga smacked his lips. They have people in the East Heaven region and the North Heaven region, but what about other places? Are there any outside of the Heaven domain? Yan Zhaoga's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. The East Heaven region has the sealing dragon abyss, and the North Heaven region has the vast dark river, both extending from hell, the ghost hatchet elder stirring up trouble, establishing a foothold in the sealing dragon abyss. If the others of this power make a move, they should also be related to hell. Yan Zhaoga's intuition told him that something was not right. In the post-Great Calamity 8 Extremities world, of the few major events that had the greatest influence and changed the structure of the world, the first to bear the brunt was the transformation of the Earth domain into hell, as well as the invasion of the Flame Devil world. It was also no wonder that, as soon as hell was involved, it would touch on everyone's sensitive nerves. Still, it's still fine. After my secret activities have been exposed, it will be much easier to find more clues. As Yan Zhaoga thought, his gaze shifted to Zhao Hao amidst the crowd. How should I deal with him? And, no matter what, I have to first let Uncle Zhao know. Yan Zhaoga curled his lips. Whether it was his father or his second apprentice uncle, neither of them would be happy to see a prince who held enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain become the Eastern Tang Crown Prince, and even the future king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. As he pondered, a black-clothed martial practitioner approached, reporting, "Young master, there is an urgent message." Yan Zhaoga raised his brows. "What, you found Yi Jing?" The other party shook his head, saying softly, "There is news from overlooking Abyss City. Miss Lin Yuxiao Lin has been killed." Chapter 57. Yan Zhaoga had already known that Lin Yuxiao was coming to the Eastern Tang. Although Yan Zhaoga was a little troubled by this question left behind by the original owner of his body, he did not pay it too much mind. As for whether Lin Yuxiao had come because she had heard that Yi Jing had been lost within the sealing dragon abyss, or whether she had come for him, Yan Zhaoga was also not that important. However, Yan Zhaoga had never thought that Lin Yuxiao would actually be dead. Moreover, according to his subordinates, it wasn't an accident that killed him, but someone else. Yan Zhaoga stared blankly for quite a while before he regained his wits. It wasn't Xiao Shen or Chao Yuanlong. This was Yan Zhaoga's first reaction upon hearing the news. However, since the black-clothed martial practitioner had not immediately mentioned the Sacred Sun clan in his report, that should not be the case. Did you encounter a perverted criminal? Although it was a little absurd, other than Xiao Shen and the others, this was indeed the only possibility that Yan Zhaoga could think of. As far as he knew, Lin Yuxiao didn't have any enemies. At least, she didn't have any life-or-death grudges. Even if others vented their anger on them because of Yan Zhaoga, other than the Sacred Sun clan, there was no especially great enmity between them. Overlooking Abyss City and the dragon-sealing abyss, on the other hand, were often visited by all kinds of adventurers. Among them, there was no lack of bold, ruthless, and unscrupulous individuals. While Lin Yuxiao was a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, it was still possible that she might encounter those kind of villains who would live each day to their heart's content. At times like this, he could only rely on his own abilities. The black-clothed man shook his head and said softly, "It is said that only Miss Lin's body was found. The murderer cannot be determined. Miss Lin's clothes are neat and tidy. It doesn't seem like she was violated." Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. His brows gradually knit as several thoughts surfaced within his mind. Although he had a rather deep entanglement with the original owner of his body, Yan Zhaoge had not even met that Miss Lin after transmigrating to this era. Although he didn't feel sad when he heard about the other party's death, he still felt that it was a pity. After all, a young life had withered, just like that. After a while, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. "Let's talk about it after we return." The group continued to move forward and finally gradually left the Luliao mountain range. Arriving at the border region of the mountain range, on the way to overlooking Abyss City, they saw Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners heading their way. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the leading martial scholar's expression changed slightly. Junior apprentice nephew Yan. Yan Zhaoge recognized him as one of Su Chuan's subordinates as he nodded. "Do you have any instructions for me?" The other party lowered his voice and said, "Elder Su, please don't enter the city yet. We'll meet at an ancient pavilion 10 miles away from the city." Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "There's no need to be like this. Invite Elder Su over for a chat. We can talk on the way. I'm in a hurry to get to the capital of the Eastern Tang." The middle-aged martial artist hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that in the distance, there were also people currently observing them. Seeing them emerge from the Luliao Mountains, they immediately turned and left. It was obvious that he was informing the other party. Yan Zhaoge did not stop him, continuing on his way. Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, and the rest who had come along also gradually began to feel that something was wrong. They were after all the Eastern Tang imperial family, and there were very few things that could escape their notice. They sent someone to inquire about it, and soon they received the news. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. Zhao Shilai looked calm, but he kept stroking his beard. Zhao Shang looked like he was watching a good show, while Zhao Yuan looked worried. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him, watching coldly from the sidelines. Very quickly, a deeply worried Su Chuan personally came out of overlooking Abyss City, meeting Yan Zhaoge and the others on the way. Junior apprentice nephew, Yan has returned. There's also Prince Jean, eldest prince, third prince, and 16th prince. It's been a long time. Su Chuan first greeted them seriously, but very quickly used his orochi to bind his voice and send it into Yan Zhaoge's ears. "Young Master Yan, junior apprentice niece Lin Yuxiao has been harmed. Do you know about it?" Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm, but his face intentionally carried some sorrow as he slowly nodded. "I've heard about it, but I don't know who did it." Su Chuan's face was a little bitter. "There's news that it was you, young Master Yan." Yan Zhaoge's brows instantly knit together. "How is that possible? Who's spouting nonsense?" "There's a rumor that after junior apprentice niece Lin has been in seclusion for a long time, your feelings for her have faded." Su Chuan gnashed his teeth. The rumor was naturally even more unbearable, seeing that Yan Zhaoge had already grown tired of playing with Lin Yuxiao. He naturally didn't dare to directly repeat these words to Yan Zhaoge. It's said that in coming to the Eastern Tang this time, young Master Yan has taken a liking to junior apprentice niece Sikong. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. "Did I just leave such an impression?" From the corner of his eye, Su Chuan glanced behind Yan Zhaoge at Feng Yunsheng, who was currently playing with a little black dog. Yan Zhaoge immediately put his hand to his forehead. Not daring to continue provoking him, Su Chuan dryly continued. It's said that after junior apprentice niece Lin left seclusion, upon hearing about you and junior apprentice niece Sikong, fearing that she would fall out of favor, she chased after you all the way to the Eastern Tang. After the two of you met, you got into an argument, and being pestered by junior apprentice niece Lin to the point of annoyance, in the end, Su Chuan couldn't continue, because the face of Yan Zhaoga in front of him had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yan Zhaoga said exasperatedly, "This kind of baseless rumor. There's actually someone who believes it." Su Chuan laughed bitterly. "It's just that, according to the rumor, junior apprentice niece Lin died under the Tishita palm." Yan Zhaoga's pupils abruptly dilated. "Tishita palm?" Su Chuan nodded heavily. The corpse was first discovered by the subordinates of the Eastern Tang's principal elder Yen Su. The corpse is also currently being watched over by them, and within a short period of time it would be difficult to get close and examine it. However, it said that a massive wound was torn open on her chest, her flesh and blood all burnt. At the very least, it was undoubtedly caused by a martial technique that contained the chi of fire. But now the news is spreading that junior apprentice niece Lin died under the Tishita palm. He looked at Yan Zhaoga a little worriedly. It was naturally impossible that Yan Zhaoga was the only broad creed mountain martial practitioner who knew the Tishita palm. In the Eastern Tang, he was not the only one. However, the only one who had the motive was Yan Zhaoga alone, although that motive was a little nonsensical. However, the somewhat painful truth was that this kind of news of a love murder was the easiest to spread. Under the public's criticism, Yan Zhaoga's image would inevitably be a little ugly. If it was just gossip, then so be it. The public would still be very interested in stories of beauties loving heroes. However, a love murder was a completely different matter altogether, especially this kind of news. Even if the truth was clarified afterwards, the public might not necessarily believe it. Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes slightly. The intention of the person spreading the rumor was probably not just as simple as ruining someone's reputation. Yan Zhaoga vaguely felt that this seemed to be some kind of foreshadowing. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoga shook his head. "It indeed has nothing to do with me. The truth behind junior apprentice sister Lin's death naturally has to be investigated in detail. However, at this moment, I still have urgent matters to attend to in the Eastern Tang capital. This matter concerns the foundation of my broad creed mountain. I am also saddened by junior apprentice sister Lin's death, but now I can only prioritize public matters before private matters. The East Elder is also on his way to the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. I will meet up with him there." Su Chuan stared blankly for a moment. He had originally thought that Yan Zhaoga was only intending to avoid the matter. However, since even the East Elder was coming over, it seemed like something big really had happened. Elder Yan is in overlooking Abyss City. He has ordered that as soon as he sees you, you are to go see him. Junior apprentice niece Lin's corpse is also in the city. Su Chuan hesitated for a moment before saying in a small voice. Yan Zhaoga curled his lips. Old people tend to forget things. He forgot that I am currently not under his control. Chapter 58. Just like how Yen Su knew that Yan Zhaoga cultivated in the Tishita palm, Yan Zhaoga similarly knew that this principal elder of the Eastern Tang also cultivated in this martial art. It was just that Yan Zhaoga felt that this old man should not be deranged to the point of personally killing Lin Yuxiao just to screw him over. However, even if it was not Yan Su who killed Lin Yuxiao, this matter of framing and spreading of rumors could not have been without his shadow behind it. Lin Yuxiao's corpse had been discovered by Yan Su's subordinates, and now that they were watching over it, it would be extremely easy for them to do anything to it. If it was not Yan Su and the others who killed Lin Yuxiao, then who could it be? Unexpectedly, a person suddenly flashed through Yan Zhaoga's mind. That shouldn't be the case. Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning cold. I still said that I'd give you a good beating before handing you over to the clan. But if you really are deranged to such an extent, I'll save myself some trouble and directly send you off into the cycle of reincarnation." Very quickly Ahu returned. Upon seeing him, Yen Zhaoga immediately asked, "Did you find that kid Yi Jing?" Ahu rubbed his hands rather embarrassedly. "Young master, I tried my best. I chased each of the underground rivers in the vicinity for hundreds, even thousands of li. That kid did not leave the river water at all, just being swept along by it. By the time I found any traces of him, too much time had already passed. He should have already left the Luliao Mountains. This way, with the vastness of the heavens and the vastness of the earth, it would be hard for me to find him." Yen Zhaoga did not blame Ahu, instead waving his hands dismissively. "If you didn't find him, then you didn't find him. That icy cold pond collapsed, and the underground rivers spread out in all directions. It's not your fault. But don't stop, continue searching." Hearing the news and the rumors about Lin Yushao, Ahu smacked his lips. After all, they had known each other for a while, but he still felt a little bad. Who would do such a thing to Miss Lin? As the two walked, they returned to the vicinity of the crowd. Ahu looked curiously at Feng Yunsheng. She waved at him generously, and Ahu was stunned for a moment before he also waved back. Ahu turned back to look at Yen Zhaoga, giving a simple smile. But speaking of young master and Miss Sikong being close, young master, you shouldn't have any thoughts, right? Before entering the Luliao Mountains, I didn't see you having any thoughts about Sikong. But then again, Miss Sikong is really quite beautiful. Young master, have you ever considered eating her? Yen Zhaoga rolled his eyes at him exasperatedly. Also, young master, where did you kidnap such a beautiful girl? Ahu sneaked up to Yen Zhaoga, glancing at Feng Yunsheng from the corner of his eye as he asked in a low voice, "Did you eat this?" Yen Zhaoga rolled his eyes, reaching out and giving Ahu a smack on the back of his head. Feng Yunsheng, who was holding her little black dog, Little Meaty, turned around with a serious look on her face. "I haven't been eaten by him yet. I'm still a virgin." Cough, cough. Having just been struck by Yen Zhaoga, Ahu, who had yet to recover, instantly choked on his own saliva as he began coughing madly. The corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched twice. A virgin discussing this with a man in such a calm and composed manner? Feng Yunsheng stroked Little Meaty's fur and said nonchalantly, "What else?" Being teased by a man to the point where your face turns red and your heart palpitates, taking an inch and wanting a mile, in the end, either turning tail and running away or raising your blade to chop people up, or pretending not to have heard it, turning a deaf ear to it, allowing others to judge and comment on it as they pleased? Yen Zhaoga looked at her. Feng Yunxing nodded. "In these 2 years since leaving the clan, I've been to many places, seen many people, and seen many things. Hiding in the wilderness, hiding in the city. In order to avoid being caught by Xiao Xin and the others, I've stayed in the deep mountains and ancient forests before. Hiding in the marketplace is also a common thing." Yen Zhaoga shook his head as he laughed. Who looked at Feng Yunsheng, chuckling as he gave her a big thumbs up. Feng Yunsheng smiled, also giving Ahu a big thumbs up. "As for where I was kidnapped by your young master, that's a moving story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Young master Yen displayed his invincible might, brutally beating up 2 of the sacred Sun Clan's 4 rising suns, saving a weak little girl like me." Ahu was taken aback as he swiveled his head to look at Yen Zhaoga. "2? Other than Chao Yuanlong. There's also Xiao Xin," Yen Zhaoga said nonchalantly. "You can ask them for the specifics." Having finished listening to Yen Zhaoga's exchange with Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Xin, as well as Yen Zhaoga's breakthrough to the mid-outer aura martial scholar stage, Ahu looked at Yen Zhaoga with a face full of worship. "Young master, you're really too awesome. Stop flattering me. If you want to flatter me, make your expression a little more sincere first. Don't be so fake." As they conversed, they headed towards the Eastern Tang capital. However, halfway there, someone suddenly chased after them from behind. It was the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yen Su. Naturally, it wasn't because Yen Zhaoge had given him face that he had chased after him to settle scores. Rather, it was because he had also received a message from the East Elder to meet up in the Eastern Tang capital. Yen Su looked at Yen Zhaoge and asked, "For what matter has the East Elder come to the Eastern Tang?" Yen Zhaoge smiled mildly. "Why has Elder Yen come to ask me? I'm also rushing to the Eastern Tang capital to meet up with the East Elder." Yen Su's gaze turned cold as he appraised Yen Zhaoge. The Sacred Sun clan has been restless and uneasy these past few days. I'm afraid that it has something to do with this matter. There's news. Even the Sacred Sun clan's headquarters seems to have been alerted. This time, what exactly did you do? Facing Yen Su's cold gaze, Yen Zhaoge seemed to be completely unaware of it. The East Elder must have also given you instructions, Elder Yen. He must have his own considerations. If I were to say too much, it would not be good. The meaning of his words was, what you should know, the East Elder had naturally already told you. What you shouldn't know, don't come here to ask about. I have no need to report it to you. Yen Su looked indifferently at Yen Zhaoge, slowly nodding, very good. Previously, the East Elder had only instructed him to enforce martial law, to guard against the people of the Sacred Sun clan, and also to ensure the safety of Yen Zhaoge's group. As for everything else, it would be discussed after arriving at the Eastern Tang capital together with Yen Zhaoge. In particular, it had been mentioned to ensure the safety of Yen Zhaoge's group. Thinking of this, Yen Su's gaze fell on Feng Yinsheng. Before and after Yen Zhaoge had entered the Luliao Mountains, the only one who had changed by his side was her. After the matter with the East Elder has concluded, you will also have to explain some other matters, Yen Su said at the end. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. I will have to trouble Elder Yen. As they arrived at the Eastern Tang capital of Jingyang, Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder in charge of the East Heaven region had already arrived. At this moment, the East Elder was waiting for Yen Zhaoge and the others in the courtyard where Yen Su had originally been stationed. This was a tall, muscular, silver-haired old man, his spirit hale and hearty, not giving off the feeling of being old at all. The East Continent Elder's eyes shone brightly. His gaze fell on Feng Yinsheng as soon as the crowd entered. After carefully appraising Feng Yinsheng for a moment, his gaze once more fell on Yen Zhaoge and Yen Su. Zhaoge, tell us in detail what happened, the East Elder said. The clan has also been greatly shaken. They want to send people over. Hearing this, Yen Su's gaze flickered slightly. Even the East Elder was unable to make the decision, and the clan had to be alerted? Chapter 59. Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as after greeting the East Elder. He looked at Feng Yinsheng behind him. Elder, this is the person I mentioned to you before. Her original name was Feng Muge. Her current name is Feng Yinsheng. The Eastern Continent Elder nodded slightly when he heard the three words Feng Muge. With his rank, he knew many things. Yen Zhaoge then introduced them to Feng Yinsheng. Junior Apprentice Sister Feng, this is our clan's East Heaven region, first seat, Elder Qin. Feng Yinsheng respectfully bowed. Her etiquette was flawless. Junior Feng Yinsheng greets Senior. Feng Yinsheng was very clear about the difference between being carefree and being rude on different occasions. With her background and knowledge, she naturally knew that this tall old man before her was Broad Creed Mountain's guardian, first seat elder in the entire East Heaven region. In Broad Creed Mountain's internal rules and regulations, there were the first seat elder, principal elder, acting elder. Perhaps his cultivation and authority were somewhat lacking, but in terms of status, this Elder Qin was on the same level as Yen Zhaoge's father, Yendi. It was just that their jurisdiction was different, one internal and one external. Theoretically, Elder Qin could deal with anything that happened in the East Continent. It was just that the matter regarding Feng Yunxing this time had too many implications, so it was not good for Elder Qin to make a decision on his own. Broad Creed Mountain was already about to send people over, and Elder Qin, having specially come to the Eastern Tang at this time, was also to get a feel of things first. However, if he couldn't even get past Elder Qin, then there would be no future to speak of. Yan Zhaoge looked at Elder Qin. This old man was a long-time elder of the clan, of the same generation as the old clan chief. Between his father Yan Di and his second, apprentice uncle, he had always been impartial. She didn't need to hope that he would take care of her, but she also didn't need to worry that he would be as mischievous as Yan Su. Everything was based on facts, with Broad Creed Mountain's overall interests being the most important. Elder Qin, as I first reported to you, this junior apprentice sister Feng is a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Now, she has turned her back on us, wanting to join our Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said neither quickly nor slowly. Elder Qin listened quietly without saying a word. Yan Su also did not interrupt. It was impossible for Yan Zhaoge not to know what kind of influence Broad Creed Mountain would have by taking in a traitorous disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Even so, he still brought Feng Yunxing back, and Elder Qin did not object to it immediately. He even alerted the mountain gate, which meant that there was a special situation. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, Elder should know of a piece of intelligence obtained from investigating the Sacred Sun clan's Maiden of Extreme Yin that year. It mentioned a name, Feng Muge. Because of Meng Wan's sudden appearance, that piece of information was thought to be false information. But that was not the case. Feng Muge really exists. She is the junior sister Feng behind me. Other than Elder Qin and Yan Su, those present were all important figures of Broad Creed Mountain in the East Heaven region. Other than Elder Qin, who was already in the know, the eyes of Yan Su and the others immediately lit up when they heard the words, Maiden of Extreme Yin. They had searched for many years in the 5 continents of the Heaven Domain, but they had never been able to find a Maiden of Extreme Yin. Broad Creed Mountain had even secretly sent people to other territories to search, hoping to pick up some leftovers. Still, they had come up empty-handed. In the extreme Yin bouts of the past 2 years, Broad Creed Mountain had only been able to watch from the sidelines, helplessly watching the other sacred grounds contest for the extreme Yin crown. They had naturally been filled with helplessness and frustration. If Feng Yunxing really was a maiden of extreme Yin, even if they had to forcibly withstand the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely have to keep her. Elder Qin nodded. Then he asked calmly, In your previous message, you only said that this young friend Feng's lunar body was damaged. However, you did not say to what extent. Grooming a maiden of extreme Yin requires quite a lot of resources. But with the Sacred Sun clan's foundation, even if they already have Meng Wan, grooming 2 maidens of extreme Yin would still not be a problem. A maiden of extreme Yin roaming outside is definitely not a small matter. The Sacred Sun clan would not be so negligent and careless. Unless young friend Feng's lunar body has been completely destroyed? Yan Zhaoge's tone did not fluctuate in the slightest as he answered truthfully, Right now, that's right. Elder Qin knit his brows slightly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. At this moment, Yan Su slowly opened his mouth. Even the Sacred Sun clan would not be willing to use a maiden of extreme Yin as a spy. However, if it is an ordinary disciple whose lunar body has already been destroyed, it might not be impossible. Everyone present, whether they were on Yan Su's side or not, frowned as they heard his words, appraising Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing with scrutinizing gazes. Today's matter was indeed not a small matter. If Feng Yunxing's lunar body was in perfect condition, without a doubt, Broad Creed Mountain would have immediately accepted her. Yan Zhaoge would have done a great service and not a mistake, and would have done a great service. But if Feng Yunxing had lost her lunar body, whether or not Broad Creed Mountain still wanted to take her in would have to be reconsidered. Taking in disciples of other sacred grounds who had betrayed their sect was a rather vile thing to do, especially with the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain not being on good terms with each other in the first place. Such an action would very likely cause their enmity to rise a step further. The one who had caused all this, Yen Zhaoge, would have to bear the reputation of being frivolous and impetuous, causing trouble outside and causing unnecessary trouble for the clan. And if Feng Yunsheng was a spy sent over by the Sacred Sun clan, if Broad Creed Mountain took her in, and if trouble arose in the future, Yen Zhaoge would be the main culprit, a huge mistake. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. Junior apprentice Sister Feng was bullied and humiliated by her fellow disciples of the Sacred Sun clan, and the elders of the clan were also unable to uphold justice for her, even wanting to distort the truth and kill her. The only master who took care of her perished in a conflict with the Flame Devils over the East Sea not long ago. After hearing the news, having already been on the run for 2 years, she finally truly rebelled against the Sacred Sun clan, even killing 3 of her fellow disciples. Yen Zhaoge looked at the crowd. The reason she fled the Sacred Sun clan 2 years ago was also because she had heavily injured Xiao Xin. Since then, she has always been pursued by Xiao Xin and his men. Yen Su said indifferently, the Sacred Sun clan might not be unwilling to part with the lives of those 3 young disciples, if she is a dead woman. Yen Zhaoge laughed. That is not impossible. But I wonder if that grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan would be willing to let that single descendant of his to become a eunuch henceforth. The great hall instantly fell silent. Yen Su was also a little taken aback. Frowning, Elder Qin asked, "You mean," Yen Zhaoge said in all seriousness, "that year Xiao Xin's lower body was injured by junior apprentice Sister Feng, and from a certain aspect he is also crippled." Feng Yunsheng also had a serious look on her face as she bowed. Junior was anxious at the time and made a mistake. Although Xiao Xin deserved it, it was inevitable that he would be disgraced. Seniors, please do not take it to heart. Yen Zhaoge said, "I protected her. The second time I clashed with Xiao Xin, I verified this point. Of course, it is also possible that Xiao Xin was crippled because of some other matter. Oh, that's not right. It should be because he was unable to have sex and the Sacred Sun clan made use of trash, making use of it to make a fuss. Therefore, if junior apprentice Sister Feng enters our clan, in the future, some investigations will still not be spared. But on the whole, I believe that junior apprentice Sister Feng's words are trustworthy." The corners of Yen Su's mouth twitched as he snorted, no longer dwelling on the earlier question, instead saying, "Her extreme physique is not crippled. Say that again."